Good morning, ESA 2023 in the summer. How are we doing, everyone? It's lovely to see you all. Welcome back. We're raising money here for Alzheimer Foundation. You need to get your donations in. You need to tell us what you want. You need to get those incentives met. And you need to tell everyone about this event. It's exciting. You love it. It's a good time. Let's get things happening. Obviously, we are here on Twitch. We would like to thank some of our sponsors. Obviously, we've got Glorious, !Glorious in chat. You want to get yourself that GMMK Pro. You know what I'm talking about. Go look it up. It's exciting stuff you want to know about their mice and keyboards. We've got Red Wolf Networks. Do you like prizes? Go and donate and get your prizes. You don't even have to select anything for them. It's free prizes. It's amazing. We've got Ninja or Die. You want to play this roguelike game. It's coming out on August 2nd, ! Ninja in chat, and you've got to wishlist it now. It's coming out almost now, right? You've got to play it. It's going to change your life. And obviously, we've got speedruns coming up. We've got the amazing Dason now who's going to be running Kingdom Hearts Recoded. It's the best time of the day. Let's start video games. On we go.
All right. Welcome to the early morning ESA. I'm Dessa. I'm going to be running Kingdom Hearts Recoded, which is actually like the first marathon showcase of this game in general, because we have like one person.
The one person being right here.
Yeah, like it changes every like aeon throughout the community who runs the game.
the mantle.
Yeah, I'm Dessa. With me right here is Logic. Want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello, yes, it's Inside Logic. I'm very excited for this run today. If there's one man to show this game off to its fullest, it's Dessa. So I'm very keen to see him really show up and put on a really good showcase today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, we're running any percent no major glitches. Why exactly it'll be no major glitches, I'll go over that throughout the run. I would say, yeah, exactly. We're gonna start right away. Then, wanna do me the honors?
Oh nah, you're the runner, you have to, you know, it's all in good faith.
3, 2, 1, go! Alright. So, as it's like a general RPG game, this game has lots of cutscenes, lots of text boxes, all that. Luckily, Recode is like the one game where you can skip like everything. If it's a text box, you can skip it like pretty much all the time. We have starting choices at the very beginning. We can, similar to KH1, pick between sword, shield, and staff. And depending on what we choose and drop, we get different commands at the start. We choose the sword and we drop the shield. That way we get quick blitz and sliding dash. Sliding dash generally for movement. Quick blitz is just a pretty good starting command because the last one would be fire, and fire kind of doesn't really do the trick.
Right. And the combat for this game is actually really interesting. Definitely more so unique than all the other KH games, where Dessa is actually going to be animation cancelling his combos. What he wants to do is always go in at the ground, and then right as his finisher connects, he's actually going to be jumping or doing a command out of the combo. Commands are pretty much instant whenever you use them in a combo, and Dessa wants to be on his feet as much as possible, you know, get as many attacks out. And if you know Kingdom Hearts, you know Shadows, they love to duck, dive, and dodge. So like Dessa's got to be really good at targeting.
You know, whack-a-mole as we call it, for example.
The auto target, which is indicated by like the pale broken up circle, is actually it has its uses, but also has its detriments throughout the run. For a lot of tech that we have planned, it's amazing. But for a lot of instances where we don't really want to have it involved, it is awful when it gets in the way at times.
It's so aggressive. Like, as mentioned, sometimes it's useful, but a lot of times if you see halfway, you're like, all right, guess we're moving slow.
Yeah.
You can't use your abilities to quickly scoop over to like the other end of the room, something like that. All right, so that was the introduction, the Station of Awakening. As Chad has already mentioned as well, we have basically a retrade of KH1. Because Recoded story, it's based, it's station between KH2 and KH3. It bridges the stories to some degree. And what happens is basically the journal that recorded the first 2 events gets corrupted by bugs. And we now send Data Sora, because Sora in every way, shape, or form is like the hero of this game. We send Data Sora in to get rid of those bugs, figure out what's wrong, and maybe potentially uncover some events that the crew doesn't know about. Because as of right now, in like the lore of KH, The crew knows about what happened in Cage 1, Cage 2, of course, because they were there, but they were also there for Chain of Memories, which they, and others, frankly, have forgotten about. So basically what this game is about is figuring out what happened in Recom, and, or like that's what it leads up to, and figuring out how to get to a point where eventually then in Cage 3 they're able to face the menace that is Xehanort.
Right. So this is the cool mechanic with the worlds, as Tessa mentioned, they're journal entries instead of the actual worlds, and with how we go and deal with the bugs is actually through these system sectors. The gimmick or the kind of playthrough when you're in here is there are these special Heartless that have different kinds of buffs and just appear differently, which we need to target them to get rid of them. Those are the ones we want to get rid of. There are normal Heartless in the area too, those we mostly ignore. The yellow shadows you just saw there have the buff of fast speed, so they every action they do is just that like double speed. There are different variants throughout the game. There's blue, yellow, red, and green. Blue and red are the ones we're going to be seeing a good bit, as I mentioned right there. Blue is regular speed, like normal. However, they're a lot sturdier than your average Joe Schmo. So like Dessa is going to be really kind of being aggressive on these enemies. For a shadow, shadow's a shadow. You know, it's not that bad. But when you get to the later part of the game and you have these already terrifying enemies get these buffs, it's really scary. And the red one is fast speed and sturdy, which is like your juggernaut basically. And then okay.
Yeah, so that late rush right there was not planned. Generally, the goal of this area is to, you have like on the bottom screen that you see in the bottom right corner of the stream as well, there is an indicator on how many floors each system sector has and how many enemies you have to defeat per floor. Right now, for example, I have to defeat 16 enemies, so 16 bucks. Every floor in this, or like every section here, has 4 enemies, and we want to try and avoid killing too many enemies, because only in this area, if we get a Keyblade level up, because your Keyblades can level up depending on how many kills you get or how many Heartless you defeat, you gain extra abilities. If it levels up during this section, you get another tutorial screen. It just loses a few seconds, not a big deal, but if we can avoid it, we kind of want to, because I mean, defeating other stuff is just a waste of time in the first place. And not getting the tutorials like on top of that even better.
Right. Something to know as well with the Keyblades is every Keyblade has a unique set of abilities built on the Keyblade and is progressed by something called the overclock gauge, which is the gauge you see next to Sora's health. That gauge is really important for the run, and depending on your Keyblade, it's a big deal. Oh, Dessa just switched to that, that's beautiful. So for level 3 and level max, which is level 4, we get a magic upgrade and an attack upgrade, and that is bread and butter what you want to see in any like RPG ever. So Dessa wants to try and hover around the max overclock level. The thing that Dessa did in the system sector where he did his overclock finisher resets your overclock back to level 1 and you have to grind it up again. So Dessa's going to be very careful and using his commands offensively instead of his normal attacks, because the commands don't actually increase the overclock gauge. Okay, Dark Side, boss for Destiny Island. For this fight, the start of it is as you would see him in other KH games. He'll punch into the ground, and Dessa's going to be very aggressive on the fist. If things go well, we're going to be seeing a 2 cycle, which will be great. He's also going to be ignoring the shadows, because I mentioned about the overclock gauge. He does not want to get his overclock finisher early. Oh, that lock on. I think this should be fine.
All right.
Okay, swag finish. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, that sure wanted to be part of it. Join in on that.
He wanted a piece.
Yeah.
And so now the recoded elements come out now, where the coded blocks are part of the fight. Very similar gimmick where Dessa's going to want to try and go for a 2 cycle. Darkseid will punch into it, and instead of summoning shadows, he produces a massive AoE. And this attack as well. It's a very, very cool attack, to be fair.
Generally, like, it's a really cool take on the dark side boss in general, because we've seen lots of iterations of it, and it's always been just like, oh yeah, you just like hit him for like a minute or so, and then you're good.
Yeah.
But this one actually brings unique elements into play, and kind of teaches you that this game definitely like does not even shy away from trying to be a bit more unique.
Right.
Right. And this one has 3 phases, and it honestly like really well shows what this new combat is about, because as you said, like the first one is, as everything we know, just like whack the hand until it's defeated. Then the second part is you have to combine the blocks and the boss itself. And now the guy just turns into a block completely.
Yeah. So these yellow blocks are called danger blocks, and Dessa actually will get hurt by contact. And throughout the run, we're going to be moaning and groaning about these blocks because they are a nuisance to deal with. For here, Dessa just wants to poke into the block. We do want to be careful because there is a risk of dying if you're playing a bit too aggressive, but Dessa's able to, very nice to get in there. And yeah, just poking in it is, oh.
Get it!
Oh.
Get it!
Get it!
No!
Oh, no.
Nice.
Yeah, this guy.
Oh, wait, I got him. Oh! Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's like, funnily enough, one of the scarier fights in early game, just because, and we weren't, I didn't mention it yet, we will mess with that in a bit. You have so-called cheats in this game. I mean, how do you call it? Like, dang it, I can't even stop myself.
You're in the hole now. They know.
So, yeah, this game is like, all like trying to be computer-ish, I guess, for lack of a better term, where you have chips that increase your stats. Like, for example, we're gonna be getting a blank chip right here. We have HP chips, strength, anything that is a stat basically becomes a chip. Even resistances and elemental affinities. And the so-called cheats are the main gimmick of this. We're using the stat matrix right here. And this first cheat that we unlocked, which is there from the very beginning, it allows us to change the difficulty. We start with standard because on standard, or generally like on any difficulty, the rewards change. You have like a tiering system for the boss. S rank, A rank, and B rank. And depending on the difficulty you go with and the rank you get different rewards. And of course, higher difficulty means better rewards. So we're trying to be dark side on standard because that gives us fire edge if we get an S rank, which is really not hard. All the, I guess, regular challenges, I'm gonna call them, we can easily get S ranked out because they're mostly just based on how fast you are, and we're at least like trying to go fast.
There's a really important point, which is pretty unique to this game, is there are actually speedrunner chips that you can get in game. And these chips act as like a bonus level up, where they share the same effects as level ups. And so Dessa, very nicely, it's very fitting. We want to try and just get those chips because they're free level ups and free stat buffs. So hopefully we got it for Destiny Island. We'll be finding out later. Not important if we do, but it'll be a nice boost. For as we progress, we're going to be getting access to really good spells. Thundara is the spell we're going to be using quite a lot throughout the run. And spells in this game give status effects to enemies. Thunder applies static to enemies, and static.
You know, I was playing K-Shop.
And static is, you'll see they have like a pulsing yellow aura around them. And if they make contact with you or an enemy, they'll receive a massive hit of damage. That's the main status effect we'll be kind of centering the run around. There is a burn effect for fire, which we don't really... We see that applied more to Sora than we do see it applied to enemies.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, those two status conditions are the ones we'll be messing with for the run.
All right, then I guess while we're currently progressing, if we have anything.
We've got $15 from Ivanisha. Says, I hear this Dessa guy is kind of good at this video game. And that is going towards the Fort Boyard Heroic Mode incentive. Don't forget, whenever you donate on the right side to select an incentive for that. Are you good at Kingdom Hearts, Dessa?
I mean, I'd like to pretend.
Debatable. Be a good and I'll chill out a bit for him. Des is actually one of a very small group of people who have actually beaten all Kingdom Hearts games in one sitting, which is insane, very impressive. And yeah, man, we gotta take you away from these games, right? we gotta separate you from the games.
And the monopoly on this.
Yeah. So these fights very early on are pretty basic. Shadows are your main encounters. For that fight, Dessa took advantage of the auto-lock. With the spawns being consistent, Dessa was able to use his movement commands and just like zipping all the way between the Heartless without even needing to have them on screen.
Want to introduce him to my nemesis?
Would love to. So
Oh,
I have with pleasure. So this boss is system sector specific. It's called the core blocks. This enemy has given Dessa a lot of sleepless nights, and the gimmick or the mechanics of this boss is basically he will slither around the map and have a trail of danger blocks behind him, which will alternate between danger blocks and a different block in the game. Sometimes in our favor, but sometimes there are lava blocks. Ooh,
That's how it worked out.
very spicy. Yes, they can change their blocks. Perfect scenario is they change to lava blocks, which blow up on impact, which also damage the core blocks. Worst case is we get an indestructible block, where we have to just wait.
Exactly. So as Logic mentioned, it can turn to any of the available blocks, and any blocks means it can also, like, it can turn to these red ones, the prize blocks, the explosive blocks, and also turn to metal blocks, which are indestructible, ghost blocks, which just phase in and out of existence and are also indestructible, or bouncers, which are generally also just like another layer of indestructible boxes that can appear. But the worst part really is that later on it can mess us up real bad.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate when you're on a really good pace and you have to deal with a bunch of core blocks and just a few of them decide to switch to an indestructible block. And the phases take a good bit to change too, so it's a really unforgiving thing to have happen.
And you'd think that's like about how bad as it gets, but it does get worse.
It's so much worse.
These guys are jumping around. Like, as long as they have blocks trailing behind them, they will move. And they can move anyway. They can just jump into the air, disappear, and never come back. I actually once, funnily enough, had a run, died to that. I really hope that doesn't happen again. We already passed the point where it did happen to me. The chain of blocks just decided to go out of bounds and never come back.
It just left, it was out, had enough.
I remember people like started beaming about it, just putting all kinds of music over. I think Ren just put like some Spanish song about a boat departing or like that over there.
Yeah, that boss, we laugh through the pain on that one because that boss is rough at times. This system sector, for the initial ones, they prove to be tutorials to kind of show you the blocks you have to deal with and the enemy types you deal with too. This system sector has the phantom blocks, the green ones that fade in and out, the bouncy blocks, and very nice.
That's it.
That's it, yeah.
Combination of the two.
Right. And it kind of lays everything out in a puzzle for you to figure out the foundations, or like, oh, we're gonna use these blocks for this style of puzzle, and you piece it together and figure out, and then later in the game they combine the blocks and you have just these system sectors where every block is used to its like maximum availability and like potential, and it proves to be some really fun system sectors later in the game.
Shoutouts to No More Bugs, by the way. That song's really good. I'm glad they chose that one to play during the system section, not something like DDD.
We don't talk about DDD. The music is it's a gem. Honestly, this game has a lot of charm to it, and the uniqueness of it is really really nice. It's a breath of fresh air if you're used to the main games.
Yeah, especially because like with the DS sound font, of course it like isn't as high quality as especially like the HD games, but I guess nostalgia plays a little bit of part into it. Some of the tracks just sound really good in my opinion on the Nintendo DS specifically, even just because of the sound font in itself.
Right.
They did a really good job of that, especially in the later tracks like against Antisora and all that. We've got Round the Note Buoy playing, the anthem theme. Really good, one of my favorites probably.
Oh, for sure, yeah, it's really nice. So as we mentioned, at this point is basically just Dessa wanting to be to hold his overclock. Yes, there you go. We want to hold the finisher for that large body. Dessa's going to be using a lot of thunders, but there's actually this metal block that is in a really peculiar spot, and the large body actually spawns like somewhat underneath it. So the usual shot where we jump and thunder over it isn't as effective. So Dessa did a really good job at holding his overclock there. And like we mentioned at the start of the run, Kingdom Key has a magic upgrade at overclock level 3, and then an attack upgrade at overclock level 4. So Dessa, once he gets to overclock max, is going to want to use a lot of his commands and try to... Ooh!
Nice!
Very spicy there, that was really nice.
So real quick, not to cut you off there, but the minimap actually plays a pretty big role because a lot of the blocks, Logic already mentioned how Thunder just... Okay,
that was...
I was not sure, I did not see the minimap properly. But Thunder just has the, well, thunderbolts raining from the sky. Regardless of how high up the target will be. Whatever it can hit from the top, it will just hit. Like that block, as you mentioned, is in a very peculiar spot, so I can't use Thunder as much. But in other specific situations, like just now where you saw me using Thunder in a seemingly random spot, I can look at the minimap and just see that there is a block that I want to get. I know that the block exists, I just don't know where it exactly is, so I use the minimap to line myself up and then just unleash Thundara to get the block. It's really useful.
Yeah.
Occasion.
It's important to note as well the star blocks with the silver encasing. It requires 3 hits to break.
Yeah, the gray ones. Exactly.
Yeah, the gray ones.
Or silver, I guess.
Yeah. So there's like when we had that moment where we did the Thundara and we had to double take because we didn't think we broke it. It's pretty normal if you're mispositioned to have it just not break. Oh, that's a beautiful like point to get
Perfect
to.
example.
Yeah. So
explain that.
Whenever you we're at the system sectors now where we have these tunnels connecting room to room, and whenever you finish a floor, it spawns an exit point. Worst case is there's this like setup where you go from very linear room 1 to room 4. And Dessa was in room 4, and the exit was at room 1. So you go all the way there and then all the way back. Best case scenario, it spawns in the same room as you. Worst case is what we got, sadly.
Yep. Because many of the system sectors are actually consistent. All the ones up until that previous one are consistent. The one in Destiny Islands, the first two in Traverstone, they're 100% consistent. I know exactly where the enemies are. I know what they're gonna do, or at the start at least. And I know where to head at the end, because the terminal or the link, depending on if you're exiting or just changing floors, it spawns at the same location every single time. But with the random system sectors, the rooms are like there's only so many rooms that exist, and every room has its set spawn. But the arrangement of rooms and which rooms actually spawn is completely random, which means that I can just get a trick by the game basically by just getting the worst rooms and the worst layouts possible, and I can't do anything about that. Just have to
smile through the pain.
Yeah, smile through the pain, exactly. I just have to sit there and hope that, all right, let's hope that the exit doesn't spawn too far away, and then we get something like the previous sector.
Yep. Salt on the wound, you could say.
All right. And this system sector is also like not too special. It has a few more elements that it introduces that won't really they won't really add too much to the run. So if we have anything else.
Absolutely, we've got $10 from IMJV, who says, "Hey, Dessa and Logic, happy to see Resident Evil coded at ESA." I got that right, yeah? Good luck with the run, guys, and have fun. That's also going to heroic mode in Escape Game Fort Boyard Adventure, which is coming up in about 7.5 hours. That's at $132 out of 1,000. We've got lots of incentives coming up. Make sure we keep selecting those when we are donating.
Right, so that previous block, which will never matter again, I think, is the slide block. And if you hit it, it moves. It doesn't get destroyed, it just moves around. This one will matter in 1 hour 20-ish minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, in like 1 hour 20 is where these will matter again. Right now, you just recombine the blocks, basically. Task can glitch through that. I can't. I haven't figured out how to do it. It's probably like very particular positioning, but they're very sensitive. Like if you hit them from a slightly different angle, they already go like all over the place. So I'll just like try to do my best to hit them together, break them, and go for it.
Yeah, it's really really nice that these early system sectors just kind of show you all the blocks. It also makes it pretty clean just to go through. Important to note as well that some of these blocks aren't used by the core blocks enemy, which is nice because like a lot of these blocks would just be indestructible, so it'd make a bad fight even worse, pretty much.
Don't have that.
Yeah, and as Dessa mentioned previously, these room layouts are consistent. I think for this world, this is the last consistent system sector, and so
it is the last.
Oh yeah, true. So Dessa, once again, he knows exactly where to go. the game has these like blocks to be like, oh, you have to use this now and this now, but because of the movement commands that Dessa took at the beginning of the run, he can just get to the top and fly between the top platforms.
Yep.
Something to note as well is we get SP throughout system sectors, and there's a little shop at the end. Every time we get the shop, Dessa wants to buy, at least in the early to mid-game, as many chips as possible, and some extra items scattered in between for excess SP. These are going to be pretty huge for some of the circuit board's ability tree that we'll cover in a little bit.
Exactly, like I'll go over it a little bit right now. The stat matrix, or the circuit board, sphere grid, whatever equivalent you know of, it consists of the chips that we place in it, but the difference is to like many other those kind of similar systems is that once the chip is placed, it'll stay there. And you can only swap them out. You cannot like completely remove it out of the system, which will matter a lot later. Feeling kind of tired, you?
Yeah. I feel like Dessa did in the Kingdom Come Deliverance run. We can kick our feet up for this one. This is a freebie.
I mean, just like what?
you are slumped, my friend.
And we've already been awake for 3 hours.
Yep. Our relaxing time's over.
All right, so every world concludes with a keyhole. Same with Disney Islands. It was just like not as special in that world, I guess, because that keyhole, we entered the keyhole to basically eliminate the bugs out of that world, or at least fix it, because like in KH, you, even like in the later games, you seal the word and the Heartless are still spawning. I don't know if that counts as plot holes, that's just like the residing darkness. I don't know, whatever. In this game, every single keyhole is unique in one way or another. The Destiny Islands keyhole just gives us the three-phase dark side fight. I like actually.
Oh yeah.
Imagine being tired. The Destiny Islands keyhole is the boss fight. Then we have Traverse Town right here, which consists of a... One might call it auto-scroller, but that's like for the uninitiated, I guess, because there are ways to speed it up. In the first section specifically, there's like only a very small way to speed it up, which is the fight at the end, because all these free sections that are upcoming end with a fight. And if you finish the fight quicker, you get out of this part quicker.
The side scrollers are pretty. They have some uniqueness to them, which makes it actually pretty interesting in terms of movement, especially with the abilities. As you see, Dessa has wind spin, which is actually really good for vertical momentum, and especially later in the game too. There are some side scrollers that are actually pretty interesting in how everything's laid out and the kind of skips you can do during it. So, yeah, it's
really not a side scroll.
Right. That's all right. And as Dessa mentioned, initially you might look at this and be like, all right, man, yeah, okay, we just got just get through this. But when you look a little deeper into it, there's some room for creativity, which is really fun.
So the system sectors, or like these side-scrolling sections and other sections later, they basically have a different take on the commands. This one, they all have like fire, blizzard, thunder, and wind as their theme. Fire in this case is fire lunge, which will be crucial here. Blizzard is useless, which is just creates an orb above you and deals some damage. The damage is like not horrible, but it's not that good. It would be better if it wouldn't bring the game down to like -17 FPS. Like the game chugs during that. It's terrible. Then we have wind spin, as mentioned, really good for vertical movement specifically, which will matter in a very late part of the run. And we have thunder rain, which I used in the first section. It just rains thunder from Sora across the entire screen. Used for the first section to clear the shadows, and right here just to like chill a little bit, have something to do while the game's rolling around. I was also mentioning that these things are not like auto scrollers but side scrollers. That's because either you have enemies to fight, like the large body earlier, the elevator would not start until I beat the large body, while the cycle still continues. So if you don't beat it quickly enough, you're going to be off cycle as well. And there are also some sections, like when I got to the top basically of this part, where the game does not start scrolling again until you get high and far enough into the screen. If you can somehow manage, like on revisits of this, because this game is actually kind of unique, you can replay the story bits and change difficulties, change other factors of the game, still give you a challenge even after a completely finished playthrough. Yeah, you can use abilities like high jump or air slide to get to areas faster, and that way you would be able to speed up even more so. But obviously that doesn't matter as much. In 80% that would be something more for New Game Plus, where we'd want to try and just advance these stationary sections as quickly as possible.
We will be seeing abilities like high jump and air slide. Those are actually on our circuit boards. But for right now, we just don't have the means to get there. Chips are the things we use to go from parts of the circuit board, but Dessa wants to be very careful with where he uses his chips. Because yeah, as you mentioned, you can't remove them once they're placed, but you can swap them around with ones that are already placed, which is actually going to come into play very shortly, I believe after Traverse Town.
Exactly. Now the third section. This third section is, you can see like the progress bar at the bottom, kind of quick. And that is because if you, that'll kind of matter later, if you do vertical movement in this, it does not advance the bar, like the progression bar. But in this case, we just fall down into the deeper parts of this keyhole. And this is where we're gonna fight the boss of this world. If you play KH1, you probably have a good guess who it's gonna be. Oh, oops, I did not mean to do that. You're probably gonna have a good guess of who it's gonna be. You see that right diamond there? I actually wanted to get there. I was just a little bit too eager on that fun ring, but it's fine. Not gonna slow up very much.
Yeah.
I actually want to position myself pretty like
that looks good. So Dessa wants to line up with the like code vein in the back to get a specific attack, which he got. And oh, that thunder ring does not do a lot.
All right.
So yeah, helps with that, I suppose. Yeah. So the gimmick of the fight is guard armor will bounce back and forth. Dessa wanted to position specifically to get the right pattern out. This is the good attack that you can get because it's punishable for the whole way through. And yeah, we didn't get the ability we wanted, but this should still be a safe fight.
It'll be alright.
Yeah,
it's a little bit slow if I don't get jumped on the entire time.
Imagine losing this fight. Could you imagine?
I mean, life, I haven't done that before. But it's, I guess, rather only if you play really reckless. It's fine. Like overall,
there we go.
It was alright. For not having fire launch, that's okay. With fire launch, the good thing about that, it basically acts as a sliding dash. So I can cancel my combos, or generally I can just cancel my combos with commands as you explained earlier. And with Fire Dash especially, it just deals really good damage, keeps me airborne, and it's really easy to transition in and out of combat. That I use a combo, I use Fire Launch, then I use a combo again. Just very nice to go back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah. This game is, like I mentioned at the start of the run, this game is really, really fun combat, where you're able just to cancel pretty much at any point in the combo for your commands, which can string together to make some really, really high DPS combos.
Ooh,
that was a
very, very nice.
You've been having some cool fights, to be fair.
Like, those Sundaras have been helping me out.
Yes,
really nice.
So for Wonderland, every world has a unique gimmick in this game. It's not your average, progress through the world, have it done kind of deal. For this world in particular, we need to help Alice basically get her story straight. She really needs to plead her case. If you know the movie, you know the concept, however, it's twisted a little differently for this game. And we have to find these Inklings. It says out of 16, however, Dessa will only be grabbing, I believe, 8 more.
I think, like, I never really thought too much about the number. I think we hit 5, actually. All the other ones are for side quests, because this game actually does feature side quests, so they're very, 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 like, kind of big ones.
Yeah.
Because it's basically just collect item, give it to the guy, get reward, that's it. And those items are usually not even, like, properly woven into the other, or into the gimmick of the world. It's just like finish a system sector, have enough SP, get the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So Dessa, like he mentioned before in the run, he wants to make use of the minimap to find these silver star boxes to pick up a couple of chips. And we're going to be, well, Dessa's going to be setting everything up like we discussed earlier. He's going to be moving some chips around. We want to use our blank chips and less meaningful chips to connect the linear parts together. And he's able to break this with a debug device that he had just picked up. And he gets high jump, which is very nice.
Right, now we're fusing the commands a little bit. So, we didn't really talk about the commands. Oh my god. So, if you fuse a command, or generally, let's like start from the beginning. I think that's good. This game is commands, similar to BBS, which I think this game actually has the better command system by far. It's way nicer tied into the game itself. You can install commands, and every command has a so-called, I guess, memory space allocated to it. You can hit 100%, but cannot go a single percent over that. By like, there are no means to go over 100% memory space. All more powerful commands have higher percentages. Like our endgame command that we use most of the run will have 24%, meaning that 2 of them take up half the space. But we still have up to 8 command slots. So if we use low percentage commands, let's say like just regular fires, we could slot in 8 of them, no problem. But with higher tier commands, I think the highest is actually 24%, I'm not entirely sure. So we can slot like 3 to 4 of them in there, depending on if like 26 is actually the limit or not. So we're gonna like jump around that, bounce around that a little bit, and unlike other KH games, like BBS, where you wanna try and have as many commands as possible, we are trying to go for as effective commands as possible. Similar to BBS as well, for those who played it. Well, I keep like nonchalantly saying BBS, it's perfectly one of the titles. But you can also fuse commands here, which they changed up a little bit. If you put the commands below one another in the same spot, it combines them, but it doesn't fuse them. You can basically like have that like a trial version of that command. As soon as you remove one of the commands, you don't have the fused command anymore. You can also commit to that fusion, which is what I did earlier with the heat dashes and Fandaras. And if you commit to those, some special effects can happen, but they like rarely ever matter because it's very unlikely to get them. The level ups, for example, did not matter, and the other things I probably won't even. It's not even that important.
That was pretty good, like, bring it all together. It was really nice. So something about these system sectors as they go now is you actually get challenges that you're able to do. Dessa bet 50% on the first one because he was confident he was going to get it, and only 10% for this one. This, you give your SP to then get more at the end. These challenges are consistent for every floor, and Dessa knows which one he wants to bet big on and just wants to ignore. And thanks to the... Okay, that's good. That's decent. Oh. Uh-oh. So yeah, Dessa is gonna wanna, whenever there's a core block on screen, Dessa wants to play as aggressive as possible. That was very nice. Dessa has a Blizzard on, which is a piercing spell, and if he lines it up just right, he's able to pierce pretty much most of, if not all, the danger blocks if he sets it up right. And yeah, this is the...
A little late, but it's still there.
Yeah.
Oh, to some degree. On.
Purple blocks require... No! Purple blocks require 3 swings to break, which... it wasn't as bad as it could have been, which is nice. But yeah, Dessa, for core blocks fights, wants to have some core block specific abilities to use, because if you go into that fight ill prepared, you have the potential to be really punished. It's a pretty devastating fight if it goes out of hand.
Yeah, especially if that guy starts running out. You basically want to give him as minimal amount of time possible to run around and ruin your day. So you want to just try and get rid of those blocks behind him, just in any way possible. It's even worth to change your like half your command deck just to make sure that that guy doesn't get away. We also didn't talk about this maze. If I would have gotten caught, I would have been sent to the entrance. Not like any specific strats you could do with that in any percent, but later or other categories, more completionist categories, actually make use. That's just pretty nice. Like just being able to route in like kind of like a death.
Right.
And now we got Alice's story straight. So now we're doing a KH1 classic.
Oh yes.
The Crank Tower. And it also is a hit-based fight, just like in KH1. One could say this is like a KH1 retrain.
Do you reckon?
To some degree.
That'd be a bit crazy to be honest. I wouldn't.
I don't know. Oh,
Oh, he was ready.
hear me talking trash about KH1.
You come here.
All right, so
So he took him too. Like you wanted a piece as well on the way out.
they all want one. Right now, I gotta assume my stance.
Oh yes.
Alright.
This is Dessa's mashing stance because mashing in this game is actually pretty important for these segments. Somewhat similar to the side scrollers, however these are more heartless oriented, where basically you are able to skip ahead and spawn waves early if you kill them as soon as possible. So Dessa is going to be mashing his attack, which is this beam of light, as fast as humanly possible to kill the enemies as quick as possible. Because, yeah, as Dessa mentioned, the DS is... always got to take a moment for that.
Get a little bit of fear rhythm. I mean, melody, memory.
Yeah, Dessa wants to like kill them as quick as possible because as we mentioned earlier, this is still a DS game, and if there is just too many things on the screen, the game will struggle. So Dessa wants to make quick work of it to increase the speed of the side scroller, but also not to lag the game.
And of course, just hit the music a little bit. So for some sections, it luckily doesn't matter how quickly we go. For example, right now, I could have killed this wave like 10 seconds later, would have still been alright, because the waves are kind of tied to the locations themselves. And both the location and the enemy spawn has to basically be done. The enemies have to be dealt with, and the section of the rail shooting has to be dealt with. That's when the game continues its wave. Sometimes you don't even have sections tied to them, just defeat the enemy wave and it immediately advances to the next wave. So it's not always wise to just go for the fastest. Sometimes you can chill out. Sometimes you have to try and get them as quickly as possible.
Right. So this is the boss of Wonderland, Trickmaster. This is phase 1 of 3. And Dessa is actually going to be holding onto the lock until he does an attack like this to catch him with the homing projectiles of the lock-on attack. And he also used his Blizzard Spear to also do lock-on damage as well. And yeah, this is where we mentioned mashing is like really crucial, because when he is stationary, you're able to get a lot of good damage out if you have a really good mash, which Dessa did in the end. You know, he's a bit of a practice man. He knows what to do.
Yeah, like DPS kind of matters for these sections. In this case, luckily these enemies are all just one-shots, so you just hit them and they're gone. But yeah, as you mentioned with Trickmaster, you want to try and spray the shots as much as possible, get as many shots out as possible. But the homing, like the lock-on attacks, if you get all the lock-ons in, they're not even that bad. They're kind of able to keep up with the mashing. I think the TAS also mix and matches, even though the TAS is able to just spray away. But it's still like a little bit of a mix and match. And as we mentioned on the side scroller, there are also specific commands to the rail shooters. Also, again, like same way, they're elemental tied: fire, blizzard, thunder, wind. Blizzard is what we want to see, actually, contrary to the side scroller, because Blizzard Arrow is basically just a guided missile going directly for the enemy and deals a pretty good amount of damage. I can just hold X and it constantly shoots a beam out while I can still shoot properly. But obviously it's kind of hard to like mash A while holding X without like log ripping or whatever. So what I do is I actually use the R button, because luckily that one's a shoot button as well. For some reason, like they might have actually thought ahead of that, which is pretty cool to see. And you can also hold the button to aim like this. You get up to 5 targets, and then more guided shots are sent out, which is really nice to just accompany with the blizzard arrows you have.
Right. On the topic of the commands that you find, the elemental ones, the game is kind of cruel with how everything's positioned for speedrunners' sake. Because as Dessa mentioned, Blizzard Arrow is the bread and butter for these kind of segments, but they always appear at the beginning of the side scroller, which is kind of rough because we aren't able to get use out of the other elemental abilities because we need Blizzard Arrow for Trickmaster.
Yep.
It's really good against them.
The elemental things also have like elemental properties to them, which might be obvious to some, but I figured I'd mention it. Like if I try to defeat the red Nocturne with Fireball, which is the fire version of the fire command here, it would not deal as much damage. Say with like Thunder Spear on Thunder enemies or other things. Which the other three commands are actually somewhat useless. Arrow Shield, I don't think actually has a like non-gimmicky use. It just like flings away all the boxes around you. It's nice to get like just big assortment of blocks away from you. Fireball is just basically a little cone of fire that is being shot at as long as you hold the X button down. And Thunder Spear is similar to Thunder Rain, the side scroller, where it just emits a wave of thunder that goes across the screen, which funnily enough, which also came up, but it'll matter here, but also it's behind you, so it's like a little, I guess, bell that a bell of thunders that comes out of wherever Sora is. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get rid of this first wave and collect Thunder Spear, and then I know where the next enemies are gonna spawn. As soon as I see wave 2, I just hit X and it immediately clears the screen and everything that's behind me as well. And then I'll just use Thunder Spear for whatever I have here. And this is where the Blizzard Arrow comes in. I gotta grab that and just carry that for the entire thing now.
It's really interesting you mentioned about the elemental resistances, because the the enemies that you see on these side scrollers are only elemental knockdowns, which is by choice to like, as Dessa mentioned, to make you really think about what abilities you're using and when you're using them. But yeah, for the run, with the power of mashing, we're able to very easily. Sorry, I got lost in the music. With the power of mashing, we're able to effectively clean up without any problems.
Was it the wrong part of the song? Alright. Well, these I want to get rid of really quickly if possible. You can get rid of them before the wall, but I kind of messed up on that. Which is fine, because I still need to pass through all of these. And then it's, for the most part, just really clear the waves and try to not lose your command, because if you fall down in these kind of levels, or, well, if you die, you have to restart it anyway, but if you fall down, it just subtracts from some health from you, but you also lose your command, which is kind of detrimental, especially if you only have one Blizzard Arrow. So I really want to do my best at not losing. But aside from that, until we have Trickmaster, if there's anything we have.
We've got a $15 donation from Anonymous, and that $15 is going towards heroic mode in Fort Boyard Adventure. Thank you very much for that.
Alright, perfect, because now we are very close to the next section. We had that bigger wave of enemies right there. We're gonna have the same thing twice right now on wave 9, after a sort of danger blocks. And this way you can start seeing where the game, it struggles a little bit, but it's... Oh, that was actually kind of nice.
That's right.
It was, like, not nearly as bad as it could be. And I can also, like, soon lift my stance, finally.
Yeah.
Like, I can only sit comfortable like this on my own chair, because it's also, like, leaned in a little bit. It's a really easy.
So, there's something to mention with Trickmaster that we might have missed is that phases 2 and 3 are almost completely the same. I believe there is some variance with his AI between.
Yeah, you can like tilt the screen.
Yes, there's that. But yeah, the way we deal with him is exactly the same. We never see him tilting the screen just because we kill him at that fast. It's really crazy.
Oops, early. Alright, so you've seen us getting all kinds of Keyblades. There are only 3 Keyblades that matter throughout the run. Kingdom Key, Olympia, and Oblivion. Which we have neither Olympia nor Oblivion, so we're gonna stick to what we know, stick with Kingdom Key.
Yeah. Kingdom Key is kind of a crazy Keyblade to get off rip, like even casually with the magic and attack upgrade. It's honestly insane that they would give you that kind of utility that early. Now, we mentioned about Dessa being able to replace chips, and he actually replaced some of his chips with his Speedrunner chips. In case you missed it when we explained it earlier, Speedrunner chips are given to you when you complete a world in a certain amount of time, and they are basically redecorated level up chips. They act very similar, but it's a nice little bonus, which falls very, very nicely for us as we want to do the worlds as fast as possible.
One might think one would want to speedrun this.
That's crazy. Could you imagine?
So for those speedrunner chips, we have most of them routed in, except for the final world, because, well, once you beat it, the game's done. And the first world, because while it is very much so possible to get it, it's, for me personally, it's like a, I think 35-ish% chance of success to even get there, because the timing is very, very tight. You have like 5 minutes, whatever that alludes to, because it's not RTA and it's not IGT either. It's some metric that we haven't really figured out yet, but it doesn't really matter too much because it's also very lenient for the most part. And the first one we don't route it in, but outside of that, World 2 through 6, we won't check for 7 either because that'll already be late enough where it doesn't matter anymore. World 2 through 6, we do want to get the speedrun chips. If we don't get them, it's not a detriment. Like, it's not like if you can't go fast enough in this game, you can't do a run. There are always backup chips. Right? Like, if I would use the Traverse Town, for example, I would go to the right here instead of to the left and grab a strength chip, which is, in the end, we only want the strength out of those trophy chips anyway, so it's the same as just getting the trophy chip. It takes like 35 seconds to get there. There's always backup for this.
Right. Yeah, that's the beauty of this game, is there's so much variety in the chips that you can pick up, and there's, as Tessa mentioned, just a lot of backup choices that there's no, like, if things do go wrong, you're not locked out of the route. You're still able to catch up in regards to stats. And for Olympus, yes, there's a lot to unpack, but basically Olympus is very different to how we see it in other games. It's actually a turn-based combat style now. And Dessa, when he attacks, he does a 3-hit combo, and he has to time the attack button to get maximum damage. Dessa, throughout the whole run, has actually set up his abilities in a certain way to get value out of them in this area, because the abilities you see equipped right now aren't the abilities we can use in the fight. They actually merge to create a Olympus-specific ability. The one that I'll wait for it to be on screen because it's very cool to see. But the abilities and how everything is set up is really important for this area, and this is the fight we get to see it.
Exactly, like all the commands have individual commands they transfer into. There are like, I think there are like 15-ish moves that you can even have in the first place, and you can mix and match. Ooh, strength, nice. You can mix and match them to get other moves out of them as well. Where is? And there. Okay. And what we did there is we combined 2 aerial sweeps and a Fandara, which combines into Subjugate. And Subjugate is just a very big AoE, which it hits everyone, and it's, in this case, strong enough to get rid of all the enemies. Well, levé.
Ooh, yeah, those red Nocturnes are pretty scary, because the way this works is when you hit an enemy or they hit you, you go into combat. And if you get hit from behind, they actually get a turn before you. Which HP management is pretty important for this segment, so Dessa, even just for time loss sake, just wants to avoid anything unnecessary.
Yep. And I was kind of like, I'm pretty happy about what happened just now. So after the Hercules fight, you get one of 4 so-called licenses. There are multiple licenses here. We're only going to see 8 during the 80% playthrough, but there are later layers of this have more licenses in there as well. There are 4 licenses we could have gotten: Strength, Defense, Scout, or Break, which Scout and Defense don't really matter, because Scout is generally just like never get preempted by the enemy, and Defense just gives you better defenses. While Strength makes you stronger, and Break is there to destroy every destructible or every currently destructible block in the area, which matters because if you have metal blocks, for example, they're currently not destructible, so they will not break if you break.
With how the combat works, Dessa actually doesn't mind taking a couple swings, because he actually has very nice. He has an accessory that gives him more HP at low health, or more damage output at low health. Sorry. And what we saw right there was Sora's limit break, which occurs as a 10% chance for every correctly timed input. And in a combo, it's about 28 or 27%?
Like 27%. Basically just like 3 10% chances back to back.
Right.
Want to hit it once, that amounts to around 27%.
Yes. And it's just a flurry of very strong moves from Sora, and Hercules does a unique one where he does 0 to hero, which we saw, which is just a big like charge that goes through the line. We saw in the mob fight that the shadows and soldiers were kind of lined up in line. Zero to Hero would pierce through and hit all of them in that line. I think it only has relevance in that fight. Otherwise, it's just a decent, you know, extra.
Yeah, otherwise it's just like extra damage.
Yeah.
Free damage, basically.
And
So, hardest trick in a run?
oh yeah,
Skip Cloud.
boy. Yeah, Cloud is he's a really good pipe member to get, and he is really useful. But in the speedrun, it's actually a minute slower to get him, which is nice. It's not so much time that he isn't worth getting at all, because it is very useful to have him in the party. It's just that for Dessa's level and the kind of times he wants and how everything is routed, it's pretty decent. You have really good odds even without Cloud to finish up the end game for this world.
Alright. We're now coming up to the end of this world. Not the end of the world, the end of this world. And this right here is basically just like a little preparation for the boss that's about to come. We have a few more licenses here, strength and defense license namely, and we only really care about the strength license. I'll get the strength license, defense license, why not? It's there, might as well get it. And now we're coming up to Cerberus, and I'll leave that one to you to try and focus a little bit on the...
Yes, so Cerberus is an interesting fight. As we mentioned on Cloud, Dessa would like to stay at low health for the damage increase, but Cerberus is pretty strong, so Dessa still wants to be careful. For the start of it, he used a defense and strength license to increase the strength and the defense. And as we go, we just want to get damage out. Hope for some boiling points, hope for some 0 heroes. And yeah, hopefully... Okay, Des is in an okay spot.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so Dessa right there used a single slow to roll out random license. And charge is actually a pretty decent one to get. Oh, here it comes! Oh, juicy damage there. Very nice.
Alright. So, yeah, the charge license is kind of what you want to see, because it sacrifices a turn to, in return, then deal triple damage on the next turn. And slow is basically just a random license, which has a 1 in 3 chance of giving us charge. And now that we're at Hades, we can, like, cool down a little bit. I'll go a little bit more on the defensive to make sure I don't get destroyed by him. And now I just... Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Now I basically just try to stall out a little bit of time, because my commands have to recharge now, and it goes, like, by the turn. It also recharges in the overword, but there is no overword in between. So now I popped auto life, defense, auto block, like regen. I just brought out everything, unleashed everything I could, just to make sure that I do not lose to Hades. Because if you lose to Hades, you also have to go back to Cerberus, which you really don't want to do.
Yeah, and Dessa still has the buff from the low health. You can tell from the siren in the background as well. And yeah, we want to... Hades is going to be very, very similar until we hit a certain HP gate, but you know, a couple boiling points. Yeah, there we go. And now Dessa is going to be...
Alright, I have another strength lesson. Could have just popped it. I could have actually made this even faster, but it's fine.
Oh yeah.
I forgot about that.
So Hades is now second phase, where he actually has the potential to yeah, this attack and summon shadows. Summon shadows is it's like okay. Fireball is nice if we're not in crit health, just to like get us down there a little bit. But with regen, it's like once we're out of that threshold, it's pretty hard to get back unless he really focuses you.
Yeah, the regen is really just there to make sure that I don't lose, because it's a marathon setting, don't necessarily need to go crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, Dessa doesn't have to do much thanks to auto block.
Right, no bowling points. That's kind of sad.
It's crazy. I think it's worth to mention when we practiced this run yesterday. I think it was on Cloud. Dessa got 3 boiling points back to back to back. Like an insane fight in general. Like we both went crazy in the practice room when he got it, because it was one of the best fights that we had ever seen. It was incredible. Sadly, we don't get the same treatment.
There we go.
Very nice. Love that.
So basically, Hades doesn't really change no matter what you do, as long as you defeat him when your commands up. I scrolled through my commands a little bit to see how far I am, and luckily I got the charge license earlier, so I was able to just pop it and then immediately go for the kill, because as soon as I have Star of Faith ready, I can just end the fight. So I basically just try to stall turns until that point happens. And because I got lucky with Cerberus earlier, getting the charge license at random, I was able to just pop it and immediately start. Which is why it didn't even really matter that I missed out on the strength license, because the fight would have ended at that point anyway.
If the fight goes on past Star of Faith, then we're in some dangerous territories, but with how we do those fights now, it's pretty nice just watching the health get looped for both Cerberus and Hades.
Alright, now Agrabah. Everyone's favorite part. Like, we were, like, even when just getting ready for counter, we realized, like, hey, Agrabah kind of sucks in every single game.
Yeah, Agrabah in the speedrun for this game is where runs go to die. It's a bad place. There's a lot of RNG. Odessa has seen the worst of the worst in this area, and hopefully no one else sees that today. But yeah, it's a time for sure.
Somehow they were able to put RNG in every single iteration of Agrabah, and it was always bad. Like KH1, nobody likes Agrabah. Everyone is just happy. Well, nobody likes Agrabah is like wrong statement, but everyone like dreads Agrabah in terms of like, oh, yes, I'm not being today.
Yeah, like, well, let's see, like, what happens.
KH2, it's like, I guess KH2 is like the tamest version of it, but it's still like kind of meh.
Yeah.
Even Days has some interesting Agrabah missions, like Antline.
Oh yes, that line. So for Jafar, we actually got Olympia, which is one of the keyblades that Dessa mentioned about equipping. And Olympia has a really good range, just as standard deal. So Dessa is actually able to very nicely use the initial swing to cover the distance without needing to like run around. Oh,
hey,
that was a cheeky teleport, to be honest.
That's the second one too.
And so yeah, in a perfect fight, as we've seen, minus that teleport, Dessa just wants to go back and forth before Jafar can even get an attack out, thanks to the range of Olympia. Olympia is more so used as a utility keyblade more than a DPS one, just because of the underswing. But it's still, oh, here we go.
So yeah, this is the first part where Agrabah kind of starts raining a little bit. You have 5 rooms here. 4 of those rooms are of relevance because we now have to search for Yago 3 times. He can be in any of the 4 rooms that I'm checking right now, and obviously it has to be in the last one. So it's a 1 in 4 chance. All the rooms have the same chance. It's really just running around, and if you see him, try to get to him as quickly as possible. Every room has like 2 or 3 locations where he can be. If you don't get to him quickly enough, he just roams around within the room. He can respawn in the same room, which is why I'm going to re-enter right away, but this is basically just hoping that I don't get completely trolled by the game, and yeah, not really much more to it. There's not even music, so let's like bridge it with some donations if we have anything.
Absolutely. We've got $15 from Glint153. He says, good luck, Dessa and Logic, for your run later. Chat, you have no idea how much talent is on your screen right now. GG. And that is going to the Play with the Monkey character in the Out Foxies later on tonight. And that is sitting at 55 out of $500, which is the fun and difficult category, I believe. Dessa, can you just tell, how good are you at Kingdom Hearts? Can you just tell us more about that?
I'm like, this good.
I'm 5 goods.
5 good.
Dessa is a machine in the cage scene.
You're the one to talk.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Dessa, as I mentioned before, he is a juggernaut for the cage series. He every cage game he has had his run in with and has like set the standard in many categories. He's definitely someone to look up to if you ever wanted to run a Kingdom Hearts game. Of course.
All right. Speaking of looking up to, neither of us are actually pretty tall, so these enemies are kind of towering over.
Yes, this is the first instance of the green buffed enemies where they are enlarged and they have more HP and more stagger. However, we have now gotten access to Magnera. Magnera is really interesting, actually. It pulls enemy... I think this should be fine. Yeah, we're good, hopefully. It pulls enemies into a swivel, nice, right above the magnet. And something really interesting is the swirl, when they're stuck in the magnet, counts as a status effect. So if they get inflicted with shock or afterburn or any other status effect in the game, they will actually fall out the magnet, which can be a little scary depending on which enemy you have in the magnet to begin with. Thankfully for that, Dessa got a bit dicey, but he was able to clean up pretty nicely.
Yeah, that went well, then scary, and I'm back into well. So something I conveniently ignored because I forgot about it like 3 or 4 times. Olympia has a different moveset, as mentioned, because there are basically 3 types of moveset in this game. The basic moveset you know from most of the KH games. Then there's the Sonic arts, which we will never see because those Keyblades are usually kind of weak for the speedrun. They don't really have as much damage output, and they just like bounce around a little bit, waggle the dagger a little bit. But Olympia, as well as 2 other Keyblades, have the impact arts, which is basically slow and deliberate swings that slow and deliberate swings that also deal quite a bit of damage. And that's where we're using Olympia right now, because it is one of those Keyblades with impact arts on it. Jesus. And we kind of just want to make use of that because it's quite a bit better than the standard movement set. It also helps us with some movement later, but it also has the benefit of, it doesn't have attack upgrade, at least not on level 1. It does on level 2, which used to be like a backup route, but by this point we're killing so little enemies of Olympia that it's not really in play anymore.
You have run into almost every bull possible.
Don't. I'll get this one just for you.
Oh yes. Oh.
Okay, and yeah, so Olympia just generally has high DPS, and the level 2 ability is really nice because it's Brick Wall, which means that we will not be able to get staggered out of our attacks. I'm gonna carefully say as easily because I want to say I've seen like a few instances where I did get hit out of attacks, but
Yeah.
it's not no, it's not what he.
Yeah, and it's also, it's a really nice, that's a shame, it's a really nice perk to have, but also kind of troublesome depending on how you play. If you're a pretty aggressive player and you have Brick Wall on, and you're kind of getting lit up by the enemies, but you just don't realize, you can just die and like, you're like, oh yeah, I should have realized.
Game's bad.
Yeah. And there's something as well that happened that we didn't touch on earlier in the run that's really unfortunate, is there is a small window between when you use a command and when it actually comes out. And Dessa actually got hit when he used the command, but just before it came out, which basically means that nothing happens and you have to wait the recharge time. It's always a devastating like thing to have happen, just like that very small window, that you're getting caught out by that. It's pretty rough, honestly.
Yep. Not a fun time.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, you saw that, by the way? Good old dodge slash?
I did.
It's actually good in this game.
Oh, thank God.
You don't see it a lot, though. It's an AoE move here.
Yeah. At least it's useful in one game. Thank God.
Gotta remake the videos. Good abilities and recode it.
Very nice. So, these...
Oh, I didn't even notice. This is bad.
Oh, these one, thankfully. So yeah, these blocks bugs are actually kind of scary. They're probably the most aggressive enemies in the system sectors, and very sadly, there will be a blocks bug, which
Yep, they're
we'll see later.
part of this game. They are an enemy.
They're something. They're true.
They exist.
Yep. Dessa's therapist has heard about them a lot. It's been a very very talked about thing, and we'll save the trauma for when we have them on the screen. But yeah, for this area too, if these lava blocks weren't here, this fight would be extremely scary because, like I mentioned, the blocks bugs are just very aggressive enemies in general. When you give them buffs, especially the yellow and blue buff, it's a bad time. Like, it's really terrifying if you do get caught out.
If block bugs would be like the worst thing, that would be great. But oh my god, you're not ready.
Yeah.
You know,
I almost feel bad.
Exactly.
Like, yeah. Like, people are gonna see it and then realize, like, oh wow, that's like, the day's gonna get worse. Oh, okay. So we mentioned
really bad sector
yeah,
overall.
this is a doozy. So the optimal room layout. We're at the point now where the system sector layouts are just random. Dessa just plays it as he sees them. And we do hope for circular layouts where room 1 and room 4 connect. But we sadly have to deal with what we have on the screen right now. And if Dessa is as unlucky as I know him to be, Yep. Yeah.
Not again!
Yep. Oh, he's got his running shoes on. He's on his way. That is. It's always funny to have a little laugh at it, but deep down it's like, damn man, why? You right, man? Oh. It's okay. And yeah, as we mentioned before, the shops are mainly just used to pick up some extra chips and debug devices. It's a really good place to pick up a lot of chips, so Dessa wants to be sure that his SP is very nice throughout most of the, if not all the system sectors in the game.
Exactly. Usually if I end up messing up in a speed challenge, it can actually result to like very, very bad situations. And where I usually would want to either grab a lot of backup chips, or I just straight up repeat the system sector. Because if it happens later on, it doesn't matter as much. At some point, those challenges actually become irrelevant, and the rewards we get out of them as well. Actually, now that I think about it. Actually, no, they never get irrelevant. But it's not like a deal breaker. This game is like routed very tightly at this point. Like before, I think it was like 2019 when I started with this specifically. Before that, this game was one of the most difficult ones to run and people were dreading it. And even now, like I still have a lot of tight spot in this route, but it's not like nearly as bad as it used to be. And you can always tinker with a lot with the chips in this game. Like I've skipped on at least 10 chips. You can get more debug devices. Oh, we did talk about it for a second. To unlock abilities, you can just generally go safe, defeat extra enemies, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, it's really nice that it's not a punishing route, and there is a lot of flexibility and creativity that can be had with the route. Something as well that we mentioned with the debug devices is that Dessa actually used one to get air slide, which is a really good ability in general, but when it's paired with Olympia, you're able to travel very long distances and clear a lot of big gaps. For example, getting on this falling segment where, at least for now, we just have to clear the enemies to progress and the platform gets smaller. But
hey, where'd he go?
He left, he was out. Uh-oh.
I wanted to see what it feels like.
The anchor, all the way, the speed on that.
Just use the windsweep and whee!
Yeah, it's crazy.
All the way down.
Yeah, to get onto this platform, Dessa actually air slid into the Olympia swing, and without that bit of movement, you would have to jump from block to block, which can just be a bit awkward, especially with the enemies, like the air soldiers that spawn behind you. It can get a bit scary. That was a good fight, yeah.
Yeah, now... Logic. Can you tell me what Jafar is?
Jafar. Over here!
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that line in this game. In KH1, he has a really funny line that we started memeing about.
I love the fight in KH1.
Everything he says is in such a weird way.
The deliveries are honestly the best bit of the dialogue for Agrabah in KH1. Is a fan favorite in our friend group.
Especially for Dan.
Oh yeah. Dan loves him. Shouts to Dan. And so yeah, for this fight, Jafar is mainly more of a support boss, but he and the idea is Dessa wants to get a full combo out on him before he teleports. And oh yeah, this blocks bug. And yeah, Dessa is manipulating his teleport based on where he's running. Depending on where you're positioned will decide where Jafar teleports. So Dessa is being very careful on where he moves. The blocks bug was more annoying than usual because normally they're irrelevant in the fight, but yeah, Dessa lost a cycle because of them, which is a bit devastating.
I don't like my HP at all. So something we didn't really talk about, OC and Agrabah, which is like part of the reason this route is kind of difficult, we don't use cure. Whatever health we lose, it's like a Nuzlocke, it's gone.
Yeah.
So, especially on this fight, going in with, I think that's like 30% health, I will try and avoid getting defeated, but honestly, I am very much contemplating a difference right here.
Yeah.
Depends on what Jafar does.
I think you go for it. I think we have to go for it. So, this fight is Jafar, however, he is not our concern, it is Iago. Iago is holding the lamp, similar to the KH1 fight where we have to chase Iago down and free him off the lamp while Jafar is peppering us from the side. As Dessa mentioned, his HP is in a really dire spot. You have the meter behind you too.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh.
That happens.
Yeah,
that
that's
happens.
rough.
It's fine.
Yeah.
That was on purpose.
Oh, yeah, true. Calculate. Yeah.
Losing?
Never. It was the game's fault. Don't worry about it. Yeah. As Tessa mentioned, no cure. The only healing he was going to be able to get was HP ups.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay, now the fight is kind of easy.
Yeah. So that is a status orb that when hits you, you get hit with that. The same debuff that we just gave Iago, which even without the debuff, Dessa is able to time his combos very precisely to keep Iago basically stun locked.
So good.
That was a very nice fight. Redeemed the first one.
Oh, wait, definitely did.
And now we're on second phase where we now have blocks included. Iago's pathing, he likes to go onto these top blocks here. And, oh, that was a good dodge there. Dessa wants to basically do the same thing, and if he does get out, he will just go to the next corner. Hold on.
Okay, that's a regular one. Fine.
Oh, brick wall.
Oh!
Very nice.
Hey, that was really good. Usually you like drop down at some point, but I was able to keep myself afloat there. Very, very nice.
That was a very, very clean. You know, I'm actually happy you died now because you were able to show up that that was a really crisp fight there.
I thought it was on purpose.
Oh, 100%.
You doubted me?
Never. That was a pretty good aggro, honestly. We mentioned the RNG being a very bad factor. I think Dessa got about average on the RNG there. It wasn't.
It was alright. Yago was like a little worse than average, but it was alright.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Like this time I'll just be quiet for a second because I messed it up in practice. Yes.
Yes. So this area is very different to what we have to deal with. If you know, in 1FM we actually lose our keyblade and we get given a wooden sword, and we mainly rely on beast in 1FM. But for here we don't get anything. We're basically left to just our movement. For this menu, Dessa is actually unlocking the CP cheat device, where CP is the experience you get for the commands. And Dessa is sacrificing all of his experience gain now, only getting 1/8 of the original amount, but he's getting ×4 the CP experience, which is very huge because we want to set up our abilities in a certain way to get a really good ability called Judgment Triad, which is it's the big boy. It's like
the bread, butter, lettuce, mayo, everything.
Yeah, the full breakfast of Recoded. It's the real deal, and Dessa wants to have 2 of those for the final fights.
Hungry.
Yeah, I know, right? I shouldn't have mentioned full breakfast now. It's getting to me.
That hot dog was really good, though.
Oh, yeah. So this area, like I mentioned, is mainly focused on Sora's movement. This area just serves as like providing more puzzles for practicing your movement, making sure you're still up to standard, so you're pretty sharp with it. Dessa's going to do a cheeky air slide here, and to very nicely avoid that cycle. And
yeah, you see air slide flourish in this world, like,
yeah,
it's really, really useful, especially because now we're stripped off our keyblade as mentioned. It's really, really nice to see what you can even do with it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting air slide because it's when you have it, it's a great ability for sure. But if you have really good lines and you're really good at just maneuvering Sora, which may sound a bit silly.
Oh my god.
Okay, well there's the importance of it. if you know how to maneuver Sora really well,
I clearly don't.
Air slide becomes a very, very important utility. And yeah, it was a bit unfortunate the timing on that. Commentator's curse.
Want to see what Coda looked like in the phone?
Oh yeah. Oh, there it is.
You actually have a secondary camera mode here if you press select, but instead of the ego perspective you have in other games, this is like kind of the camera perspective they had in the phone game. Because you notice this is a recoded game, and it's still on a DS. That's because this is a remake actually of something that only released on Japanese flip phones. Because I think the refrigerator and my bathtub are the only that don't have.
Yeah, it's crazy the story of Coda. Honestly, like its history is really interesting. And now we have the King's Captain Goofy on our team now. Our man, our king. So, Dessa actually has his abilities set up in a very particular way. Dessa currently has 2 magic commands and 2 physical commands. And physical commands actually turn into Goofy commands when he's in your party, those being Goofy Turbo. Depending on how many and how strong the commands are, will decide how strong Goofy or certain someone, which you might guess who we're getting later, is.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, actually, I don't know either. I mean, we'll run into him, it's fine.
He doesn't have dog ears, really.
So yeah, it's again, it's really nice how it all works out because Dessa does. There he goes. Oh man. Dessa has his abilities, like I mentioned, set up for Judgment Triad later, and also has it set up nicely to get the most use out of Donald and Goofy.
Donald who?
Donald.
Oh, wait, no,
Oh, the duck. And it's really cool how this place works because normally you have, like, you can command Goofy to do different things, like focus blocks, just run alongside you, or focus heartless. And Dessa is going to be very specific with his movement to stand in positions and align himself in positions to allow Goofy to follow him and to target what he wants. This is pretty important because Goofy does tend to get a bit lost, and this area can be frustrating if you don't know how to influence Goofy.
Wait,
oh, that's bad. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it can get pretty bad if Goofy just kind of wanders off and does his own thing. And we have no real say in it from Sora. Like we have to figure out what to do in both positioning and just the mental of it.
I mean, we literally tell him.
Yeah.
It even is. It's a speech problem, right?
Oh, true. Yeah. we beg Goofy, please turn around.
Just like once. Come on, let me have it.
For us, for your voice. Come on, just do it.
So something that's like kind of unique to the DS games, and I just recently figured that out, and it's a thing in Days as well. If you air slide into walls, your party members actually teleport towards you, which you don't really notice much on Recode because it's the only part with party members. But with Days, for example, where most of the game is played with like Shion or other characters following you, it's a really nice little tech that I just kind of found an accident, because we had times where Goofy would just completely despawn in this section because he would go into invalid positions, and that means you have to reload the area, basically go out, go back in. Even if you're like halfway through it, there's no other way to avoid that or to remedy that, basically. But it turns out that if you just air slide into walls, they for some reason just teleport, or at the very least walk towards you. I'll use that during later fights as well. So you just had a little bit of a brick wall instance. We have the brick wall on our Olympia Keyblade. We also have Donald and Goofy. Because they might not look like it, but you might as well just put a building in front of us. It's like the same thing. You cannot move them a single pixel. And their hitboxes are not like their models. Their hitboxes are just rectangles.
Yeah, and pretty much I think every other Kingdom Hearts game you're able to freely like push your party members, but in Recoded, yeah, they are built like brick houses. They will not budge at all. So you gotta be very careful if you're going down these like narrow hallways, or you're like trying to maneuver around, because yeah, if they're in a certain spot, you're just kind of like waiting for them to get out of the way. And an important thing to note as well is Dessa had 2 Arogas on his command menu, which gave Donald Thundaga. Something to know, as we mentioned before, is they have specific tiers on how strong they are. For right now, they're both on tier 1 in terms of strength, but Dessa... Oh, Donald's tier 2, sorry, right. Donald is tier 2 right now. And thanks to that, he has a... Oh, right, he has an improvement to his Thunder. And Dessa actually is going to attempt to constantly use a glitch called Double Thunder Glitch, where Donald will sometimes jump up to attack enemies, and if you're able to get a Thunder out while he's in the air, the game... I don't know the specifics behind it, Dessa, if you want to correct me if I'm wrong, but the game will just double input a Thunder, because it assumes... Uh-oh. Ah, no sweat, no sweat. The game will use the Thunder twice, basically, because it misreads when he should be using it.
Specifics are press button, enemy gone.
press button, lots of
if
Thunder.
he's airborne for some reason, they don't... Like, he's able to just utilize it twice. It doesn't even use up a second charge. Really, really nice. I think I'm just gonna raid this on. I should have done it a little bit. I'm just gonna like that.
Yes. So with every Keyblade, there's a unique overclock ability or finisher, and for Donald and Goofy we have Spin Array. Spin Array is actually a really nice finisher in terms of utility and damage. If Dessa just uses it and does one correct check, oh no. If he does one correct check, it clears all the blocks around it pretty much instantly, which is great for clearing a path. And for full damage, when you do all 15, it does a massive AoE attack, which is actually very strong and helps clear a lot of enemies. We'll be seeing a lot of use for its damage very soon as well. Once we get to another famous section in one of them too, the elevator.
I'm glad I'm already on the block, so I didn't have to use the spin array to get rid of him. Because it does take a little bit to wind up, mash through all things. Because you can also just mash through it. The time at the top also decreases whenever you have a wrong input. All right, now the elevator. This is kind of like a time fight. There's a certain amount of time you have to spend in this fight, but if you spend too long, you start to lose time. I don't know how much time it is exactly, but basically one elevator, right? If you go around the full time and you still haven't finished the fight, which you usually haven't because it's not a quick fight, it usually means that you will start losing a little bit of time. You just hope it's not going to be as much.
And yeah, as you can see, Dessa has pivoted really hard into allowing Donald to have as much thunders as possible, which, again, conveniently enough, leads into the build that he wants for the end game for his Judgment Triad. So, the route itself glues together very nicely. There's very good synergy in regards to setting this up and still not having to reassemble some things later.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, these defenders, if you know them in one of them, you know that it's just a no-go zone if you're in front of them. And Donald included, if Donald is in front of the defender, even though the thunder is coming down from above, it will take Donald's hitbox as the decider on where that attack is hitting. So if Donald is placed in front of the defender, all of that thunder will be parried by the, oh my god.
Yeah, this game is also not able to render everything sometimes. Oh, he parried.
Wow. These wyverns are infamous of avoiding the spin array finisher. We had a couple of those.
You'd think the guys with the shield would do that, but
I know, right?
The bird, it's always the bird.
The guys who are placed directly in front of it are I'm not getting hit by this. So yeah, Dessa is actually going to sell a lot of his not needed commands, and you saw him kind of go out of his way throughout Hollow Bastion to pick up a lot of money. He's actually going to sell pretty much as much as you can and buy Muscle Strike, which is at 12,000 money, so not a cheap buy. And then he's going to use the remainder for high ethers. We didn't mention what ethers do, but basically ethers will increase your overclock level basically instantly. A normal ether increases your overclock level by 1 and high ether by 2. This is really important for setups later in the fight, or later in the run, pardon, for fights that are really tight and very cycle based. So the shop routing there's
hello?
Oh, okay. Well, the game had to take a moment to figure out what you wanted to do there. That was terrifying. Like, just hearing the music just cut like that.
I mean, it knew it didn't break or anything, but it just went. We didn't even have music anymore. It just went to full stop.
Jesus.
All right. And we're approaching another system sector, which elements don't really change too much. We just have Donald and Goofy around. They're both randomized, except for, again, the wages that we have. So, yeah, if we have anything, now's a good time.
We have got $5 from Mickey, who says, I seem to have lost my shirt. Dessa, can you explain how? And those $5 are going to the Fort Boyard heroic mode.
0.2. Someone got hit by demon tag.
Oh, I was blank with that.
Oh, yes.
Better get done with some material, I don't know.
So, yeah. The good gimmick of this system sector is that the Donald Goofy follows us inside, and yeah, this is where the blocks bugs actually become more prominent in the system sectors, and this is where the blocks bugs that keep us up at night are bound. There we are. So Dessa actually wanted to delay his spin array, waiting for all the cubes to spawn in that middle part there. There was a shadow still alive, so he was letting it cycle around a few times just to get that damage off. Oh, and...
well, you would think that would be the strategy, but I just...
I was giving you credit back.
I just got the time wrong, like, horribly.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no, my friend.
Okay,
no.
well, at least it's a short room. Okay, there was so much to unpack there. So... exit point was very far away, and we got approached by the Eliminator. The Eliminator is a reskinned defender, but he is a terrifying enemy to go against.
I mean, one would hope with that name.
Oh yeah, the name itself is enough to strike fear. It is a extremely powerful enemy, capable of one-shotting Dessa right now, and is very quick. It will just follow you. Once it's spawned, it will just follow you to the ends of the earth. So, yeah, very scary enemy. In a run, you don't even want to look at him. You just want to get out as fast as you can. And if you are unfortunate enough to have him spawn in very narrow rooms, you are going to have a hard time. It is very tricky to kind of get away from him, especially in the later rooms. Oh, it's chugging. Hey, at least you can help.
This is how slow the game can go.
Yeah, at least you can time these right. There we go.
We were getting one wrong on purpose. Oh wait, there's another. Right? Didn't even look at the map properly. Oh, I know which one.
Yeah. So yeah, Dessa still the room outline itself shows you what is going, like the contents of the room. And Dessa is so well versed in this game that he's able to see the outline of the room and know what. Oh my god. A tale as old as time, eh? My god. And again! And this is actually pretty bad because Dessa needs to menu. But
he's gonna be here as well.
Oh?
Never mind.
Okay.
Oh, well, I moved in the shadow. Whatever.
The shadow stood up in his place. So yeah, that was so like comedic how that all worked out. How two floors in a row, you get further spawn and eliminator spawn. Jeez, man. My god.
Yeah, funny, huh?
LOL, that was a good one.
So the bad part is that usually if you leave system sectors, the commands automatically recharge. I should have moved that fast. Now I have to basically run away from the enemies. Wait here. I'm not gonna wait to recharge, so I'll just finalize our build. I'll be combining Aroga and Faraga, which I've been building up basically, and combining with the muscle strikes from earlier to get Judgment Triad. That's exactly what we want to be at, because Judgment Triad is broken. Like, it's not like broken as elements of other games are. It's not like a one-hit clear move, because there's still like the memory cost to it. There's the cooldown and all that. It's like the most balanced overpowered move. It's like, I would say it's pretty good. Yeah. But there is no other reason to use anything else.
Right. And out the box, Judgment Triad is like good, but like not incredible. But with the build we've been working towards, Judgment Triad actually becomes very strong. And we'll be able to see it in action on this fight. Pete is a really interesting fight. This is where the fights start to become very technical, and Desso actually wants to be very careful with how he does his combos. So Pete has a stagger value, and Dessa does not want to stagger him that much. About 5 staggers is the limit, or 4 staggers, including that ball. On the 5th stagger, he'll get the brick wall ability and teleport away. And it can be problematic, especially in later phases, if he does get some actions out. Thankfully, in this first phase, we're able just to keep him nice and loose, which is pretty good. But yeah, this is where his DM or desperation move comes in, where he becomes this ball of lightning and follows you and strikes lightning down. It's very likely we will see this move again. I know there is like potential to one cycle, but it's like an extremely demanding thing. It's very unlikely to get it just willy-nilly. And yeah, Des is being very careful with timing his inputs. You can stagger him out of those punches. If you don't, he'll just do a big grand slam attack and then teleport away. So it's a good catch. That's also, if he is like a good bit away, he wants to close the distance thanks to Olympia. And try and keep him moved as much as you can.
Ah, there we go.
Oh yeah, there unfortunate to not get the like the initial hit. That stagger might have helped out there.
I think you would have still gone into that action. I still haven't figured out what it is, but it's probably some kind of action count similar to like KH2 has that system. A very prevalent system, very important system, and oftentimes overlooked because it's just not an obvious one.
Right. And now we have Riku.
Did we see that guy like 1.5 hours ago in Pokemon Coliseum?
We did! We made a mention of it, we had a good giggle about it. The second last trainer in Pokemon Coliseum was almost identical to Riku's like heartless outfit. It was crazy, the similarities. We had to double take it and like, wait a minute, that's...
You have KH in Pokemon? I know what KH forwards we're getting.
Oh, I know, right? It's crazy. We got Pokemon with KH, imagine.
Oh.
So yeah, for this fight, Dessa once again having to be very technical. Dessa's going to do a full combo on the ground and then jump. After that full combo on the ground for 3 staggers, Riku will then go into a move. He can either shield or swing. Shield is pretty rough because you're unable to swing from above him. You have to get around behind him. And you want to see him swing because you can get some hits in from the top. Dessa also wants to be very careful on when he uses his Judgment Triad because if he... it's a multi-hit move because you send 3 Keyblades, like spinning Keyblades. And if you stagger him twice and then Judgment Triad, only one of them is going to hit him and he's going to parry or block the other 2. So it's a very technical fight, and Dessa's going to be very careful with his Judgment Triad. It's not just use it when you have it, it's very particular with how it has to be used.
Hey, I didn't even see him pull up the wall. Just decided it's time to counter.
So this is one of the things with Brick Wall. Oh, I feel like... Yeah, we're good. There we go.
Fine.
A bit dicey, but now we're at that part of the run now where Judgment Triads, once we have them, we are able to have some utility spells on the side. Magnera and Cura being one of them is a very, very good spell to have on you, even at the highest level. And yeah, this is the Phase 3 DM, a very easy dodge from Dessa. That was very well done. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's...
No, that was wow. Waste to try it.
He whiffed.
I should have anticipated this because he was kind of building up. If he's idle and basically doesn't get to do anything for a little bit, he tends to jump away. Like if you play passively, he tries to close the distance that way.
Yeah, it's rough having to watch out for your attacks because even with the Cure, you can't play super aggressive because of the cooldown for the spell. So Dessa still has to be very careful not to get caught out by one too many things, or just to kind of to have this happen where Riku's destroying us all.
Oh, I'm dodging it.
Yeah,
well, because if you get caught in the crossfire of that, you usually get stun locked, and like especially if the Alpha Meta would just end the fight, and you would have to redo this phase. Luckily, you don't get thrown back like all the phases. You just have to redo that specific phase that you're on. Yeah, that was a kind of slow fight. You want to see sub 4. It didn't really go that well, but it's all right.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Riku was very DM happy there, but Dessa still played it very well. If he was any more aggressive, I feel like we would have seen a death. So Dessa played that as well as he could have for sure. So this is where the mechanics kind of get flipped around. I think it's got changed quite a bit. So we're at the part of the game now where we have to travel. We have to revisit the revisits of the revisits and get our matrix power back. Basically, Sora has been weakened and we are reduced back to level 1 stats. We have all our abilities and all our like Keyblades and stuff, but our stats have just been reduced by a lot. And we just have to jump from world to world, picking up little blue balls, which will gradually give us our stats back. We have to make sure that we're very particular about how many we get. We try to be within a certain window for Fight Slayer, because for every revisit we have a system sector, and we have a blocks bug at the end waiting for us every time. So Dessa wants to be sure that he is he's very well prepared. Oh, very nice spawn. Very nice. And yeah, as we progress, we want to pick up about 10% per world, 15 on a few of them. But yeah, this is going to be where things are a bit dicey, because yeah, we're not as tanky. We lose a lot of health and a lot of strength.
Right here. All right, so we also unlock dodge roll level 2, which in this game, dodge roll level 2 is actually really cool because it A, gives you more iframes, like way more iframes, which iframes are your invincibility frames used to dodge attacks in most action games. But it also speeds up the dodge rolls. You can chain them way quicker, and the distance you get is way more. It's really cool. It's like a really cool take on the dodge roll. You would think maybe it just like makes it more efficient, but no, you just get to travel fast, which is really, really good.
Yeah, another thing too is people might disregard dodge roll once they get air slide, but it's very important not to sleep on dodge roll. Something else that Dessa got too is he actually got a new keyblade called Oblivion. Oblivion is a very, very good keyblade, especially for these endgame fights. Basically given to you for the use of one-on-one fights. Oblivion has two... No way. Okay.
I saw him in action a little bit. He wanted to spawn on screen as well, wanted to show his face a little bit.
Yeah, we ain't having that. He is not showing his face at this marathon. No, sir.
No, please not.
So yeah, Oblivion is a very good keyblade, and we get 2 abilities from them. At level 1, we get Attack Haste, which is just a very, very nice thing to have very early in the keyblade's overclock progression. And Two-Edged Blade at level 3. Two-Edged Blade basically increases the damage you deal, however, chips away your health bit by bit as you swing. Something to know as well is Dessa actually took off one of his Judgment triads for Wind Tracer, which is maybe we were talking about when Judgment Triad giving it a lot of praise to then have it switched out. It may seem a bit weird, but Wind Tracer is actually an incredible ability for these core blocks for that reason right there. That's a beautiful use of Wind Tracer.
A little delete button, pretty much.
Yeah, if you time it right, it's beautiful.
No, that was good. Because Judgment Triad usually doesn't get the job done, but as you saw, it can happen if you get a little bit lucky with how the hitboxes distribute. Because they can like dissipate early on and suddenly like not hit the enemy. I don't know exactly why it happens, but it's also just inconsistent because it arcs around, it flies around a little bit, and you can't target the blocks themselves. Wind Tracer is just the hitbox that lingers, exactly, and just keeps dealing minuscule damage, but it's enough to get the job done because we just need 1 hit.
Right. It's really cool that some abilities which would not really find that much use elsewhere, that they have their uses in certain places. The Blizzard for that and the Wind Tracer. Because if it wasn't used for the core blocks, I don't know what other use they would have. So it's a really nice. It's really nice to have the variety there and to be able to just use different types of abilities, not just for like damage, but for a utility as well. Okay, so I looked away at my notes, but did the fiend spawn yet, or did I miss it?
Oh no, he's gonna be right here.
There he is. Okay. Let's break this down. So, danger bugs are, I mean, the name fits, they are a danger to society, they're a danger to everyone. And they have the exact same properties as a danger block. Uh-oh.
I was like, oh, yo, that actually was like really good the way I handled it, and nope.
It's always when you're like, oh, that was actually good, and everything crumbles. So yeah, the danger bugs, they have the exact same properties as the danger block, but they move. And they attack as well. And it's really awful because a lot of the combos in this game have been... Well, a lot of the combat in this game has been combos and string things together. You cannot do that against the danger block. Like, you are like at the mercy. If you have to have your commands at the ready, or you are just going to have to prepare for the worst time of your life. It's so awful to fight them, especially in groups. And for this menu, Dessa is using all of his basically blank chips to connect to the more linear abilities on the side, and replacing his useful chips in between the CPUs, because we didn't mention this before. When you connect the CPUs together, the little green boxes with the lightning in the middle, all the chips that you used in between those CPUs in the connecting wire have their effects doubled. So one level up goes to 2 level up, strength up gets doubled, defense up, or whatever you use in there gets doubled. So Dessa makes sure to stack level up chips, strength up chips, and luck chips. I think Dessa mentioned this earlier in the run, but I'll mention it just in case the new people to stream or if it was missed. But luck is the stat used to determine if your finishers deal crit hits.
Actually, regular hits crit as well,
regular-
but that's
oh,
like
pardon.
just in this game, which is
Oh, okay, pardon me then. So yes, the luck stat decides if your hit is a critical hit, which is signaled by like a big spread of white like beams off the enemy and massive damage. Which is very important because the damage difference between getting a crit and not getting a crit is kind of huge. It is very strong. And when you get a full combo of crits, you see the value. I was about to say, I didn't even see it like on the screen. It, like, it just disappeared.
well, I saw them, but they're like this. So the Traverse Town sector is bad, like in every Cthulhu Republic.
Yeah.
Because it's there you go. That's
Oh,
one
yeah.
of them. So Traverse Town, the developers had a little fun here and put the worst potential rooms into this system sector. Like pretty much all the layouts you can see are kind of bad, and the rooms themselves are pretty bad as well. Like this room, no matter what the layout is, it's always bad.
Be a bit careful as well. Yeah, there you go. Nice. And yeah,
That'd be crazy.
yeah. Oh, as Dessa mentioned as well, this is a very, 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 very rough system sector. This is part of the game. This is the part of the game where the rooms themselves are notorious and they really like go out of their way to try and mess with you. Like you see how big these like high pillars are. The ladder is actually sometimes just like differently placed in a lot of the rooms.
Sometimes it just doesn't exist, and you have to find other ways to get up.
Yeah, true, something like that too. And it is awful depending on what room. Oh, and
Taylor's all this time. Gotta
Yeah.
cross the entire thing again.
and if
We're looking forward to the next floor.
if history repeats itself, we'll be seeing the eliminator as well. Okay,
Ayo?
at the very least, thank God. Yeah, these rooms are awful, and it's even for Dessa.
No,
It was that no.
they're all along.
How does he know? How does he know?
I have to wait a little. This is.
Oh my God.
Let me get up there.
Jesus.
Wait. Okay.
Bro.
Wait, word. I wasn't worried.
I mean, yeah,
Wasn't worried.
Wait,
worried?
It was for dramatic effect.
I wasn't worried.
Just don't worry about it.
And we got a string. So, I mean, I feel like we've been throwing the word awful around a lot. This is still like a super fun game to speedrun. It's just like there are just little bits of RNG here and there that make it a little bit inconvenient in some cases, but it's really, it mainly really matters if you're going for like top times. For the most part, you can manage with getting real bad luck is what I'm gonna call it right now in these systems. But it's really not bad.
Yeah.
Over exaggerating, of course, a little bit for the effect to at least get the point across that it's not what we want to see.
Right. And yeah, as Dessa mentioned, although we joke and we have laughs, this game is actually very, very nice for early and mid-level runners because, as Dessa mentioned before, the variety and the backups that you have throughout the run and the creativity that you have with a lot of the route, it's very, very nice and very forgiving for a lot of new runners. If you're going for a top time, that's where things get a bit dicey, but...
I mean, that's with like most games. Even Mario 64, you have RNG sectors in there where you just have to hope that it works, otherwise I'm here and there.
Yeah.
Response and all that. Hey, yo!
Okay, you know what? A lot better. We're not going from
It's adjacent.
floor 1 to floor 5 again.
Gonna move this time.
Okay.
Actually.
So yeah, this is important. Dessa does want to menu before every floor 3 because he wants to have Wind Tracer early. That is also the problem with getting the eliminator is even though he might not be a scary thing, you can just get out of the way, he does block us from menuing. So if he does spawn and he is following us relentlessly, we can't menu. And with the timing with how all this works is we want to have Wind Tracer at the ready when we're fighting core blocks. And as you see, we are perfectly at the ready. So the moment he lands and conjoins, we're able to do some really good damage.
Oh, wait.
This is
Oh my god, I waited 50%! Come on!
No. Yeah, this is awful. Like, it's like, oh, it's so
like
bad.
recombine or something like
Yeah,
that.
there you go.
I'll play Snake.
There we go. That is a perfect example of a
I'll
value.
create and we're friends here.
Oh.
Never mind.
That's a perfect example for the value of Wind Tracer. Like, again, it's so good to be able to just stop core blocks in its tracks. Again, like we're gonna see it. It's incredible how good it is. It's amazing. Judgment Triad, although it's a very strong ability, it doesn't come close to the utility. But this
That finisher would have made me miss the challenge. I would have not been happy because I just emptied one of the last ones and I had one wave left that I could have missed.
Oh wow.
All right, now we got Wonderland, which is like pretty quick and like nothing really special. I just collect a lot of matrix power points and then enter another sector, which the sector in itself is dangerous.
Yeah.
Like we have potentially lots of danger blocks running around, and we even want to go for the high ether here, which, as Logic mentioned, it increases our clock gauge, so it basically gives us a little head start. We can start with 2H plate at the ready, because we want to make sure that we're able to dispose of those danger blocks as quickly as possible. And I guess while I'm collecting all these orbs, we have some time for donation.
We have a $50 donation from Thar. He says, yo, let's get it, Dessa. I'm glad this run is still at a reasonable hour for me to watch in the US. Shout out to you and Logic on comms, as well as Yida as Dan in the audience.
Yes, thank you, Thar.
They do.
Whoa. No, thank you, Thar. Very generous of you, man. Thank you very much.
Also, like, a very big part of the community as well, more so on the marathon side even. He was, I think, wasn't he part with Casa of kind of organizing the relay as well?
I believe so, yeah. Thar has been a crucial backbone in a lot of marathons and a lot of like fun events that have been set up in the KH community and other communities alike. So Thar is the MVP, honestly. He is an amazing guy.
All right,
You know, I'm kind of happy that wall's there. I don't want to play.
I didn't want to see that guy.
So this is where the rooms get weird. Where again, this room had no ladder, so it does have to improvise.
Oh, it actually does.
Oh, it does. Never mind. Sorry about that.
Well, I wasn't sure about that either. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Like close quarters where the danger bug is.
Oh, he's doing the janky.
Oh yeah.
Come on. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Jeez.
There are two more. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a metal bug. That's nice. I shouldn't have used the triad, but there could be another one here. Okay, where is he?
He might be.
Oh, there, another metal bug. Okay, we are. I've been getting really lucky with this recently. They were not too bad. And this.
Oh, and this?
Oh, there's a shadow. I'm just gonna menu next. There was a shadow, so the exit is right here. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Finish command. There we go.
Oh yes, please use the finish command.
I did forget it. It wasn't here. It was in Hollow Bastion.
Oh right, sorry. Yes.
That's fine. Well, I
forgot it too. Yeah, Jesus.
This one I don't really think about it. I just use it because it's on my A button.
Yeah. A little
Lift?
So something comedic as well is all the blocks are scattered across the arena as metal blocks and they turn into the core blocks. And if you stand on the core block itself, you're actually able to be lifted up as it goes up. And it's comedic and also kind of has its use if in an arena like this you are unable to access the top, you're able to get onto the top like that. And yeah, when we mentioned about floors just being like made against you, this is one of them where core blocks loves to travel to the very top and you have no access to the top. And you're at the mercy of him coming down, and as Dessa mentioned, there have been times where he just went out of bounds. So it's yeah, look at him go.
Come back.
It's rough. It's not great.
Oh, I thought he was met.
Yeah, oh man, so on the wound it would have been.
Yo, crit, nice. Okay, that was
very nice.
That was alright.
That was good.
Could have been worse.
That is a perfect example of the value we get from crits, which is why Dessa pivoted so hard for luck chips. It really it makes a lot of a difference for tight situations like that. Because if we didn't get those crits, we definitely would have seen another cycle.
And now we have the aggro revisit of the revisit of the revisit of the.
We're here a lot. We are here a lot. I will say.
Yeah, just collecting more matrix power, having a few walls to blow up, and hoping that we don't get bullied by danger bugs. So, yeah, if we have anything more, now would be a good time.
Did you know that we've got a prize shirt that you can get just for the duration of this event? So you can get it online at speedrun.score. You can get it here live at the event if you are. It is $22 per shirt, and depending on your shipping, it could be more around. But $8 of every single shirt that is sold is going directly to Alzheimer Fonden, and we'll be putting that in towards the end of the marathon. You can only get this shirt during the event, so make sure you get one now because this event is ending in like a day's time, and you can find out more by typing !merch in chat.
Really is ending tomorrow, huh? It's been a really good week. We got great runs. We had 53,894.
Yes.
Crazy numbers.
Crazy, man. This ESA has been stacked. We have had a lot of fun watching new friends and old friends, you know, bring their games to the table and just see how well some speedruns are and just how unique the speedrunning world is. It's honestly incredible.
Like the FF14 run, for example, that one was pretty fun to watch.
Oh yes, the FF runs have been pretty fun, honestly.
How many FF runs can we fit in this marathon?
Not enough. We need more.
Gonna go. Let's do it.
Ooh,
Okay,
this,
so
I see, okay.
this room we can tackle in different ways. It's a little scary because we basically just have 30 basic enemies to fight. But with two-edged blade, it is, as the name suggests, a two-edged blade. The more you hit, the more damage you take. The damage cannot defeat you, but it can put me into dangerous spots, like right here. So what you can either choose to go double cure and Magnera for this fight, or double Magnera and a cure, which at that point you kind of have to use the Magnera as a substitute for cure, as in just delay the enemies a little from approaching you, from attacking you. Or, oh wow, that arced perfectly. Or just like make use of the special blocks that are around to collect the prizes, collect the HP orbs. Just to make sure that you don't fall to the, like that, like exactly that. Just so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's really tough because we love the aggression. We want to see this amount of DPS, but yeah, as Dessa mentioned, is very scary because this room, as Dessa mentioned in particular, is stacked with a lot of enemies. So you are at the risk of just like in a moment of like inaction, you just can't do anything. You're just gonna get caught out off screen. So Dessa has to be very careful with balancing his health with two-edged blades. And in that instance, I don't even blame him for going for that combo because his health looked decent. It's just about how many times he hit a block in the magnet to then fall into an attack is like really unfortunate, honestly. It's one of those that you either have to play it super safe or you just go for it. Playing it just naturally, just a little safe, can sometimes be problematic if you're letting them run around a little bit more than they should.
I was almost sure that I went double cure this time, but I guess not.
Oh, even sketchier. Let's go for it. You are in the thick of it right now, Mike.
Don't worry about it.
Ooh,
Don't worry about it.
You're still going.
Don't worry about it.
There we go. Jeez.
Have you seen me die this run?
No. I ain't seen nothing, boss.
Okay.
Okay.
Right answer.
So yeah, again, this is doing very well here. He's picking his fights well. He's making sure to wait a little bit as well because he doesn't want to get caught out with no commands to his name. Because if he's in the thick of everything without any commands, he's just asking for trouble. And this, yeah, that blocks budge did not want to budge.
Just generally, like, kind of nothing burger that Magnera.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, this aggression is nice. Oh, okay, we lost two-edged blade, which might be a benefit at this point of the fight.
Oh.
Okay.
I heard him coming in.
Okay, very nice. He's doing
We already
very
have
well.
5 more.
Yeah. You can see the enemies defeated on the in the bottom screen next to the floors. It's yeah, it's a lot of enemies.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and keep a Magnera and a Judgment Tribe for the next floor because the next floor it doesn't have nearly as many enemies, but big enemies are big trouble. Usually.
Right.
Especially if it's air soldiers who are already notorious for just loving to be a little bit too invested in the fighting.
Yeah, they get a little too into it. This is it's very. We only have a few enemies in the run that have the green buff, but they chose just like the most problematic ones to get their green buff, I think. And yes, as I mentioned, these air soldiers are very aggressive.
Get over here.
He's in his rebellious years, you see.
He wasn't rebellious. His block was protecting.
Yeah, I don't blame Dessa at all for taking his time with us, because if Dessa does get too aggressive, then yeah, that's nice. He also wanted to be careful because he does want the SP from this floor, and the challenge for this was 60 seconds. So, although he did play it safe, he chose the right time to be aggressive, because if he wasn't, it would have been bad news.
Oh, there we go. I was wondering, why is my menu so...
Imagine just losing a cure. That would be pretty rough, to be honest.
I would want to go in with a few cures on this last one.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of metal blocks, because there's 3 core blocks to worry about now. This has the potential to be really good and really bad. If we just see one lava block change. If we see one block change, and they're all together, and the lava block goes off, it's going to be amazing for us. But yeah, normally Dessa just has to deal with them one at a time. Just hope for no problematic box changes. Yeah, this is when it gets bad as well, and they're just at you like this.
Chime in. I'm gonna be left out.
Yeah. It's getting firmer. It's a shame. Oh.
Hey.
Oh my god, wow. And yeah, this is just a weird one because they overlap with each other, and if they want to, they can just choose to vibe and not do anything, or they can choose to all of them just like fly at you at once. And, yeah, this is a very scary point because Dessa just does not have any commands available. Okay, there's a good kill there beforehand.
Any crits? Seems awesome a bit.
Yeah. It harps on the point again at how important crits are in the run, because you might know like Dessa's really struggling to get some damage out, but it's just like to the fault of not the fault, but just like the randomness of the game to give out those crits. We try and pivot as best we can, but yeah, as you can see, not getting them is really rough. It really extends the fight more than it should be.
Alright, now, okay. Now.
And
Any minute now.
it's gonna happen.
Any minute. Come on, come on.
Go on for Dessa. Amazing wind tracer, by the way. Maybe?
Yes or not, crits.
Yeah, I mean, might be nice, you know. You know, maybe, you know, just last combo, maybe.
Oh,
there
we go.
There we are, alright.
The last hit.
Yep.
So this might look a little funny now. I will be menuing twice, which usually you want to, of course, try and avoid menuing unnecessary amount of times. But in this case, I want to menu because going out of the system sector immediately recharges your commands. So I want my judgment trials to be ready for what's upcoming. But at the same time, I also have chips that I get here, a level up chip that I'll be getting from getting the XP in this system sector, as well as the strength plus 2 that I just obtained. And I will put all of these chips to good use because that's the last time we will mess around with the stat matrix.
Right. Yeah, as we mentioned, here's a perfect example of it where Dessa is going to put the chips in. There's going to be a little animation to show that the CPUs have been connected, and now all the chips in the middle have been doubled, tied. And we are still in the debuff area with the matrix power, so we're not able to see our stats actually increase, but we get a hefty buff from the CPU connections. And now we do the revisit fight of the revisit of the revisit. There we go. Riku starts in phase 3, and it's a very similar fight, pretty much one-to-one about how you'd want to handle it. The nice thing about this is we have pretty much our full build at this point. The stat reduction kind of sucks, but we're still able to make good work with him. Ooh.
I knew it. So yeah, this is kind of like the amount of damage we'll be doing for the rest of the run. If we get the critical health, we can deal a little bit more, but like like most of the time, this is about the extent of like how high our power level will be.
Right, and I think, again, we might have mentioned it, but it slips my mind, but the reason why we want to try and be low health for that little bit of damage buff is because of an accessory we got on Destiny Island, like right at the beginning of the run, which we've used quite a bit, but yeah, I think I might have slipped my mind on when we got it, so it's just a note.
Right, now the last side scroller for now, well, not for now, for this run, where we... Oops. Stun luck. Come on. No, I'm not. Cycle. Okay, so this is not an auto-scroller at all. There's only one part that could be an auto-scroller if you're not skipping it, which I'm gonna try and do. You saw me fire lunging a lot at the start, just to get a lot of horizontal distance. And now I'm carrying my wind spin all the way to the end of this, because there's gonna be a big vertical section. I mentioned how the progression bar at the bottom only highlights the horizontal progression, but the vertical progression is not listed there at all. So you're basically hitting the end of it and like, okay, where do I go now? And the only way to continue is going up. You would have to follow an assortment of blocks that just goes around the snake pattern, or you hop a little bit.
Oh,
you can get a little bit high usually, but around 6 minutes is where we're going to be at.
That was very nice. It is very, very nice how much you can skip from that, because that auto-scroller segment is rough. It's a good bit of time.
Air slide is another thing that makes it easier.
Yes.
Before air slide, it was miserable.
Right.
We lost so much time with it.
So, for Dragon Mel, again, a 1FM favorite, it is also based on hits for how she staggers. When she's on her feet, you want to deal 6 hits to bring her down, to have her head be vulnerable, and then you want to do a full combo with 2 finishes at the end to then stagger her fully. Dessa also wants to be very careful because he wants to make sure those finishes connect, because that's where the damage is if you hit those crits. That was very nice.
Like, you see me going for empty hits as well to make sure that my regular hits don't connect, just to get as many finishes in as possible, because 6 hits is, as mentioned,
Right.
I guess, like, hit counter, which you guess.
And this is where we really want to see the crits come in, because like we really want to. The more crits we get, the more cycles we skip, basically. And we really want to be seeing a lot of it. This run has had a pretty unfortunate crit RNG, but he's been still looping bosses very well. Things have not been problematic. That was a juicy one there. Very nice.
All right. So we're done with Dragon Mel. And following that is basically the last time we have a proper gimmick, similar to what we have had in the keyholes, for example. So,
Yep.
back to the mashing stance.
Position assembled.
Because now we're approaching the rail shooter of this world, and this is where you probably see the frame drops the most. Back in the day, we were a little bit weaker as well, so enemies took 2 shots, and the more is on screen, the harder it gets for the console, of course, to render all of it and drop frames. So being able to one-shot these enemies, actually, like, even though it doesn't actually speed up these waves, it just allows us to shoot less and have less stuff going on.
Right. Something to note as well, we are past the debuff area for Matrix Power. So Desta wants to keep an eye out for his specific stats to know if he's at the correct numbers. Sometimes...
Wait, no, mine are not getting one shot. What did I miss?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I know exactly what I missed.
Oh.
I'll show it after.
Okay. So yeah, this is one of the points in particular where Dessa wanted to be very particular about how he sets up his chips, with having them connected to the CPUs and doubled, and having the the important ones be used for linear out the way abilities. Yeah, as you can see, it makes a big difference. Like, just the single hit makes things just go a lot faster. As Dessa mentioned, it is problematic when, as Dessa mentioned, the game will lag if they're on the screen and you need to get a whole extra shot out. Thankfully, Dessa is a very good masher, so the enemies will fall still pretty quickly, but yeah, it's not as quick as we would like, especially for the bulkier enemies. That damage, like missing damage, does add up.
I forgot to get the speedrun chips.
Oh,
What's for it?
right. Yes. So we mentioned earlier in the run that speedrun chips are given when you beat worlds quickly, which are basically decorated level up chips. And yeah, we forgot to pick it up. That shouldn't hopefully be too problematic. We've done well so far. Like that probably does explain a lot about why some fights were pretty
Generally,
slow.
it just means I was overall a little bit weaker throughout this section, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think that that side scroller was the main highlight of those missing chips, just because of the 1 HP. And now we take it back to a dark side, but this time he is infused with the code. And this dark side is special because it's actually Sora's Heartless, which has been buffed by the computer matrix he's in. For this first fight, Dessa actually popped a high ether off rip to get a 2-edged blade immediately. And he's going to be doing 2 combos into Judgment Triad, the all reliable, just trying to get as much damage out as he can. This is his phase 2, where he'll do a punching attack through the ground. Dessa wants to punish those fists as it's coming up. You can't kill him until he finishes the attack, so now we can just wait. He's going to make sure to jump over this shockwave, because if you don't and you get hit by that, then he escapes again through the ground. So it was a good one. And now we have the part 2 of the fight, which is Anti-Sora, which is a personal favorite of mine. I love this fight. Everything about it is great. And okay.
Except for that.
Yeah, fight's awful actually. Sorry, never mind. And yeah, this first phase is just it's just a brawl. We take him down to DM health, and he does this DM. And this DM will end with the Golden Keyblade Mega Slam, which we want to, like, there's a little area highlight. Dessa wants to get in there and use Dragon Drop. Very cool ability, which puts him back to a shadow. The Dragon Drop ability normally symbolizes, like, the end of the fight, because it's a very free kill on the shadow after the fact. And right here, okay, this is fine. So, phase 2 and 3, Sora's Heartless will summon clones. And Dessa actually wants to line up horizontally to the clones and do 2 hits into Judgment Triad. And if he does it right, the clones instantly die, which is huge because, especially in phase 3, those clones can be very problematic if they're like flying in, because they have like this dash ability, and so they're just like dashing back and forth and like getting in, getting out, being very annoying.
There we go. That's
perfect. Judgment Triad, that's very nice. And yeah, once the clones go, Sora will DM, which is basically his own undoing. This is what we want to see, so it's happy days. Uh-oh.
Alright, yeah.
Very nice. Love to see that.
No, the fight's not done! No!
Wait. Don't clap! Don't clap! There we go. That's the one. There we are. Very nice.
It's like a five-phase fight. You go from dark side into free anti-Sora's basically, and then just a little shadow, which is basically like what Sora's Heartless actually ended up being in Cage 1 as well. For example, with Fallabastion.
Yes.
And same with Recoder here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Darkness is weak.
Yeah, as Dessa mentioned earlier on, this game it uses a lot of lore and fundamentals from the
I'll
other
catch
games.
you up right here. How do you spell speedrun?
Well,
With or without the space?
Oh, it's without the space. Rather.
Well, this game,
No.
it does spell it with the space. It was like popular way before the speedrun scene started, I guess, but I feel it's unfortunate to read every single time.
And yeah, here we go. Now Dessa is going to be finalizing his chips using the speedrun chips. The timings for the speedrun chips are actually pretty decent, minus Destiny Island. Destiny Island, for some reason, is very unforgiving with its speedrun chip, as Dessa mentioned earlier in the run.
I'm not gonna mention that I didn't get the Holobastion one.
You didn't? Uh-oh. Well, it's not a problem.
I'm not gonna mention it.
Yeah. We'll just pretend to move on from that. But yeah, we're at now at a very good spot. This is pretty much the build we're going to be sticking with for the rest of the run. And now we're revisiting the revisits of the revisits inside the revisits. So we're going through all the worlds, and the interesting thing about these worlds is that there are multiple endings for how these worlds end. Depending on your dialogue, the actions you take decides on which ending you get. For the categories of this game, that's irrelevant. So we just do the quickest option we can. For Destiny Island, the trio ask for your help, or the duo, sorry, ask for your help to find Titus, and we're just like, nah.
Yeah.
Like, we're just gonna get
Just
myself.
not helping in. Well, we say we don't help them, but we do end up helping them.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know, it's weird.
We just don't want to be
Doesn't
seen
make
with
a lot
those
of
dorks. We don't want to be seen with them. And now we find Huey, Dewey, and Louie, which the three ducklings, and I believe to get the right is it you have to find Huey, Dewey, and Louie, but in the order it's Louie, Dewey, and Huey.
Yeah,
that always
exactly.
throws me off.
Go backwards.
Yeah, you mentioned it backwards. For the for Louie and Dewey, it's just find them. They're hidden behind or underneath or next to blocks. And for Huey, we actually have this fight next to it. The nice thing about this stretch of the game is that the enemies from the worlds are used in this area, and even though their stats are buffed and they're stronger, they're still shadows, they're still soldiers. We're built to deal with them very easily, so it isn't at all a problem. It only gets bad when enemies that we had already struggled with get a boost. That's when it gets. Ooh.
That was very nice.
You've had some very, very nice fights this run, I'll be honest. It's been very nice.
Right, now that is Traverstown. We're now followed with a few more basic worlds. We still have like Wonderland, Olympus, Agrabah, and Holobastion to go. Wonderland is, they're all like very much condensed versions of what you were doing before. You were looking for Destiny Islands, we were just exploring a little bit. Traverstown, as mentioned, we're finding the ducklings. Here we're trying to get Alice's story straight and just help the world in general because they all have memory loss. And Olympus is actually a little different because we're not going back to turn-based combat. It's just going to be like not a tournament format like in older games. It's just more like a challenge format. We have 3 challenges that we have to beat. Agrabah, unfortunately, takes the worst part of its world, and we have to follow Yago or find him, similar to the run, and it's just as RNG heavy, just way shorter. Holobastion is actually kind of interesting because it does put emphasis on, well, just I guess platforming, because that really comes to the forefront in Holobastion with all the blocks aligned in a very peculiar way to somewhat weave yourself in.
Yeah, it's a very nice area where instead of like Dessa mentioned, instead of using the Holobastion gimmick of stripping you of a lot of your utility stuff, it actually makes you perform things that you've been doing throughout the whole game just very well. It's very heavy on the puzzles and the movement. It's a very, very good like final area in the game.
All right. So this first challenge is posed by Hercules. We're supposed to defeat as many shadows as possible. How do you think I can get?
Oh, I'm thinking like 50, maybe 60 if you play it right, but it's going to be a bit weird.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Gotta prepare for this. Like, gotta get 2 HP.
Right. That's important. Yeah. We don't want to use any items. We want to get to it.
All right.
8 buttons work.
Let me. No. There's like a little.
Oh, that's so.
Oh wait, there's a timer.
Oh no.
So
yeah.
the first challenge, you're meant to beat a lot of enemies, but it doesn't really matter. You always get the next outcome. Mm-hmm. The second challenge is defeating a wave of enemies, and then followed by defeating a specific enemy out of 5. Though that one will be consistent every time. Whenever you do that for the first time, once you repeat it, it'll be a different one. And the last one is just a bunch of enemies that we are gonna fight. So if there's anything we have, that'll be a good time.
We have a $15 donation from Geister Carl, who says, I admit, I'm normally not a fan of Kingdom Hearts games, but this version looks very interesting. Definitely underappreciated. Good RNG for your fights. And that is going to the Fort Boyard Heroic Mode.
Well, I will need some good RNG here, because, as mentioned, shadows are always shadows, but wizards and invisibles are always wizards and invisibles. It's always scary to face off with them. And it starts with 3 wizards, then we get 2 wizards and an angel star, and now we get 2 wizards and invisible who cannot get hit by magnet, but he's been like pretending like he could because he was just getting hit by those hits as well.
He was just vibing, yeah.
Yeah. He stayed for the vibes.
He passed the vibe check. He's in. So yeah, this area is very scary. Having wizard.
Ooh, stop 40 is great. Man.
Having the wizards and invisibles off screen is true fear because they, if left to their own devices a bit, they can really catch you out when you least want them to. And you would not think that with how well Dessa did that fight. Like that fight, or that like string of fights can be extremely terrifying, but Dessa made it look like his bread and butter, which was very sweet.
Now, Yago. He can be in any of these blocks. I honestly expect him to be like in the... like, I don't expect him to show up fairly early. A lot of times you have to just destroy all of them and then follow him throughout the room. Luckily, the following is not that bad because you just spawn in one of the 4 corners, and as I learned yesterday, he can also spawn in your corner. And you just have to hunt them down, basically. Similar to what we did in the regular world. There are also the other characters there, as well as Jafar, who gives you a little text box, which sucks. But you have mostly just the other Disney characters, which gives you a lot more time, because they have this dialogue.
Are we really taking it to the last block? There we go, okay.
And he's up there as well, which is very nice. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, fit to the world, it can just be awful because you're going to get every character with their dialogue boxes. You're going to have to really go out of your way to find Iago. Sometimes he's in the first like 3 boxes, and it's great. And other times you see it like that.
Yep. Can be super fast, can be take like, I think 45-ish seconds lose total if it really takes as long as it can.
Right.
So now, Hollow Bastion, we have 3 puzzles. The first one just introduces to us. We hit the lamp, and then we hit the little pedal. Now, the second one is the dangerous part, because we have the metal block, the invisibles. The metal blocks are like the true enemy here, because you can clank easily, and that'll just cancel your combo. So I try to not do exactly what I'm doing right here, as in fight them in that direction, but...
they are stacked.
there. Right.
That was actually great.
That still worked out, yeah. But they were chilling up there.
Yeah, we mentioned the vibe check passed again. Very nice. So yeah, we mentioned earlier where you do not want to have an invisible off screen, and that fight is like contrary to the rule. Where, except for that fight, Dessa had a great fight. Normally, the invisibles like to separate and do their own thing side by side, and you can't fight 2 of them at once if they're separated. So you have to like ignore one of them and just hope that nothing happens. So it is like a bit weird for commentary's sake to mention, like, you have to be very careful, you have to keep him inside all times, and then if the fight went different, Dess is just like looking that way, and the other guy's here like just throwing everything at him. Dess is just like, nah, I want this one actually.
Alright, now we have Pete, which Pete we can... please don't. Okay, because I would have had to redo the entire thing.
No.
You try and stagger him all the time because he can throw several attacks. He can throw skills, he can do his little punch rush, or he can throw his bowling ball, which we want to see the bowling ball. Hey, yo, he's stuck, nice. If he throws the bowling ball, we can guard it. You can either deplete his health or guard the bowling ball towards him, and that'll knock him out. If you then approach him, it's like a little secret way to beat this fight. You will then just continue. I was about to say, him getting stuck there is not like a bad thing, is it?
Yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah, that was actually pretty sweet. The fact that he was like kept there made things very simple.
Could have thrown that ball a little earlier, but...
Yeah.
So we have platforming puzzles. Olympia doesn't care. We basically just skip most of these puzzles. We only do this one. But this one I actually do properly because the auto target, which is let us swing towards the defender, so we try to catch this cycle. There we go. We don't have air slide here, by the way. Glide you would have, but glide is very bad at this stage of the game, and it's not worth the minion just for this. And then we go like this, skip the second half of this, and skip the entire final puzzle, but just, whoop.
It's interesting that the devs had the idea in mind that you would be able to skip it, and they tried to like stop you from doing so, but with stuff like Olympia, it's still you're able to make the jumps, which is very cool.
And now we swap back to Oblivion for the final fight. You want to explain? Because I will probably try and not die.
Yes, I'll do my best. So we are actually going to fight Roxas, a very a fan favorite in the series, and this will once again follow the principles of pretty much every fight from Hollow Bastion onwards, where we want to be very careful with how we deal with him. He's very strong. He has a lot of damage.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's we're okay. So Dessa wants to get him to about 1.8 bars of health, 1.7 if he wants to be safe. And he wants to have a pairing of two-edged blade, low HP, and maybe not that low.
Not zero.
Okay, this is perfect. So he's now going to position correctly, and he's going to double Judgment Triad. If he does it right, Roxas will be just dead after both of them. That's the first.
There we go.
Very nice.
Very, very clean fight.
Very nice.
And now, because there's still a tiny bit of gameplay, but that was pretty much like the last part of the run we did. We just have to approach the door, examine the last card that Roxas gives us that basically unveils all the secrets that Recoded has been alluding towards. And then we have time. So, right now. There we go.
Woo!
All right. Oh, I should have stalled for a second.
Oh, the lineup would have been perfect.
Would have been really good. All right, yeah, so this was Recoded. Honestly, it's like a really fun run. As Logic mentioned throughout this, and as I reiterated, this game, like, it has a lot of possibilities for routing. This was a rather difficult route where we tried to be as quick as possible, obviously, but like, also for the sake of getting our stats, but you can substitute those with all kinds of chips, and it's pretty easy to get into. We just need like some kind of beginning script. Maybe I need to write that up. But aside from that, that'd be it from me. Do you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, well, obviously, massive appreciation and congrats to Dessa. It's he's a maestro at all the KH games, and it is very cool to see a game, as Dessa mentioned, with a lot of so much like depth and variety be showed off at a big event. It's very cool to see, man.
All right, and yeah, that'll be from us. Make sure to catch stream 2 at like, I think it was 9:30. We're gonna have Kina on there as well. Personal favorite, and I'm gonna be there too.
Oh yeah? Dessa will be my commentator, so we'll be buddied up for this event. So yes, we will both be back on stream 2 later tonight.
And that'd be it from us.
Amazing. Let's hear it one more time for Dessa. Woo! What an absolutely fantastic run. Like we said, about 12 hours we've got Canon. That will be Insert Logic running that on stream 2. We are going to take a small break and restart the stream. Do not go anywhere. I want to see that donation total at 54,000 once we get back. And the next one we've got coming up is Harvard running Natural Spirit here at ESA Summer 23. See you all soon.
So I have to ask, is this the return of the oh my goodness counter? Oh my goodness, wow. Oh my goodness, mind blown already. Oh my goodness, thank you. It takes my mind off the difficulty. Oh my God, you all. I can't. Okay, we got the balls. Thank the Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh, by the way. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey, you remember that? Oh my goodness. What is this strange green thing? Ride, ride, ride my boat gently down the lava. Merrily, 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 merrily. ESA Summer is here. Mega Man. Oh. Again, this game does have 3 different difficulties: easy, medium, and oh my goodness, Becky. Oh my goodness, did you see that? I was not blessed with the ability to move my eyebrows like that, so. Yo, if you're not watching the stream, say yes. Say yes. Good. My fingers are so big. Can we get a counter on that? Again, oh, I tell you, my fingers are so big here. Okay, big fingers are big again. Watch out for that sign there. Warning, Mega Man could die, apparently. By the way, B. Oh my God, this. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, 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 my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, goodness. Okay, I'm done. Oh my goodness, that was so good. And touch. And that's time. So with that being said, I'm done. I'm Big John, and I love you all. Thank you for watching, and oh my goodness.
And, well, just before we let you escape, we got a $20 donation from...
Hello, European Speedrunners Assembly. Please enjoy Ninja or Die, Shadow of the Sun. Thank you.
Hey, you're watching ESA Summer 2023. We're here raising money for Alzheimer Fonden, and we just wanted to update you on the ways to donate. !donate to get a link in the chat. You can also use your Twitch Prime, subscribe normally, or share in the chat. All the revenue we receive after the event will be forwarded to Alzheimer Fonden.
That also includes gift bombs. Furthermore, !merch for a link to speedrun.store, where you can buy this wonderful event charity shirt, featuring many of the faces that you will see during this marathon. $8 of every shirt sale will be donated to Alzheimer Fonden.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of ESA.
Oh wait, this means everything will be a different, annoying, like we said, yeah. Robot.
Huh? What are you saying?
Yeah. Oil bad.
Et bonjour à
ouais,
tous,
ball friend.
bonjour Cox là,
Blue ball friend.
Salut.
et bienvenue à tous pour cette nouvelle matinée de l'ESA Summer 2023, marathon caritatif au profit de l'Alzheimer Fonden. Alors qu'on est tout de suite parti sur la run des Natural Spirit, ils nous ont fait un petit prank de redémarrer leur stream juste avant de lancer la run. Un petit jeu qui, ma foi, a l'air tout mignon. C'est vraiment tout chou. On a très peu d'infos sur le jeu, donc je vais essayer d'écouter ce que disent un peu les commentateurs. Mais en tout cas, voilà, on joue un petit Shiba et ça a l'air d'être un action platformer.
Ouais,
ça va être de la plateforme. S'il y a de la 3D, donc on peut s'attendre à peut-être des clips dans des murs, enfin rien de... Les trucs un peu classiques qu'on peut voir, genre de bugs un peu classiques, ou juste on va très vite parce que notre Shiba a l'air d'avoir... pouvoir courir.
Voilà, bon après manifestement pour le moment il n'y a pas l'air d'avoir de gros glitch. On utilise un peu les collisions, il a dit là, pour accélérer. Mais pour le moment...
Yeah, it's like a collectathon, find mushrooms or whatever. Like actually mushrooms. But yeah, not useful.
Et on peut bien évidemment creuser le sol pour essayer de trouver des objets.
World or whatever. And this is where we learn to use our ball to touch the balls, which is what we need to complete the game. But yeah, we have to touch 3 balls per world.
Et du coup, et là on est arrivé... Alors c'était l'épreuve de la Terre manifestement.
Oh, là on va essayer de faire un saut compliqué.
Oui, ça a l'air de passer juste. Ça n'a pas l'air d'être comme ça qu'il faut le faire.
Non.
On
peut se transformer en bille en étant sur cette plateforme, une petite bille d'énergie. Et on peut manifestement activer des interrupteurs.
Apparemment dans chaque monde il faut en atteindre 3, il devait la dire. C'était le niveau.
Et du coup oui en fait le routing du coup c'est beaucoup de quel est le chemin le plus court entre les boules à activer. Voilà donc les boules, faut qu'on arrive sur cette espèce de plateforme avec le symbole de la Terre. Et on voit en bas qu'il y a 5 catégories et à chaque fois il faut 3 boules. Ah alors que bien évidemment voilà, on va commencer à partir hors des limites de ce que le jeu a prévu. Ah,
dommage.
Dommage.
Il y a l'air d'y avoir une petite glissade un peu comme dans un Spyro quand t'es sur une plateforme pas voulue.
Après, manifestement l'estimate est très large donc alors écoute, c'est bien. Après ouais, effectivement on sait pas en combien ils sont PV parce que on n'a pas d'infos sur la run.
Ouais. C'est un jeu qui est sorti vraiment en début d'année, fin janvier, 31 janvier, un truc comme ça, j'avais l'impression sur un page team, qui est assez récent et qui a... C'est un jeu français. Qui a pas beaucoup d'infos sur lui. Bon là... Non, oui.
So this incentive is about $800 away still, but I believe that we can make that happen and keep the donations coming.
Let's go. On passe à travers les murs, enfin les murs, petite espèce de petit grillage. Alors que la prochaine incentive qui reste à remplir est une incentive pour le jeu Fort Boyard, qui va être bien évidemment run par la team français contre la team ESA dans une race coop qui risque d'être d'anthologie, avec une incentive pour devoir faire le jeu en mode héroïque, le mode de difficulté le plus élevé du jeu. Et on est déjà à 1/5 de l'incentive. Donc bien évidemment si vous avez l'envie et les moyens, n'hésitez pas à faire un petit don en utilisant le lien dans le chat. Et si vous faites un petit don, n'hésitez pas à mettre entre crochets FR avant votre pseudo afin qu'on puisse récupérer vos dons et vous faire intégrer des petits tirages au sort de lots sur Nitro Speedrun où il y a des clés de jeu à gagner d'un bon nombre de jeux qui sont passés dans le marathon. En plus des lots que vous pouvez peut-être gagner sur le stream de l'ESA. Voilà, n'hésitez pas, chaque petit don compte, bien évidemment, ça va à l'Alzheimer Fonden pour la recherche sur les maladies neurodégénératives et en particulier la maladie d'Alzheimer. Et accessoirement, c'est utilisé pour un programme qui utilise les jeux vidéo comme voilà. Essayer d'utiliser les jeux vidéo pour réduire l'apparition des symptômes de la maladie d'Alzheimer, puisque les jeux vidéo ont un effet sur le cerveau de connexion de réflexes. Voilà, ça fait une activité mentale et du coup ça peut aider dans ce genre de cas pour retarder l'apparition des symptômes. Donc des recherches sont menées là-dessus, financées par l'Alzheimer Fonden. Alors que voilà, on voit du petit platforming. Ça a l'air d'être assez pipou comme jeu.
Ouais, c'est tout mignon. On va être dans un volcan, mais...
Ah, manifestement, là, il peut se faire toucher par une boule qui le tuerait et le renverrait au début du niveau d'avant.
Ah, ouais. J'imagine que checkpoint, du coup, ça doit être les entrées dans les niveaux.
Et oui, là, on vient du coup d'entrer dans le... Pour l'épreuve du feu. Donc, alors que je mets à jour le planning, bien évidemment. En tout cas, oui, voilà, là on commence à, on commence à avoir les yeux qui piquent un peu.
Ouais, là c'est très lumineux, très flashy.
Et voilà, de l'esquive d'obstacles. Afin de ne pas faire que le petit Shiba décède. On le voit passer sur le côté. Manifestement, ça passe. Alors que voilà, il dit qu'il est mort en entraînement sur le passage qu'il vient de faire.
Ah non. Terrible le bruit.
Ah, le bruit
de mort.
Horrible. Alors qu'il dit qu'il y a un petit skip qu'on peut faire ici, mais qui est très compliqué puisqu'on doit atterrir sur un certain bout de la plateforme qui ne nous tue pas. Voilà, comme ça.
Apparemment. Ah, tu dois refaire ça. Ok.
Et ça passe, bravo. Ça a l'air d'être... les skips ont l'air d'être compliqués dans le jeu.
Ouais, ça a l'air assez précis. La physique des sauts a l'air un peu curieuse. Enfin, c'est vraiment, tu planes beaucoup.
Alors manifestement, par contre, tu peux un peu arnaquer sur les espèces de boules, enfin de plateformes où il y a des boules qui te passent devant en faisant des espèces de sauts courbés.
Ok.
Niam donated $15
and
says,
Le bruit est vraiment horrible.
Ce que j'avais pas remarqué, c'est que t'as un applaudissement à chaque saut aussi.
Ah bon?
Un applaudissement, un aboiement, pardon.
Ah oui. Ah oui, j'avais pas entendu. Bon, on a un petit rush à chaque fois que... Oui, il saute. On passe au-dessus des tirs. Je pense qu'il va pouvoir aller direct, voilà, sur la plateforme du haut. Ouh, waouh, et du coup il fallait être rapide sur le fait d'utiliser la boule pour déverrouiller le puzzle, puisque il y avait un espèce d'oiseau là, comme on voit ici, qui nous lançait des boules dessus. Et si on se fait toucher, eh bien c'est le décès, malheureusement.
Ouais, c'est vrai qu'on a eu une boule de feu passer pas loin.
Aïe.
Ah merde, le poison.
Le saut qui était un poil trop court.
That's why we removed the oil.
Cette fois. Ah.
Non, il a essayé, mais c'était trop court, donc il a enlevé le... Donc on a la petite boule qui nous suit qu'on peut contrôler à des collisions, donc ça pourrait nous faire, on pourrait potentiellement faire des skips, mais ce n'est pas très utile. Alors que la caméra qui tremble dans tous les sens.
Les effets spéciaux là.
Ça me fait penser à un autre jeu, mais qui n'a rien à voir. Enfin, pas vraiment sur le côté, voilà, action platformer, mais sur le côté puzzle et contrôle d'un petit animal. Un petit jeu qui s'appelle The First Tree, qui est vraiment un petit jeu tout mignon et en fait qui est surtout concentré sur l'histoire entre une personne et son père. Où en fait c'est une nuit d'insomnie et il essaye il se remémore des souvenirs de son père et il en discute avec sa femme alors qu'on suit et en fait nous on suit il me semble que c'est un renard aussi, je sais plus si c'est un renard ou un petit loup qui essaye de retrouver ses enfants qui ont été kidnappés. C'est très mignon, la musique est magnifique. Le jeu est pas très long, vous pouvez globalement le finir en 3-4 heures je pense. Mais c'est une super expérience, je recommande vraiment si jamais vous voulez jouer à un petit jeu détente et assez plutôt axé sur les émotions et l'humain. C'est très cool.
C'est chouette.
C'est un des jeux que je recommande vraiment pour les petites sessions de jeu. J'ai une amie streameuse qui m'avait demandé des petits jeux et je lui avais conseillé ça. Et elle l'a fait, bon bien évidemment c'est la chialade, hein. Mais elle avait trouvé le jeu magnifique aussi. On a besoin de petits jeux mignons qui ne prennent pas 10 ans à faire.
Ouais, pas des trucs où pour une histoire profonde et où t'es en train de péter un câble à la fin.
Tu dois passer 60 heures pour avoir l'histoire, quoi.
Oui, aussi, en plus.
Surtout si au final elle pouvait tenir en 4. En gros, voilà. On ne vise personne.
Je n'ai pas raté le jeu.
Oh, il y en a. On va pas...
Entendu d'un jeu sorti récemment qui rentrait peut-être dans cette case, mais...
Alors que... On arrive dans un niveau un peu aquatique, manifestement.
Plus mignon que... Enfin, plus détente que la lave, mais j'imagine que ces jets d'eau soit nous tuent, soit... Oh, joli le saut juste au-dessus.
Alors qu'on voit qu'il essaye vu que la boule se déplace extrêmement lentement, il essaye de sauter en forme Shiba avant d'utiliser la boule afin de lui donner un petit peu d'avance sur l'axe Z. Gagner des petites secondes. Alors il dit que manifestement avec la physique du jeu on pourrait peut-être essayer de monter des murs en essayant d'exploiter un peu les collisions. Bon voilà.
Some nice morning music over here.
Et on est bien évidemment pas du tout là où le jeu veut qu'on soit. Et ouais là, bon, est-ce qu'on peut dire qu'on est au OB? Pas vraiment. Pas vraiment de OB.
C'est de l'autre côté, ça serait OB. Semi-état où t'es à moitié OB, out of bounds et in bounds. Non, je sais pas. La musique est jolie, très calme, très forte aussi.
Ah mais c'est ce qu'il faut, c'est le matin, les gens se réveillent.
Oh oui.
Ah, manifestement aussi de leur côté la musique devient de plus en plus forte.
Ouais c'est ça commence à devenir vraiment...
On commence à ne plus les entendre. La régie, le ducking. C'est très fort.
C'est de plus en plus fort.
C'est vrai que c'est fort, putain.
Ah, il est bien monté. Surtout, c'est le jeu, il s'est dit à un moment, oui, en fait.
Ah, en fait, c'est juste le jeu parce que
J'arrête.
ils disent que c'est fort là.
It did the thing. Well, please work.
Oh, il se met
Yes,
juste
okay.
sur le bord.
Okay. You just need to stand on it.
Est-ce comment on nous entend correctement malgré le fait que le son du stream soit mis à plus 8000 manifestement du côté de la régie?
Ah, c'est bon.
Alors que la musique s'arrête d'un coup.
On remet à zéro et ensuite on va remonter petit à petit.
Ouais, on va repartir crescendo une fois qu'on arrive au prochain monde qui devrait probablement être la Terre, si je dis pas de bêtises, parce qu'on a fait air, feu, eau.
It's actually very disjointed
On a fait, ouais, sûrement on a fait.
pushes you to death breeze, but yeah.
Et un
Non,
espèce de
c'était Terre
giga
qu'on a
laser.
fait.
C'était
C'était pas Terre qu'on avait fait justement au début?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Peut-être. Mais il y a soit Terre, soit air.
Ouais.
It's fair, neither have I, so.
Ah, alors que le docking est correctement configuré chez nous, quel plaisir.
Eh oui.
Now we push these things.
Donc, parce que même nous de loin, ça nous défonce un peu les oreilles. Ah voilà, alors qu'on baisse la pierre et qu'on rétablit l'eau.
Oh, never mind, the tree's gone.
On fait repousser les
That's
arbres
not what
petit à
usually
petit.
happens. But maybe the blue level pseudo softlock had something to do with that. If I jump the wrong place here, I also softlock because I can land.
Ok, ouais, si, en fait, il commence son saut, il va toucher la statue pour enlever la boue, l'huile, le truc un peu toxique.
Manifestement, il y avait moyen de faire un infinite loop de mourir sur ce saut qu'il vient de faire.
Oh, ok.
Parce que le jeu l'aurait replacé directement sur la flaque d'huile.
Ah ouais, merde.
Et il se mort en boucle.
Ah, on voit que la nature a été pourrie par les humains, mais nous sommes architectes qui essayons de rétablir ça. Bon, la porte, c'est...
Oui, c'est ça, bien évidemment.
Suggéré,
Les chemins que le jeu nous dit de faire, bien évidemment, on s'en fout.
On va passer autour.
Stealth game. Dog away.
Et ça marche.
Il y a des petits robots, j'ai pas trop compris pourquoi, mais il y a des petits robots. Oula, alors qu'on arrive d'un côté peut-être un peu plus industriel, je vois une plateforme d'huile, des éoliennes et une montagne.
But it doesn't finish the game, so I
collect all the mushrooms.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think actually so, but yeah, I do not care. So unlucky. I think there's even is there like a I don't know how to get it open. Maybe this. Yeah, you can see on the right there's like
wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Oui, alors il y a des mushrooms à collecter dans le jeu.
Yeah, hello penguin. Okay, so now we can do.
C'est un pingouin ou un morceau.
Jumping on our own ball strat.
Ah, et là on va bien évidemment utiliser le fait que la boule soit physique et ait de la collision pour sauter dessus. Mais ça a l'air d'être complexe.
Ouais, pas un saut facile. Là pour le coup ça commence à ça sent l'OB quand même.
Ah ouais, c'est bien joué, c'est réussi. Comment dire, la hitbox de la boule est toute petite. Alors qu'on arrive au temple du vent. Et on va le faire majoritairement depuis des OOB comme on a fait les autres.
Ouais, on va un peu ignorer les énigmes.
Parce que bien évidemment, pourquoi rester dans les limites du jeu alors qu'on peut complètement péter le jeu en deux?
Voilà, on vient d'activer la première sphère.
Some people would believe that, surely.
Effectivement, le jeu n'a aucun chill avec son ambiance musicale, hein, puisque on avait de la musique à balle tout à l'heure et depuis 5 minutes, plus rien.
C'est vraiment... Si c'est juste le jeu qui pète un câble à un moment et qui se dit j'augmente le volume mais pas bien.
Alors que voilà, on a attendu que il y ait le cycle sur la statue devant pour ne pas se faire pousser. Et on repart en OOB bien évidemment.
This is the last ball we click.
Et là, ouais, on voit la boule qui est juste derrière.
Oh, yeah, for some reason this has a big hitbox, so you look kind of like.
Ah oui, oula.
Ah oui.
Déjà, je viens de me dire que la statue a une hitbox un peu grosse. Effectivement, puisque nous sommes en train de voler.
Yeah, so yeah, again, nothing is happening, so if you have a donation, I mean...
Ok, je crois qu'on
Donc on va lire des donations, puisque là nous avons fini le niveau, il faut retourner activer la pierre pour rétablir le flux d'eau, pour manifestement que l'arbre aille mieux.
Ah, il y a encore un de ces oiseaux.
Every level now, need to hello penguin, not loud. Yep. Not get sniped by the bird, and then we have to go and open the door for the green level again, because we didn't do that earlier, like I said.
On va ouvrir une porte qu'on n'a pas ouvert plus tôt. En tout cas, on a complété les 4 niveaux élémentaires.
I think is the plan. Like a bunch of rainbows shoot from everywhere at the same time, and everyone will go blind. So it's,
ok, on va faire attention un peu à ses yeux apparemment. On va avoir des arcs-en-ciel qui vont tirer dans tous les sens.
That's it. I have nothing left to say. You can just listen to the robots.
No.
No? Okay.
Rather not.
Du coup, on peut écouter les robots, l'ambiance est devenue austère.
Listen to the rustling grass.
C'est un peu anxiogène.
This is the last robot.
Tu joues à ton jeu, ta musique qui se coupe d'un coup comme ça.
Wait. Usually when you left click, you can just bark on command, but it didn't work.
Ah,
le caillou.
Il voulait faire un aboiement sur commande, mais ça n'a pas fonctionné. Alors on voit qu'il reste un endroit où on n'a pas réactivé l'eau encore.
Okay, so jumping over this oil, so we don't have to touch that wind dings. And you can see the rock is still here, so we need to touch that, and then we go to the ending, and then time is up. So, about a minute left.
Et manifestement, il reste qu'une minute, puisque une fois qu'on aura enlevé ça... Alors que le runner se demande pourquoi est-ce qu'il a submit ce jeu.
Ah, voilà les 4 flux d'eau qui arrivent.
Why is it tree small now? Wait, is this bad?
Alors que l'arbre au milieu est en train de péter un câble et est redevenu plus petit qu'avant.
Maybe we don't finish anyway. Maybe we found a new way to soft lock.
Ah, peut-être qu'il a trouvé un moyen de soft lock, puisque il est censé toucher l'arbre avec sa boule, mais
si on l'atteint pas. Ok, ça marche. C'est quand même
ça fonctionne
chargé.
quand même, ça fonctionne, et du coup c'est time.
GG. Avec un arbre incomplet, mais pour le jeu on est bon.
Ah, et donc on a tous les effets de particules, mais on n'a pas l'arbre qui est censé être au milieu. Alors qu'on voit que le jeu est galère un peu. Hein. Le runner est désolé d'avoir proposé ça.
Bah non, c'est un petit jeu mignon, il y avait un petit chien.
Nordic Soy, where we will see more interesting indie games, so stay tuned for that and don't go anywhere.
Et voilà, c'était j'oublie le nom du jeu, Natural Spirit.
Natural Spirit.
Alors que bien évidemment, bienvenue en boîte de nuit à 9h30 en direct de Malmö.
Ah ça tape hein.
L'Eurodrop, alors qu'il est 9h, bonjour à tous, bienvenue sur ce Restream de l'ESA où manifestement matin égale grosse musique.
C'est pour réveiller tous les casters, tous les runners.
Voilà, si jamais vous n'étiez pas en forme ou en train de vous endormir, le stream vous réveille bien évidemment. Alors qu'on va enchaîner juste après avec A Good Time With, suivi de Mario Party 3, un showdown match en blindfolded.
Ouais.
par 4 runners. Ça risque d'être impressionnant ça par contre.
Mario soit parti à l'aveugle, ça va être très marrant, je pense. Les mini-jeux.
Non, ma question c'est est-ce qu'ils font tout blindfolded ou est-ce que c'est que les mini-jeux? Parce que genre comment ils vont faire pendant le jeu normal?
Je pense que tu lances ton dé et tu subis.
Tu subis, tu ne choisis rien.
Tu mâches A et. Les mini-jeux ça doit être horrible,
Bah, ils doivent les connaître par cœur, je suppose, mais.
Ouais. C'est bien. Donc juste t'acceptes et tu joues le mini-jeu full random et.
Alors que y a des gros bangers qui sont en train de passer là. J'aime beaucoup la musique qu'il y a. Même si bon, je ne l'aurais pas personnellement passé à 9h30 du matin.
Pour le petit déjeuner.
Écoutez.
En tout cas, il y a Stream 2 qui tourne encore derrière où les runners sont encore couchés.
Et oui, si vous n'avez pas suivi, sur le Stream 2, une magnifique run low % de Twilight Princess, où un glitch a été setup il y a maintenant 6 heures.
Ah, ils sont qu'à 6 heures.
Je pense, enfin du moins on m'a dit que... Enfin non, ça doit bientôt être... On m'a dit que vers 13h, enfin sur le timer, le glitch devrait être ok.
Ok. Ouais, oui, le temps qu'on m'avait donné c'était 9h, mais peut-être c'était juste une façon de lire ça, ça dure 15 ans. Ouais.
Ah oui, non, mais le glitch dure 9h et du coup ça a été setup, ça a été setup assez bon moment. Je sais pas si tu as regardé, j'ai brièvement vu le début de la run. Et comment te dire que le timer a commencé et au bout de 6 minutes on avait déjà commencé un glitch comme ça qui a duré 1 heure.
Ah, il y a ça aussi déjà avant.
Oui, il y en a 2 comme ça dans le...
Pas intéressante.
Ah, c'est une run challenge, hein, low %, où bien évidemment le but est de récolter le moins d'objets possible pour finir le jeu. Et en fait, ouais, ça, c'est le glitch qu'ils utilisent, alors j'oublie le nom parce qu'il a un nom, mais repose sur le fait que l'animation quand on obtient un rubis n'est pas complète. Il y a un problème dans l'animation où il manque une frame. Et pour compenser ça, le jeu nous recule d'un tout petit peu.
Yep.
Et du coup, ça a été découvert et du coup, on utilise ça pour passer à travers un mur. Enfin, passer à travers une porte plus précisément.
Ouais, ça dure longtemps, mais ça avance tranquillement. Je pense que c'était pas je sais pas si t'es vraiment heureux de trouver ce genre de glitch où tu te dis ah cool on peut récupérer un objet, enfin t'améliores la catégorie, tu trouves un objet de moins mais
en soi,
tu prends un peu 10 heures dans la tête.
Après l'avantage de cette run c'est que comme ils ont fait là, une fois que t'as setup ton glitch, tu peux partir te coucher quoi.
Ouais en fait c'est ça, faut que tu la lances avant de dormir.
Tu commences ta run samedi soir, hop, tu setup, tu te barres te coucher, tu reviens le dimanche, hop là, fin du glitch, TD. Merci, au revoir. Et basta. Et ils sont gentils en plus. Ils sont gentils, ils nous ont fait une petite scène toute mignonne avec les peluches.
Oui, c'est vrai, c'est gentil, c'est joli. Les fumos dans la salle du stream 2. Il y a vraiment plus personne. Hein. En même temps, je pense pas que tu restes assis 9 heures à regarder Link qui avance très lentement. On voit qu'il commence à clipper.
Ah non, effectivement, ils sont pas...
Sur le stream principal, il disait que la position en Z qu'on essayait d'atteindre c'est moins 3425 et on est à moins 3423 actuellement.
Oui, c'est juste ultra lent.
Ouais.
On est déplacé de quelques... Enfin, de quelques pixels et c'est vraiment très très long pour bouger d'un point de coordonnée. Alors on a dû en faire plusieurs dans la journée, enfin plusieurs dans le glitch donc...
Ouais, c'est un peu avant la run là qu'on vient de commenter. Il était vers moins 3421 donc j'ai fait deux unités en 30-40 minutes.
Mais voilà. Et en fait, moi ce que je me dis c'est il y aurait moyen de faire ça, tu vois. Enfin, en fait, si vraiment t'as besoin de rattraper le retard, sur le marathon, tu lances d'autres runs pendant qu'il fait son glitch en fait.
Ouais, c'est marrant, Piglou il me disait la même chose avant. Si tu fais un marathon où tu prends ta Baiten Kaitos qui est je crois le plus long en termes de speedrun parce que c'est pour le 100%. Parce que t'as un objet qui a besoin de 15 jours mais de temps écoulé en jeu.
Ah oui,
Et de vrais 15 jours. Et du coup tu lances ça, donc il y a vraiment... En vrai tu joues peut-être une dizaine d'heures pour la run et ensuite t'attends 15 jours. T'attends juste 15 jours pour récupérer ton dernier objet, ton dernier pourcent. Et du coup pendant ce temps tu peux lancer d'autres runs. Pendant qu'il y a le gros glitch qui s'exécute, enfin pendant qu'il y a le temps qui s'écoule, tu peux lancer d'autres runs, genre tu lances un lot %, puis pendant qu'il y a le long glitch du lot % de Twilight Princess, tu relances une autre run. T'imbriques des runs les unes dans les autres.
Et ça à l'infini. C'est beau. En vrai, moi ce serait cool à faire, tu vois. Bah déjà pendant la première fois qu'il avait fait le glitch, il avait fait une espèce de Picross là où il devait faire des dessins.
Ah ouais.
Et du coup, au rapport avec Zelda.
Il y a un Picross Zelda sur
ouais.
DS ou sur.
C'est ça, sur DS. Et il l'a fini assez vite.
Ouais.
Et du coup, effectivement, pour le moment, pour le moment, il ne se passe rien. Parce que, bien évidemment, meubler pendant 9 heures, je pense qu'ils n'en avaient pas envie. Et les gens ont besoin de dormir aussi.
Ça coïncidait bien. Alors qu'après arrive un autre jeu de meublage pendant 9 heures, Final Fantasy 9.
Ah oui, mais là ça va être du gameplay pendant 9 heures.
Ouais, il va se passer des choses.
Et puis je crois que nous avons un commentary de près.
Effet, Machi et Ulora qui commenteront cette run. Ouais, A Good Time with Mario Party qui seront commentés par Grinck.
Et je pense probablement moi, puisque je vais l'accompagner.
Ah, superbe.
Parce que comme toi, il n'y a pas de gens tout seuls.
Ouais.
Puisque le petit commentary du matin.
Au réveil, c'est vrai, ouais, c'est...
On s'arrange comme on peut, voilà.
C'est génial.
Alors que voilà, si vous nous rejoignez maintenant, le planning cet après-midi, enfin début d'après-midi, il va y avoir du très très lourd, puisqu'il va y avoir, j'ai pas envie de dire, la run française.
Ah oui, bah ça c'est...
que nous attendions tous, bien évidemment. Fort Boyard, le jeu Fort Boyard, qui sera runné par Shigan, Yajiji, Shfu et Sivel, contre une équipe de l'ESA, avec actuellement une incentive pour que le jeu soit runné dans la difficulté héroïque, la difficulté la plus dure, qui pour le moment est à quasi un tiers de la somme demandée. Donc si vous faites un petit don, n'hésitez pas, comme toujours, à mettre FR entre crochets au début de votre pseudo et de bien mettre votre don vers des incentives pour aider par exemple ce genre de projet complètement fou. Et il y a aussi, qu'est-ce qu'on a comme incentive aussi on avait une incentive pour Amnesia mais qui était passée, qui était plutôt dans la soirée. C'est vrai que je suis parti hier sur cette magnifique run de Argeek et Odds déguisés dans leur cosplay Curse. Alors que
il a
Grinck
ressorti
nous
le
rejoint.
cosplay Curse.
Bonjour messieurs.
Bonjour Grinck.
Comment vous allez?
Écoute, tranquille.
Et toi
Tranquilou.
Moi j'ai l'impression que plus je dors, plus je suis fatigué, mais ok.
Ah moi c'est l'inverse là. Là je viens de faire une vraie nuit. Vous ne m'avez pas vu hier soir du tout, de la nuit ou quoi que ce soit. Je vais me coucher à 23h comme un vrai petit garçon et qu'est-ce que ça fait du bien. Ah c'est fou, genre imagine dormir vraiment 8 heures et derrière prendre une bonne... me lever, prendre un vrai petit déj et prendre un café et prendre une douche et je suis là. Ah ça fait...
Alors moi c'est ce que j'ai fait mais je suis plus crevé qu'avant.
Ah merde, ça c'est dommage tu vois, parce que là vraiment j'ai l'impression d'avoir trouvé la bonne formule qui est en fait d'avoir une un mode de vie sain d'un coup et ça aide vachement pour les événements, j'ai l'impression.
Ah,
Faudra que je
c'est donc
retienne pour la
ça.
prochaine fois. Ouais, je crois, ouais.
C'est la Wi-Fi, non?
La, la Wi-Fi, exactement. La Wi-Fi, la d'avoir internet.
Oula, alors que je regarde bien évidemment ma montre connectée pour regarder mon tracking de sommeil. Manifestement, je me suis réveillé 8 fois pendant la nuit.
Ouais, alors moi j'ai rêvé qu'on m'avait piqué des trucs cette nuit, ça m'a cassé les pieds. C'était pas cool. Et je me suis rappelé, parce que je me suis pas réveillé en disant ah mais on m'a volé mes affaires, c'est chiant. Mais j'ai vu mes vêtements qui séchaient parce que j'ai fait une lessive et j'ai dit ah putain mais c'est vrai, c'était un rêve en fait. Et globalement j'étais, j'ai vu en transport et j'avais mon sac avec mes machines, mes affaires, machin et tout. Et quelqu'un m'avait piqué mon sac et m'avait piqué genre mes t-shirts, mon t-shirt nitro, des trucs comme ça et ça me cassait les pieds.
Ah non,
et là,
le t-shirt
je suis
nitro.
ravi je suis ravi de savoir que j'ai mes affaires, qu'elles étaient un mauvais rêve. Donc ça m'a fait plaisir ce matin de savoir qu'on m'avait pas volé mes vêtements. Je suis ravi.
Un bon réveil en plus.
Ouais, c'est ça, vraiment, vraiment parfait. Donc là, on va être bien pour les 2 derniers jours, le rush vendredi, samedi, la fin de l'ESA qui approche doucement mais sûrement.
Alors que le prochain jeu va bientôt se lancer.
Yes.
Je vais vous laisser là du coup.
Écoute, on va juste après.
Passer un bon moment.
Oui, exactement, un good time. Vous allez comprendre, c'est un marathon de petits jeux sympathiques. Voilà. Peut-être on te voit pour Stardew Valley.
Yep, on revient après le Mario Party, c'est ça.
Et bah écoute, à tout de suite.
Have fun.
Alors que je n'ai absolument aucune information sur ce jeu, mon cher Grinck.
Alors attends, je vais tout envoyer alors. Mais en gros, c'est simple, ça va être une triplette. Mais sinon, enfin, je vais t'envoyer le truc et tu vas débrouiller.
Ouais, alors que déjà la musique fait peur.
Ouais, alors attends, je vais t'envoyer tout ça. Où es-tu dans mes DM? Je vais slider dans tes DM, ne bouge pas.
Je ne bouge pas.
Voilà.
D'accord, très bien, c'est un petit showcase.
De 3 petits jeux un peu pourris mais un peu sympas.
Attends, je vois le nom du deuxième, je l'attends avec impatience.
Oui, alors c'est pas le...
Oui, je sais, mais
c'est pas celui auquel on s'attend. Donc, vous voyez, alors je sais pas si vous avez dit avant, mais donc c'était Havard le nordique, le norvégien. Et il était venu speedrunner du jeu Gesser il y a quelques années de ça.
Ah bah je ne savais pas.
C'est rigolo qu'ils soient revenus avec une autre catégorie. Je me suis dit, attends, mais c'est encore du jeu Gesser, je dis, ah mais non, puis merci de m'avoir remplacé, du coup ça m'a permis de prendre le temps d'émerger. Et donc on va vous présenter The Good Time Garden. Vous allez voir que c'est donc un showcase de 3 jeux. C'est un simulateur de marche. Faites du sport, restez hydraté.
Oula. Alors que j'ai entendu quelque chose qui ne me plaît pas, puisque le runner vient de dire si on est chanceux, on sera sous-estimate.
Alors c'est vrai que son record du monde, en gros les records du monde, il y a 3 jeux, c'est à peu près 6 minutes 30, et l'autre, le record du monde de 2 minutes, mais lui il a dit que c'est pas du tout ça son record du monde et il a pas de temps sur speedrun.com. Donc je m'attends à un sacré souci sur le dernier run, déjà sur le nom du jeu, on va avoir débat.
Oula.
On attend d'arriver.
Oula, effectivement, je viens de voir les informations. Un débat éternel.
Ouais, débat qui casse un peu les couilles, on va pas se mentir, hein, comme chocolatine pain au chocolat, franchement. La mode est passée depuis 8 ans, arrêtez de nous.
Vous verrez de quoi on parle tout à l'heure, alors que...
On voit... Ah oui d'accord, sympa. Voilà, globalement ce que j'ai entendu.
Ok.
Ça me rappelle un peu l'artwork de Felix Graves. Je sais pas si vous connaissez.
Et pas alors que c'est bon, nous sommes partis. Oh mon dieu, horrible. La gueule du perso, désolé, mais...
Non, c'est pas Felix Graves, bien, j'ai complètement oublié comment ça s'appelle. C'est le mec qui a fait le clip de Fever the Ghost Source. Qui est très sympa. Et c'est Felix Colgrave, pardon. Entre le Colgate et le Grave, j'étais pas très loin.
Un Colgate, c'est pas ça.
C'est du dentifrice.
C'est le sourire.
Oui, exactement.
Alors, donc voilà, on voit qu'il peut hydrater des choses. Là, tout à l'heure, il a hydraté une plante qui a du coup, alors qu'il y a un, comment ça s'appelle, une nouille voulait s'hydrater. Oula. Oh. Pourquoi ils ont mis ça à 9h40 du matin? On passe
Je
d'un jeu.
ferais mieux de ne pas t'arrêter.
On passe d'un truc tout pipou avec des Shiba à...
C'est moitié cursed, effectivement. Ça ressemble à ce que j'ai mis dans le chat, donc le boulot de Colgrave, mais également certains animateurs comme My Fucking Mess qui font des trucs un peu cursed comme ça. D'accord, donc ça c'est, on doit donner des coups de pied à des seins qui ne sont pas des seins, mais en fait des têtes.
Et quand on a fait, ça a fait oh yeah. Bravo. Bon. Alors on voit que le personnage a un petit cul.
Un petit boulacho là, on se fait plaisir. Un petit peu rond, mais sympathique.
Alors qu'on fait pousser des
arbres à yeux et à cul. C'est un peu notre safe for work, hein. Twitch, it's a misunderstanding, hein. It's charity, Twitch. Don't ban us, please.
Alors que dans nos notes, on nous dit que les contrôles ont l'air bizarres et que la seule stratégie qu'il y a, c'est que on fait un des chapitres pas dans l'ordre et que un des PNJ a un placement aléatoire.
Ouais,
globalement, voilà. Et petite note à la fin qu'on nous a donnée, c'est essayer de ne pas réfléchir trop à ce que vous voyez.
Mais moi j'aime bien ce genre de truc. Lovely treat inside. Donc voilà, chapitre 2.
Non. Moi c'est pas mon ambiance. J'avoue que moi je suis plus ambiance Shiba qu'on avait avant, petit jeu mignon pipou
c'est vrai que moi j'étais pas
avec
là-dedans.
une jolie musique.
Moi je sors de la douche donc ça me rappelle ce que j'ai vu.
Excusez-le, il sort de la douche. Hein, il a vu des choses. Il a vu des choses.
Je suis habillé. Je vous rassure aussi.
C'est-à-dire que tu n'as pas, comme Chiganière, un magnifique peignoir.
Non, alors je me suis rappelé que j'en avais un qui était caché derrière ma porte et j'ai fait ah oui c'est vrai que j'en ai un, je ne le mets plus depuis longtemps. C'est ça que je pourrais jouer à ça. Oh pervers, oh dis donc. Oula, c'est très pervers, le lait de la maman.
Alors que voilà, on voit que...
Quand t'as arrivé en stress. Hein.
Ça débloque... Ah, le jeu est sur Steam et est gratuit.
Vite. Non, tu te débrouilles, je vais télécharger ça tout de suite.
Non, je dis non.
Moi, je suis très friand. En premier degré, je suis très friand de ce genre de truc. Très assez absurde, créativité un peu débridée, et puis tu te lances dans un.
Ah non, mais c'est sûr que
comme ça.
C'est une ambiance. Hein. C'est vachement. Ça te met dans une ambiance assez particulière.
Alors que
on vient de réhydrater ce truc et en prendre un morceau et se barrer avec.
Qui nous est c'est très sensuel, hein. C'est le petit réveil en ASMR. Oh là, qu'est-ce que. Un gros crapaud.
Ne réfléchis pas.
Gros crapaud bulleux. C'est les bullfrog en anglais d'ailleurs.
Parce que manifestement ce jeu était déjà passé à l'édition Winter.
Ah mais je l'ai pas. Je me souviens pas qu'il soit passé à la Winter.
Oula. Oh là. Alors que même le commentateur n'en peut plus.
PLS de fou. Ah ça m'éclate. Je vous rassure, les autres jeux sont beaucoup moins what the fuck que ça. C'est très rigolo dans Tiny Team complètement.
Mais quoi
alors là. Vraiment le fait qu'il soit complètement HS, ça me termine.
On vient de récupérer des trucs en frappant et les personnes qu'on frappait avaient l'air d'être très présentes.
Depending on where you are stood at the end of each of these things, you can sometimes maintain your position.
On lui a refait sa journée, cette chose.
Ok, manifestement, il y a peut-être moyen de manipuler un peu sa position. Ouais. Alors que la personne qui vient d'arriver derrière avec une assiette, je pense que ce n'est pas le bon jeu.
Ah mais c'est le runner de Final Fantasy XIV.
Mais je réitère que ce n'est pas le bon jeu.
Si, il arrive pour le troisième jeu, je pense, au vu de ce qu'il tient.
Ah oui.
À vue de nez.
We have gardens in common at this marathon event. I mean, we did Granny's garden, now we're in the good time.
Alors c'est horrible ce qui se passe.
Moi j'aime bien, on se balade, c'est un petit walking simulator, on va marcher, on ramène des choses, on les pose,
Previously,
c'est
that
beau.
was Pollister, but he has been tainted by this
Niam.
game, so now
Encore un
Tim,
de
I'm
plus,
sorry
chapitre
that
5.
we've had to take you on this
Chapitre
journey.
6.
J'ai dit quoi 5. Ah oui, non, 6. Hein.
That's fine. That's
Ok, voilà, on voit qu'au fur et à mesure, au fur et à mesure qu'on nourrit ce truc, on obtient des nouveaux passages.
Une allégorie du capitalisme, bien entendu. Bien entendu. Et en fait, Tiny Team avait runné Granny's Garden, donc là on est un petit peu dans le même mood. Encore une fois, c'est un jeu dans un jardin.
C'est ce qu'il a dit au runner, enfin c'est ce que le runner a dit à son commentateur en disant oh bah ça va, c'est un jardin, on reste dans la même thématique. Alors qu'on claque des culs.
Mais il nous accompagne. Ouais, c'était le même duo qui était venu du coup. Alors attends, quel jour jeudi, donc hier matin. Quand je devais sans doute dormir. Oui, j'étais en train de dormir après. Shin Megami Tensei qui m'avait assassiné. C'était le même duo de commentateurs runner, donc ils se sont inversés. Mon dieu. On a le petit boule qui nous suit et je crois qu'il va être absorbé par Mère Nature là.
Alors que Yato vient de faire un don pour donner de la force aux commentateurs.
Voilà, et
pardon.
La fin d'Akira. Le Zabdastrub. Voilà.
C'est la fin du premier jeu. Merci.
Le commentateur, il est soulagé.
Alors qu'il demande pourquoi.
Il faut se grouiller, donc maintenant on est à No More Paper Please, qui est un simulateur de bureaucrate. Ce qui est bien parce que voilà, on est vendredi, si vous êtes au bureau, bah écoutez, voilà, vous avez, si vous avez le stream sur le côté, regardez, c'est la même chose que vous faites. Et c'est ce qui m'attend lundi. Donc voilà, on a des instructions, on doit mettre des coups de tampon, on doit écraser du papier, ouais, le tampon vert, le tampon bleu. On prend on scanne le QR code, on signe et on scanne.
So Tim, if you could, I'd like you to read out what each of these documents is as we put them into the scanner.
Ah, je crois qu'il va demander à ce commentateur de les lire.
Alors que le quota a fini. Ah non, le quota augmente au dernier moment.
So let's see here. We've got 2 greens and a blue, so let's try and stay organized. 2 greens. Oh, no, we're not going to stay organized.
Alors que la physique de ce jeu a l'air horrible.
Oui.
Sign this one. This one needs a picture.
Ah, il y a encore plus de trucs. Oh, la tache de café sur le truc, le shred. Parce que
donc on le détruit.
This one's good to go. All right.
Alors qu'on a demandé aux commentateurs de lire ce qui était marqué sur les documents qu'on scanne.
Voilà, le rapport RH, les mémos qui viennent d'arriver. On les a scannés, on continue de nous envoyer des trucs à order numéro 201. Ouais, que des verres. Alors là, bam, attention. Le speedrun, bam.
Nous recevons des messages, des SMS de notre femme et de notre fille qui disant je suis pressé de te voir ce soir.
J'ai pas vu.
J'espère que tu vas bientôt rentrer à la maison.
Je l'ai pas vu. Magnifique.
Get that one out of here.
On continue de mettre les papiers. Alors, c'est terrible. Alors, dès que ça tombe, au moins, ça revient quand même.
All right, let's see here. Let's get these out.
Ah, alors que nous avons l'order 7.
So much for estimate, guys.
Alors que manifestement c'est déjà parti pour être overestimate.
Oui, très certainement là, au vu de son
Ça a l'air d'être compliqué.
Là, il faut signer. Il y avait le papier à gauche qu'il faut signer aussi.
Tu vois le petit message sur le PC. I'm so excited to see you tonight de la part de notre femme.
Ah bah après une longue journée à signer des documents, on met des coups de tampon, on va peut-être la tamponner aussi en rentrant pour se détendre.
Enfin. Alors que notre boss qui vient de nous dire tu penses à fermer le bureau quand tu pars?
Ah bien sûr, alors ça on l'a déjà fait. Et après j'ai démissionné plus tard.
Alors moi je ne l'ai jamais fait. Alors qu'on n'arrive pas à rentrer nos Netflix dans le scanner.
Ouais, ça sent pas bon pour ce soir, hein. Désolé madame.
Ah, alors qu'on nous dit que si le téléphone est planté d'une certaine manière, on peut s'éclater les yeux, bien évidemment.
On peut s'auto-flashbang. Le papier rouge à gauche. Voilà, bravo.
Bravo. On signe. Ça
s'arrange pas la signature.
Alors que
Allez.
Barrez-vous, il faut voilà, bien évidemment détruire les documents qui sont tachés.
Barrez-vous, con de mime.
Where'd green go?
Alors, il est au fond.
Voilà, l'order 88 doit être scanné et tamponné.
Give me the phone, please. There we go.
C'est bon, il a réussi à l'avoir. Allez, attention.
Le 99 s'est passé alors que nous avons l'ordre Racine de 9.
Ouais, ce qui fait 3, on vous le rappelle.
Yeah, it's.
Alors, un tampon bleu, le coup du phone, ici.
Something.
Alors qu'on cherche l'heure.
Il est 18h.
Alors qu'il est déjà 18h.
Il a tellement de retard sur la paperasse.
Scarlett qui nous dit tu pourrais t'accélérer un peu, il te reste plein de trucs à faire. Et notre femme qui nous dit que le dîner est en train de refroidir.
C'est une métaphore, hein, bien entendu.
Non, non.
Alors, il y a tellement de papiers. Alors, les...
Et
Party
Pierre
plan.
Abdel,
Ah,
Party plan.
ça c'est intéressant, là, c'est le premier à faire. Hein. Ça c'est tout de suite. Hein. Ça c'est lu dans l'ordre.
Il va essayer de mettre tous les mémos vers à gauche, à droite, pardon.
Oh là, regarde, là, regarde, laisse pas l'aise dans le sketch qui spam. Ah, regarde, là, le vert qui tombe, magnifique. Oh, la RNG. Le pauvre téléphone qui va avoir une galerie complète. Oh, on va pouvoir scanner tout ça là.
Presque,
que
il va
c'est
falloir,
satisfaisant. Le mémo 201, l'update 22, magnifique.
Notre fille qui nous demande si on est bientôt arrivé à la maison.
Papa, tu passes trop de temps au bureau.
Alors que bien évidemment, on nous dit que, enfin voilà, c'est un jeu qui représente la vie de tous les jours en bureaucratie, bien évidemment.
Allez, la signature là, le petit coup de crayon ici.
Alors que notre femme va se coucher.
C'était...
Don't forget, alors on voit le petit panneau Don't forget you're here forever, donc bien évidemment, n'oublie pas, tu es là pour toujours.
Ah, celui de gauche, on l'a tamponné comme il faut. Voilà, magnifique. Rouge, alors attention à la
Alors qu'on a
signature.
tamponné le bureau au passage, bien évidemment.
Est-ce que c'est les derniers lors de Racine de 9? Voilà. Sur le côté, sur le teco.
Alors que nous avons 4 fois l'ordre Racine carrée de 9. C'est enfin fini à 19h30.
Ouais, alors madame est pas... Arrête de tamponner ton bureau. Il écrit no.
Il écrit non.
Ah, pas mal.
Et c'est fini. Premier jour.
Un petit peu de temps alors que le deuxième... Oh, ouais, alors là vraiment
On a déjà
ça va
fait,
être...
on a déjà fait 3 heures sup.
Seeing Tiny Tim helping out with all these quote interesting games.
Ah mais c'est un vrai simulateur de bureaucratie parce qu'on a fini à 19h30, on a fait 3 heures de sup, c'est-à-dire qu'on finit à 16h30 le bureau.
Bien évidemment.
Incentive, which we are getting ever so closer to meeting, so keep those donations coming.
Alors pour l'instant, alors voilà, quand on est bien organisé, je pense que le début ça peut se faire bien. Et après on a vu, on se fait complètement submerger par le...
Ah ouais, j'ai l'impression que tu vois que je vais voir que dès qu'il va scanner, il va avoir...
Non, il a oublié de scanner le... Non, faut scanner avec le téléphone, monsieur. Oh là là. Ah bah voilà, et quelqu'un qui va pas recevoir ses acédiques à temps. Le chum-du qui ne va pas arriver.
Parce qu'il dit merci, mais il y a encore un petit peu de taf si tu pourrais le faire là avant de partir.
So the boss is coming back to us now and saying, "Hey, they got a little more work for you." Just a little. Yeah.
Un lundi normal.
Where do we even start with this? Oh Lord. You know what? I'm just gonna start stamping everything.
Yeah.
But that's actually the end of the game.
Voilà, c'est la fin du
So
jeu.
that's game number 2.
Yeah, all
Et
right.
puis la fin du jeu, bien évidemment.
Je me lève pas pour bosser tout de suite. Bonjour Gink. C'est vrai que c'est un peu le stress, hein. Tu te débarques, tu dis oui c'est Twitch, on se détend. Non, non, c'était le bureau.
Et alors que nous allons entamer le 3e jeu appelé Pineapple on Pizza.
L'ananas sur les pizzas. Donc forcément.
This game involves quite a lot of dabbing. So
Alors,
il y a
beaucoup,
du...
alors, ouais.
when you see
Il y a du dab. Hein.
Il y a du dab.
join in with them.
Ah, et quand on voit les gens dabber, on va bien évidemment demander au public derrière de dabber avec.
One thing, just a point of
N'hésitez pas à le faire aussi au bureau si vous nous écoutez depuis votre boulot. En pleine, surtout si vous êtes en open space, hein, bien sûr.
Alors que, bien évidemment, on dit on peut jouer à 120 images secondes, ce qui accélérerait la run, mais comment dire,
le PC ne va pas.
Non, non, c'est pas le PC, c'est que le leaderboard sur SRC n'autorise que le 60 FPS.
Il a pas de temps sur SRC pour y s'embêter.
Bah, peut-être justement pour rendre suite.
Il est 10 du mat, il bouffe une pizza à l'ananas.
Alors qu'il bouffe du mat, alors que nous voyons Yatogami derrière, auquel on propose un petit bout de pizza.
Il a l'air d'être content de ça. Oh mon dieu, le volcan. Non. Donc ça, on arrive à... Comme on est invincible, on peut sortir du volcan petit à petit.
Alors qu'on lui dit que la musique est géniale, mais elle va devenir de mieux en mieux. Alors qu'on veut le runner prendre un maxi bout de pizza. Et nous avons voilà, des succès aléatoires qui sont en train de se faire.
Bonjour Ron. Donc on fait le 100%.
Alors le but c'est de faire... Alors c'est de faire un 100% si on peut. Et il faut avoir les 16 achievements. Alors que pour le moment là on s'enjaille en régie manifestement vu qu'ils ont mis la musique tellement fort qu'on entend à peine le commentateur.
Allô? Ah, la régie qui aime
très très fort hein.
C'était assez fort je crois. Ah mais c'est peut-être...
manifestement la musique même dans le jeu devient de plus en plus forte.
Je sais pas si vous nous entendez vraiment encore dans...
Si on a le ducking, On entend des jeux crier, des gens crier dans tous les sens. Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Moi j'ai eu pas mal avec ma pizza.
Ah, bien évidemment, le volcan qui est en train
d'éruptionner, bien sûr.
De partir en éruption.
Il a réussi à l'avoir, c'est pour ça.
Il a réussi à l'avoir, donc il peut peut-être avoir le 100%.
Le popcorn.
Il se transforme en popcorn.
Bien entendu.
Les popcorn qui sont bien évidemment gratuits à l'ESA.
Est-ce qu'il paraît, la seule raison de venir c'est la bouffe.
Oh, attends, popcorn et glace gratuites.
Alors qu'on est en train de rejouer sur le stream 2 après 9 heures d'attente sur Zelda.
Alors qu'on ne va même pas avoir le NI% puisqu'il n'a pas réussi à partir avec les autres.
Ah, Scrunch. Bah, malheureusement, le requin.
Ah, alors qu'au final personne ne survit. Ah. Et bien évidemment, l'ananas était sur la pizza depuis le début et c'est time.
Eh oui, no estimate, bravo.
Bravo.
T'as divisé parmi du tout premier jeu. Je peux comprendre, c'était pas c'était pas le jeu le plus facile du monde. Magnifique, voilà, donc c'était le good time avec Nordic Soy qui nous a présenté du coup les 3 jeux. Avec le ressort les noms, donc c'était Good Time Garden, No More Papers Please et Pineapple and Pizza. C'est beau. Il s'est fait plaisir. Il a dit écoutez, il a fait un petit pub pour sa chaîne. Voilà, je pouvais me retrouver Nordic underscore Soy, mais bon, c'est les jeux que je speedrun, donc voilà, vous êtes prévenus.
Je ne suis pas sûr de vouloir aller le follow. Ah, alors qu'on remercie bien évidemment la famille et la femme qui l'a laissé partir chez les fous.
Qui vient de dire aussi, si t'as pas vu ça, je suis vraiment désolé. C'est le problème de...
Thank you very much. Keep raising money for Alzheimer's Fonden, and I will see you all. I've got a couple more hosting shifts as we go, so you'll hear from me again.
On le reverra plus tard dans le marathon puisqu'il sera en tant que host sur les streams. Alors que nous allons enchaîner avec du Mario Party.
Oui, mais alors pas un Mario Party classique. Vous allez avoir le temps de voir. Bah, vous le voyez en fait, c'est Blindfolded Showdown Match entre Bubsy, Fuzziness, Samurai Man et Equism. Ça va être merveilleux. Donc c'est un Mario Party 3 à l'aveugle. Il est 10h. Oui, oui, on est en Suède, hein, donc il n'y a pas de décalage horaire. Si
Ah
ce
oui,
n'est, il y a
oui,
peut-être
oui.
un décalage dans la tête de Nordic Soy, mais c'était pas le. Sur au niveau du temps, c'est bon, c'est bien la même plage horaire. Pas de
Ah,
soucis.
manifestement la régie aussi, puisque depuis tout à l'heure ils nous envoient leur meilleur banger sur les temps de pause.
Bah là c'est calme.
Là c'est calme, mais tout à l'heure on avait vraiment de la grosse basse.
Ah, mais ça j'aime bien.
Oui, alors oui, moi aussi, mais peut-être pas à 9h du matin.
Ah, mais pour se réveiller, justement, pour se mettre en forme, c'est pas. Écoute, pour pouvoir daber sous la douche. Attendez, mais le planning a un problème là. Quoi? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Je ne sais pas.
Non, il va bien le planning. Qu'est-ce que vous avez?
Qu'est-ce qu'il a le planning? Le planning a un problème. Waouh, c'est très fort dans mes oreilles. Aïe.
Ah, Fort Boyard, c'est midi ou à 4h? Ah, attendez, qu'est-ce qu'ils nous ont fait? Non, c'est bien à 14h, c'est bon. Qu'est-ce qu'il a?
Oui, c'est à 14h, oui.
On vous demande d'ouvrir les yeux, hein.
C'était pas ce qui était marqué?
Bah si. Attends, quoi? Attends, on va le voir à la fin du truc sur Ninja Die.
Ah non, mais parce que Rammstein est censé faire l'animation, mais en fait, oui. Non. Oui, non, la run de Fort Boyard est bien à 14h21. Enfin, à 14h23. C'est la run de Stardew qui est à midi. Mais du coup, toi, tu passeras à la fin de la run de Stardew, donc vers 14h10.
Oui, d'accord, il est juste perdu.
Ah, alors qu'ils n'ont toujours pas corrigé ce putain de
Alors,
segment qui a de l'audio en mono.
On les a prévenus, hein. Ils le savent depuis 3 jours, mais bon.
Mais je pense qu'ils n'en ont rien à
foutre.
faire.
Ouais, globalement. Oh ouais, c'est pas grave.
Alors que bon, dupliquer une piste audio pour la mettre à droite et à gauche, ce n'est pas très compliqué.
Non, mais je les ai, ouais, je te jure que je les ai prévenus. On m'a dit, c'était envoyé 2 jours plus tôt. Je dis, ah, mais j'ai pas vu, il y a trop de messages. On m'a dit, c'est pas grave. Mais non, ils ont été.
Ils en ont dit, on a rien à faire. Vu et sans tape.
C'est un peu ça, ouais.
Alors que moi, je vais te laisser une petite seconde pour aller me faire un refill de boisson.
Mais je t'en prie. J'irai faire de même juste après. Ah, attendez, je vais éternuer, donc je peux pas. Voilà, excusez-moi. Mais écoutez, donc bienvenue. Je suis content de vous retrouver. J'étais prendre une petite pause hier pour enfin me reposer, dormir un petit peu. Donc on est de retour. C'est le matin, donc bien bonjour à vous. Z2 a bougé. Oui, tout est de retour sur le stream 2. Bienvenue sur cette continuation du Restream de l'ESA Summer 2023 sur Nitro Speedrun. On est ravis de vous recevoir. Je vais me moucher, je suis désolé. Le rhume des foins, j'arrive tout de suite.
Alors que c'est très drôle que tu évoques que tu aies fait une pause, puisque moi aussi, hier soir, c'était ma soirée de pause.
Ouais, ça fait du bien.
Ah oui,
Ouais,
non, effectivement, une semaine, c'est un peu beaucoup à être à fond 24h24.
Je vais arrêter de vous parler du nez, c'est merveilleux. Donc oui, écoutez, marathon caritatif qui lève des fonds pour l'Alzheimerfonden, association suédoise qui se bat contre les maladies neurodégénératives, avec une belle association depuis quelques années entre le SA et eux pour la levée de fonds. Et si vous faites un don, écoutez, voilà, ça fait longtemps qu'on n'a pas parlé. Quand vous faites un don, n'hésitez pas à mettre un petit F1 entre crochets au moment de le faire. Préparez votre don, je pense, pour Mario Party pour Fort Boyard, qui va être un peu ça va être les Français contre le SA, ça va être merveilleux. Et voilà. Donc si vous vous mettez un petit don avec F1 entre crochets avant votre pseudo, vous rentrez dans notre giveaway avec 5 ou 10 $ qui sont nécessaires pour gagner les jeux. Vous avez la liste des jeux qui est sur le petit lien dans le chat. Il y a un Batman Arkham City, il y a Elden Ring, Power Simulator, It Takes Two, Fury, Amnesia, bref, beaucoup de jeux à gagner. Alors je vois, oh mais il y a eu des dons hier, on est à quasiment 1000 $.
Et oui, on a quasiment 1000 $ de dons francophones. C'est beau.
Magnifique, bravo.
Merci à vous, bravo. Bravo le veau.
Bravo le veau. Et donc à venir effectivement Mario Party, et ensuite on aura Stardew Valley avec Coxa qui va vous présenter ça, et ensuite l'escape game Fort Boyard. Ça va être merveilleux. Shigan, Yajiji, Chou et Sivel contre le monde. Et alors, ça vous présente les prix justement. Si vous faites un don, vous n'avez pas que les prix de l'ESA à gagner, mais vous avez aussi les nôtres. Ou vous n'avez pas que les nôtres, vous avez aussi ceux de l'ESA à gagner. Ça dépend comment vous le voyez. Ça dépend le boulard qu'on a.
Bah bien évidemment, un énorme boulard, Grinck.
Ah oui, toujours. Alors, il va falloir que j'aille me vider le nez, je suis complètement pris. J'ai peur de m'entendre, j'ai peur d'entendre les VOD dire hein, mais il m'a encore fait tout le long, un café.
Non, ça va, c'est pas à ce point.
Non mais ouais, mais je vais me chercher un petit café, écoute. Est-ce que tu restes avec moi pour ma partie?
Je vais rester avec toi pour Mario Party, bien évidemment.
Merveilleux. Quel
Allez,
merveilleux.
je vais pas te laisser seul pendant 1h30.
Oh, tu sais, j'ai commenté, premièrement, j'avais commenté la run de Shigan de Mario Party pendant 6 heures, plus de 6 heures à l'encyclopédie Speedrun.
Au secours.
Et à la dernière ESA, effectivement, je m'étais tapé les 2h30 de Mario Party 10 par Shigan également. Je suis habitué au jeu, les petits fêtes de Mario en speedrun. Donc
Bah
là, bon,
oui,
ça va être un
mais
peu
quel
différent,
enfer.
c'est un showcase, mais non, mais ça fait plaisir, on aime bien. Donc voilà, je vais me chercher un petit café avant de se lancer, parce qu'effectivement 1h30 de run, on va traîner jusqu'à midi globalement. Donc ça, on va s'ouvrir l'appétit avec les gens à l'aveugle. Donc à tout de suite de mon côté, je te laisse.
Tout à fait, mais moi je vais faire un petit point sur le planning, puisque nous entrons dans les 2 derniers jours de cette ESA Summer 2023, et on va avoir du beau jeu au planning, que ce soit Stream 1 ou Stream 2. Alors là pour le moment, donc comme on a dit tout à l'heure, la run sur le Stream 2 a repris, puisque c'était une run low % de Twilight Princess qui était en setup, qui était en glitch depuis environ, depuis je crois 2 heures ce matin. Donc voilà, donc le glitch était long, le glitch est passé, le runner reprend sa run. Et après cette run de Zelda Twilight Princess, vers midi sur le stream 2, nous aurons une run de Final Fantasy 9 en any% relais, commentée par Machi et Ulora. Donc va y avoir du beau jeu sur FF9. Et ce sera suivi toujours sur le stream 2 par Kena Bridge of Spirits, Distance Toxic 2. Et on finit ce soir en apothéose avec une run Binding of Isaac Repentance en R+7 saison 4. Donc il va falloir faire 7 personnages d'affilée. Et vous pouvez retrouver Grinck, Lenino et Madsen aux commentaires de cette run de Isaac. Alors que pendant ce temps sur le stream 1, pendant cette journée, donc comme l'a dit Grinck juste après, il va y avoir du Stardew Valley commenté par Coxla. Et après Stardew Valley, nous enchaînons sur la run de Fort Boyard, bien évidemment, où il va y avoir du bordel, il va y avoir des Français, et on va bien évidemment s'amuser. Ce sera suivi d'une run de Citroën C4 Robot, parce que je ne sais pas pourquoi ce jeu existe, mais voilà, vous le savez. Et plus tard dans la journée, nous aurons le milestone 5, s'il est bien évidemment validé. Je crois que le milestone est à 60 000 $, on est à 54 456. Donc d'ici là, on a passé la barre des 60 000 $. Il y aura un milestone, donc bien évidemment, on continue la bataille, le fil rouge de cette ESA, la bataille entre Huds et Polister, présentée par Big John sur des épreuves, alors que Huds était en tête jusqu'à hier, Huds était en perfect run jusqu'à hier, mais Polister a remporté la partie de Limbo et a gagné son premier point. Donc peut-être le début d'une remontada du côté de Polister sur la fin de cet event. Et juste après ce milestone, on enchaînera avec une compétition de dactylographie. Donc ça va taper du clavier. Il y a des finales. Donc voilà, ça va être sympa à regarder, voir s'il y a des gens qui tapent rapidement. Et nous continuerons dans la soirée avec une run de jazz punk. Alors en any%, entre parenthèses, nous on a comme note manette non conventionnelle. Donc on ne sait pas ce qui va se passer, ça va être fun. Vers 19h30, une run de Spyro the Dragon en any%. Et on finit ce soir avec du Super Metroid, du Mario Battle Royale et du Super Mario 64 80 stars, enfin Mario 64 The Green Stars en catégorie 80 stars. Donc voilà, et après ça nous aurons une run du Big Boss, une run de Edenal sur Star Wars Return of the Jedi et 10% sur Super NES. Et puis on arrivera du coup à la journée du samedi, le dernier jour. Et là on va avoir encore du beau jeu le dernier jour. Il y aura du Final Fantasy 6, du Redfall, du Monkey Island, du GTA 3, du Dark Souls qui sera commenté par la team Disduck et Mystir Tank. sur cette run all boss. Et après un petit showcase de TAS qui suit la run de Dark Souls, ce sera au tour de Sivel, le runner français, qui fera Céleste en blindfolded, chapitre 1 et 2 sur Switch. Donc encore une run blindfolded qui ont été mis à l'honneur à cette ESA et c'est mérité puisque ce sont des runs pas faciles du tout pour ceux qui étaient là hier. On a eu un petit tutoriel live de comment on fait une run blindfolded sur Super Mario 64. Était très intéressante et on voit que voilà, tout est setup, tout est apprentissage, tout est normalisation. Donc c'est vraiment pas des runs faciles. Il nécessite beaucoup de travail pour trouver la route, pour trouver les setups. Et après ce Céleste, ce sera bientôt la fin de l'événement, puisque le milestone, il y aura peut-être encore un milestone si on a atteint le montant nécessaire. Et les 2 dernières runs qui seront bien évidemment une fin en apothéose, puisque nous finirons sur une run de Legend of Zelda, TOTK, Tears of the Kingdom en Any%, qui sera commentée par Zelkis et Starzax. Et on finira sur une magnifique run de Clubhouse Game 51 Worldwide Classic, donc 51 jeux indémodables, que ce soit des jeux de cartes, des jeux de plateau. Et ce sera un relais avec 360 chrismes et beaucoup de runners de l'ESA, dont des Français, qui vont chacun venir passer pour gagner un jeu, pour finir cette ESA d'une manière communautaire. Et après, ce sera la fin. Ce sera la fin de cette ESA Summer 2023 au profit d'Alzheimerfonden. Alors que la run de Mario Party 3 va commencer. Regrinque. Je n'ai pas entendu ce que tu m'as dit, mais...
Tu présentais très bien.
Ah, c'est gentil. Alors que voilà, nous retrouvons les 4 runners.
Alors qu'on me dit, mon Duolingo, la prensa no es independente, la presse n'est pas indépendante. J'ai un petit peu tôt pour la politique ce matin.
Voilà, une hot take. Enfin, apparemment, mais bref. Alors que voilà, nous avons nos 4 runners déjà avec déjà les yeux bandés. Et ils vont partir tout de suite pour cette run de Mario Party 3.
Le timing est bon, je viens d'avoir mon 21e jour. Bravo à vous.
Bravo là.
Donc oui, Mario Party 3, écoutez, le Mario Party à l'ancienne, hein, je ne sais pas si beaucoup de gens dans le chat ont eu celui-là, cet opus-là. Il y a pas mal de jeux, pas mal d'informations. Alors que, ce qui est amusant, c'est qu'ils ils vont avoir juste l'information de qui a gagné, mais ils ne peuvent pas voir l'écran. Donc ça va les limiter quand même pas mal dans leur gameplay, forcément. Alors je ne sais pas qui joue qui, par contre ça va être un petit peu casse-pied.
Luigi. Yeah, Luigi. I'm DK. I'm Daisy.
Alors qu'ils viennent de le voir, donc ils sont dans... Le runner tout à gauche. Le runner tout à gauche est Daisy, Daisy, DK, Luigi et Mario.
Ok. Daisy, DK, Luigi, Mario. DDLM. DADLM. DADLM.
DADLM.
Ouais, DADLM. Daisy, DK, Luigi, Mario. Bravo. Par contre, je ne sais pas qui au niveau des runners, je ne reconnais pas avec les bandeaux malheureusement. Je crois que tout à droite c'est Bobzia. Fuzzines doit être le deuxième, mais c'est un peu compliqué de les reconnaître toutes et tous.
Ouh, alors que Daisy a
fait un 9. Hein. J'aime bien parce qu'ils arrivent, tu vois qu'ils connaissent tout par cœur.
Oui, c'est justement, c'est ce qu'ils viennent de dire. Ah merde, c'est quoi déjà l'ordre dans le shop? Il a acheté quelque chose à 5, mais il ne sait pas quoi.
Donc du coup Mario Party c'est sorti en 2000-2001 sur la N64 bien sûr, le Mario Party 3 qui a été du coup troisième opus avec pas mal de jeux tout nouveaux qui ont été introduits dans celui-là. Et il y a attends, il y en a combien de boards? J'en ai compté 5, mais je me trompais 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Je ne sais pas trop si on verra.
Je pense que c'est qu'un board.
Ouais. Là c'est pas facile hein, clairement je crois. Alors je crois que les trucs sont aléatoires.
Oui c'est ça, les bombes sont aléatoires et Mario peut tourner dans un sens ou dans l'autre, mais
bon voilà, donc les Kong qui passent juste à côté des trucs hein.
En ne sachant pas où on est, c'est compliqué.
Alors oui, je vois Rammstein qui parle dans le chat. Luigi doesn't win by doing nothing. C'est un peu un mème de la communauté, c'est-à-dire que Luigi peut gagner tous les jeux s'il ne fait rien. C'est un grand classique de
Et
laisser
c'est ce
Luigi ne rien
qui
faire.
vient de se passer.
Mais là, malheureusement, non, c'est littéralement le seul qui a été éliminé. Mais bon, il a quand même gagné le mini-jeu, donc ça va.
Alors qu'un cadeau pour un grain qui a été posté sur le channel Discord, je te laisse aller regarder ça.
Qu'est-ce que j'ai foutu?
Non, toi rien.
Mais putain.
Alors que on voit que Donkey Kong vient d'acheter un petit champignon,
I'm at the right. Yeah, you went right.
un champote.
Which is bad usually, unless it's a starter.
I'm still in front of the...
Alors que Mario fait un Mario n'a pas de chance, hein.
You're not moving anywhere.
We're gaming.
Alors que bien évidemment dans les channels du Discord, c'est en train de s'envoyer des fions.
You got no money? Reverse mushroom?
Ouais, on s'envoie des... C'est pas quel qui m'envoie des photos dégueulasses.
Oh dégueulasse quand même pas monsieur, n'exagérons rien. Pas à votre goût.
Voilà, on va dire ça. Oh.
Alors que Luigi a pris un champignon empoisonné je crois, c'est ça, si je ne dis pas de bêtises.
Pas du tout vu parce que je suis en train de regarder Discord parce qu'on m'envoie des photos de furie.
En bas à gauche.
Oui, c'est un champignon empoisonné, tout à fait.
Très bien, donc c'est ce qui ça fait un debuff sur le lancer de dés si je me souviens bien.
Ah mais en plus il l'envoie dans un channel privé, c'est vrai qu'il l'envoie quand dans le canal ESA qui est aux personnes...
Alright, so I think none of us had land heavy, so it should be an all versus all here.
Je peux filer le rôle à Gink pour qu'elle le voit, écoute.
Alors que... Oh, comment il va faire ça, alors que ça va être de la plateforme... la plateforme Blindfolded, voilà, c'est mort. Ils l'ont dit. Alors qu'il y a eu une Lucky Star, mais là, voilà, là il va y avoir 50 secondes de débandade. Puisque personne ne va arriver à monter quoi que ce soit.
Bon, on a des pièces.
Alors que oui, non, bah là, ouais, le problème c'est que les mini-jeux comme ça, à l'aveugle, bon, c'est compliqué.
This is a timer, yeah? I hope. It should be. Every minigame should be. There should be a timer.
Oh, alors qu'on a vu Donkey Kong arriver associé sur le bloc vert.
Ah mais Donkey Kong il est pas mal haut hein, quand même. Hein.
Oui, mais il est retombé. Mais ça doit être, voilà, c'est ultra dur de faire ça, Blindfolded bien évidemment.
For the escape game for Boyard, which is $626 away right now, but I think we can make it before the run.
Attends, il y a une incentive Fort Boyard.
Et oui, il y a une incentive Fort Boyard pour jouer au jeu en mode héroïque, la difficulté la plus haute.
Ah oui, exact, c'est vrai.
Il manque $600 à peu près.
$625.99. J'étais hésitant parce qu'il a fallu faire des calculs.
Ah, il a les calculs, c'est compliqué. Hein.
Bah, je vais prendre mon. Voilà. Je tape mon deuxième petit café tranquillement.
Ah, alors que Donkey Kong a essayé d'aller vers la porte.
S'est fait,
Sauf que malheureusement, il n'avait pas la skeleton key. Il pensait l'avoir acheté au shop, mais il ne l'a pas eu. Il a eu un champote. Alors qu'il saboure les dialogues.
Alors.
Alors qu'ils sont en train d'essayer de savoir c'est quel jeu. C'est le dé.
Voilà, il va falloir.
Il a eu 3.
Ah oui, ils arrivent à compter, hein, ils sont.
Ah, il sait qu'il est en train de gagner.
Alors, je me souviens plus de celui-là. Non, ça dépasse. Est-ce qu'il tombe du coup?
Oh, I think he fell.
Ouais.
Double or nothing?
Ah
non, voilà, il a pas comme le juste prix.
Il n'a pas
comme le
quitté
juste
double.
Prix. Pas de tout double, c'est bon, il a gagné. En même temps, statistiquement, comment dire, statistiquement, il était vraiment quasi sûr de tomber.
Du coup, ça double ses pièces.
Et donc là, il est pas mal parce qu'encore une fois, si vous n'avez pas jamais joué à ma partie, vous gagnez des pièces. Quand on a des pièces et que vous arrivez sur le plateau, vous pouvez acheter des étoiles et c'est le joueur qui a le plus d'étoiles à la fin qui gagne. Mais au bout des 10, 15, 20 tours, alors là je crois que c'est 10 tours sur celui-là, et bien en fait il y a 3 étoiles bonus à gagner, notamment l'étoile des pièces. Et donc là comme Donkey Kong vient de gagner 42 pièces, et bien ça me met en bonne position pour la gagner cette étoile.
Il est bien, il est bien.
Donc virtuellement il a déjà une étoile en fait. C'est comme ça qu'il faut voir le jeu, alors que... Oh,
What? Wait, that means it's on the left. Yeah.
voilà. Donc ils se disent, ouais, alors c'est dire que c'est à gauche.
Voilà, il se donne des infos quand même. L'étoile est sur la gauche.
It's near the tree.
I knew that, of course.
Et Luigi gagne sa première étoile.
Bravo.
Bravo, il sait ce qui est en chasse-neige.
Yeah. We have no idea what the stars are.
Et là, le problème, c'est que bien évidemment, l'étoile se déplace, mais ils ne savent pas où.
Il n'y a pas un son particulier, il n'y a rien du tout. Alors par contre, Bowser en bas, vraiment il connaît le... Bah non.
Ah, il ne savait pas où il était. Mais après, il vient de dépenser son argent, donc de toute façon, Bowser,
la révolution, c'est pas encore... C'est un peu trop tôt pour la révolution. Je sais plus ce que ça fait. Il prend 10 pièces à tout le monde?
Oui.
Ouais, il a juste taxé tout le monde. Et Luigi n'avait plus de pièces.
donc
c'est juste de la délation à l'URSSAF là, c'était. Alors ça c'est le classique si vous avez joué. C'est la carte numéro 1 sur le Mario Party 10. Le Monty Mall inverse tous les panneaux de direction.
Signpost was left, wasn't it?
Oh, I can go up and down.
Ah, par contre, là,
you're at the bottom left, probably.
Ah, du coup, il a vu que dans le menu, il peut faire haut et bas. Mais il ne voulait pas le faire et il a dépassé.
Il pense qu'il était ailleurs. Il n'a pas compris qu'il était volontimol. Et c'est de retour avec Bonsoir.
On enchaîne les Bowser.
It wasn't a bank, I think it was a mall.
Ah, la révolution. Dès le début. Donc la révolution, voilà, c'est notre argent, on taxe tout le monde et on redistribue tout le monde. Voilà. Donc du coup, Luigi, qui en plus après avoir appelé l'URSSAF pour taxer tout le monde, a récupéré l'argent. Bravo Luigi, qui est un camarade.
Oh là là, alors que le commentaire il est déjà en train de glisser alors qu'il n'est que 10h30.
En même temps, c'est la révolution, évidemment, c'est pas... Là, il va falloir qu'ils arrivent à avoir le même... Ouh. À droite, c'est bon. On en a eu un premier, mais c'était 0 points.
Oh,
voilà, 2 points.
Il y en a un deuxième. Alors que, comme dirait un très grand film, camarades, on vous exploite. Vous fait trimer à longueur de journée. Et pourquoi? Pour César. Alors que c'est une égalité.
Attends, mais ils étaient à 3-2, qu'est-ce qu'il y a eu là?
Au dernier moment, à droite, il y a eu un Goomba de choper.
Ah mais la VAR, honteux. Wow. Bon bah j'allais dire qu'ils avaient snipe à gauche, mais en fait non, ça a été re-snipe derrière.
I lost track. Because I turned it.
Yeah. Did you actually turn it?
I think I did because it asked for me. I can press up.
La VAR dit que c'est valide. Bon bah merci la VAR. Est-ce que monsieur Donkey Kong peut jouer? Oui merci.
Ah non, pas les panneaux.
Il n'y a pas les panneaux. Avant t'as en view map.
Et du coup il a payé. Dommage.
Donc on est de retour. Donc ils disent que c'est à gauche alors que non, c'est à droite.
Aïe aïe aïe, c'est terrible.
No, I just got money. Me too.
I'm losing my money. What do you mean?
I mean, we are the same. Sharing is caring.
Ah, t'as forcé quoi?
Pour la bataille pour rien.
Non, du coup ça se lance pas. Ils ont eu de la chance.
Ça aurait été beau. Ça aurait été beau.
For those who don't know, this game has a really good speedrun.
Alors, réponds à cette question et gagne une chance de gagner un objet. Il a pris au pif et il a gagné l'objet.
2 objets, 3 objets.
T'as le triple champi et B.
Et voilà, et le fait qu'il ait 3 objets random, il ne sait absolument pas ce qu'il a. Ça détruit l'image mentale qu'ils avaient jusque maintenant qui leur permettait de savoir à peu près où ils étaient. Ah. C'est fou, hein, ils savent rien qu'avec le son du début de la case que c'est sur une case item.
Mais ils ont le temps de s'entraîner, mais Fuzziness c'est le plus grand speedrunner de Mario Party. Qui soit. Babzia tout à droite du coup qui est le plus grand speedrunner à l'aveugle et puis après au milieu on a les deux autres qui sont quand même bien habitués aussi. Hein.
Ah, alors qu'il n'appuie pas sur la bonne touche.
Il croyait que c'était là. Il pensait que c'était un autre jeu.
I was checking for swinging with the sharks, and I was checking
C'était pas swinging with the shark, ça.
It sounded like water, right?
Ah, effectivement, oui, il y avait de l'eau, effectivement, mais ce n'est pas le bon jeu.
With Nessie, I don't think. No. No. Oh, item space again?
Le retour de l'objet, allez.
It cycles, the menu cycle.
Oh no. Oh no. It's
Alors que non, il y a un menu.
Oh oh.
Oh, là, attends, le barter box là? Vraiment?
We warned the host.
C'est
Alors la question c'est est-ce qu'il sait qu'il l'a eu?
For those who don't know, it's a rare item that can just like cut the turn count to 5
Or increase
extend it. Yeah. Which is nothing you want to see in a marathon.
Ah, un objet qui permet de changer le nombre de tours? J'ai bien compris.
Non, c'est pas ça. C'est
Attends, c'est quoi le jeu?
Ça échange tous les objets d'un joueur avec un autre.
Ah.
Ce qui veut dire qu'à l'aveugle, c'est vraiment la meilleure idée.
Oh, that's awesome.
Ah bah là, comment te dire que déjà le mini-jeu qu'ils ont à l'aveugle, c'est aussi la meilleure idée. Hein.
We don't even know if we have to hold up or down in the beginning of
Parce
the
que eux,
game.
ils savent pas, oui, parce qu'en fait, il faut se rejoindre, ils sont pas sur le même. Et Luigi qui tombe en boucle. Ah, il va falloir réussir à faire la boucle. Quoique Daisy avance. Oh, Daisy qui en bas à droite, petit à petit.
Alright, well I just want to inform you that you can still get your limited time events.
Après, bon, il y a une stratégie qui est possible.
Part dans
c'est
l'autre
juste
sens.
Ouais, malheureusement. Une stratégie possible, c'est d'avancer dans les 8 directions au fur et à mesure et puis de voir ce qui se passe. Le truc, c'est que tu sais pas quand est-ce que c'est toi qui tombe ou c'est les autres.
Et puis je suppose que t'as pas de feedback. Pas de feedback de la manette en plus, donc c'est compliqué.
Bowser Junior existait à cette époque. Alors.
Je n'en sais rien.
C'est vrai que normalement il est apparu pour la première fois dans ma tête, c'était dans Super Mario Sunshine, mais c'est sorti en 2002. Donc du coup effectivement, est-ce que c'est vraiment Bowser? Mario Party. Non, ça doit pas être un. Attends, mais du coup c'est qui dans Mario Party 3? C'est pas Bowser Junior.
Alors que j'aimerais t'aider, mais je n'y connais absolument rien.
Ah, il s'appelle Koopa Kid. Ou les mini Bowser. Mais ce sont des petites versions de Bowser, mais ce n'est pas Bowser Junior.
Alors par contre, juste question, est-ce qu'il y a vraiment pas de timer dans ce jeu et du coup il va falloir attendre qu'ils aient réussi à se rejoindre?
Manifestement oui. Parce que du coup dans Mario Party il était là, Mario Party 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Advance 7, Top 100 Mario Party Superstars, mais on ne l'a pas vu ailleurs. Il y a bébé Bowser dans Yoshi's Island. Alors manifestement non, puisque encore une fois Yoshi's Island. Enfin, j'ai confirmation que bébé Bowser Junior est arrivé dans Sunshine en 2002, donc en 95 dans Yoshi's Island, ça a pas l'air d'être le cas.
C'est peut-être un autre personnage qui avait un design assez proche.
Bah oui, malheureusement.
Alors que c'est la débandade. Ils ont quand même demandé au host une petite aide de savoir sur quel où est-ce qu'ils étaient sur l'écran. Mais pour le moment c'est compliqué. Hein. Ah si, enfin le timer arrive.
Ça y est. Oui effectivement, c'est Baby Bowser, donc c'est juste Bowser enfant, enfin la version bébé, c'est pas Bowser Junior. Oui, ils sont un peu, oui, alors, il y a Bébé Bowser, il y a Bowser Junior et les Koopa Kid et c'est 3 trucs différents.
Il y a évidemment des skins très différents entre chaque.
Ouais. Donc voilà, Woody Woods dans lequel on attend lentement mais sûrement la fin de ce mini-jeu. Bravo. Enfin. Qui était plus loin?
Daisy?
Ah, c'est bien Daisy qui était plus loin, mais bon, ça ferait un draw quand même.
I guess, just true gamer. So yeah, there are some mini games that are just absolutely not doable.
Encore une fois, vous avez DadLM, donc Daisy c'est tout à gauche, le runner tout à gauche sur votre écran.
Et bien évidemment, comme ils l'ont dit, il y a certains jeux, malheureusement à l'aveugle, c'est juste impossible.
Oui, globalement, oui. Surtout que tu dois comprendre dans quel mini-jeu tu te trouves au début.
Is it 5? Yeah.
Ouais, mais t'as pas la thune.
Ah, que ça, voilà, ça essaye d'avoir la Magic Lamp, mais il n'y a pas l'argent. Donc il va FF.
Alors de mémoire, la Magic Lamp, il s'agit du tuyau doré, l'équivalent. Si je dis pas de bêtises, je vais vérifier tout de suite. Alors si j'écris un qui met avec mon fion là, c'est compliqué. Magic peut avec le M.
Ok, man.
Alors que voilà, le runner a testé un des objets qu'il avait eu tout à l'heure, il ne savait pas ce que c'était. Il vient du coup de voir que c'est un double D. Alors que on retourne les panneaux.
C'est ça, c'est bien l'équivalent du Jouer, je confirme bien.
Et bah, ah putain, on enchaîne changement de sens des panneaux et Bowser.
And who did they pay then?
You paid the bank.
10 pièces pour Bowser.
10 pièces pour Bowser, bien évidemment. Le truc complètement rigged. Oh bah du coup, ça tombe bien, il en avait que 5.
You take everything you have, including your family and your kids and your home.
Puis Leur sont en train de dire, c'est pas grave si t'as pas les pièces, il prend ta femme, ton monospace et ta maison.
Ton fils ta bataille.
Ah non, fallait pas qu'elle s'en aille.
Bah il va tout casser hein. Si Bowser touche au fruit de ses entrailles.
Ah merci Balras.
On va faire comme le format combiné.
Encore faire tourner les panneaux, mais mon dieu. Ils ne savent plus dans quel sens va le panneau.
C'est une bonne idée quand même, hein, cette renommée à partie 3 à l'aveugle. Je trouve ça vraiment très sympa à regarder.
Bah, je pense que c'est plus fun à commenter que à faire.
Ah, en vrai, tu t'amuses pas. Je pense qu'ils s'amusent pas mal eux-mêmes aussi. Hein. Franchement, ils sont pas en. Putain, la Magic Lamp.
Ça va essayer la Magic Lamp, mais
It's so funny to hear that sound.
So, what is in the 3 and 4 in charts?
Four could be like a golden mushroom usually or a warp block.
Yeah, warp.
Warp ou Golden, c'est ça. Ils sont en train de se rappeler de l'ordre du menu.
Usually, and the first one is a mushroom.
I can buy this. I think it was the fourth one. I think it was the fourth one.
Il faut qu'ils commencent à utiliser leurs objets.
c'est que c'était le 4ème alors qu'il a acheté le 5ème.
Alors le 1v3, Tidal Toss. Oh mon dieu.
Encore un truc qui va être bien évidemment facile en étant dans une
ce jeu. Voilà, c'est un jeu de rythme, sauf que bah évidemment c'est pas très compliqué pour le joueur 1. Quoique tu me diras Luigi qui saute et qui marche. Alors Donkey Kong qui va sauter bientôt, voilà. Ah, ils arrivent pas à trouver ce que c'est.
Oh, it's the wave with the boat.
Ah, alors qu'ils viennent de trouver, mais c'est trop tard. C'est trop tard, Mario a gagné.
Voilà, qui c'est qui a gagné? Ils sont tous en train de dire j'ai gagné.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should have chosen different characters.
Ah oui, parce que le problème c'est qu'ils ne savent pas entre Mario et Luigi, le son de victoire est le même.
Bah oui, malheureusement.
Et du coup, ils ne savent pas qui a gagné et qui a joué. Alors qu'on entame les 10 derniers tours de cette carte. Et donc Kikun qui va utiliser son champignon.
On va avoir plusieurs cartes, hein, clairement 1h30 d'estimate.
Peut-être une ou deux, je sais pas. Bah ou alors c'était peut-être juste très large comme estimate parce qu'ils savaient pas à quel point ça allait être le bordel.
Non, le truc c'est que de toute façon tu peux pas être. C'est relativement rapide comme jeu. Donc on va peut-être avoir 3 cartes, peut-être même 3 ou 4, hein, facile. Ils vont peut-être faire les 6, mais ça m'étonnerait. Les 6 ça me paraît un peu dur de le rentrer dans l'estimate.
Bon là moi ça me semble chaud.
Ah, ça c'est très pratique, donc les hidden blocks c'est des choses aléatoires. C'est un petit bloc dans lequel vous pouvez gagner soit des pièces, soit carrément une étoile. Évidemment on rechange un petit peu tout le... Ça rebat toutes les cartes hein, et c'est évidemment complètement aléatoire. Alors, utilisation de l'objet.
Bien évidemment on vous rappelle, ils n'ont aucune idée des objets qu'ils ont.
Voilà, champi c'est le double...
Oh waouh, un 19, c'est beau.
J'attends la réaction de voir le tour infini qu'il va faire du coup avec 19 cases.
No idea. Dude, what?
Voilà.
Start now, soon.
Yeah, you're in the same spot.
Pas d'étoile. Non, I'm broke. J'ai pas de thune.
Il a pas eu la thune.
Yeah, I also know exactly where.
That's why I'm gonna use my item. Oh. On.
Voilà, sur.
Fuzzy.
Alors, Fuzzy. Normalement, c'est Mario.
C'est beau, il a réussi à faire ce qu'il voulait faire.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Oh, that'd be bad. I thought it was a poison.
I think it was poison.
I'm broke.
Ah, il pensait que c'était un poison, mais c'était bel et bien un poison.
You choose the first item in the shop, Chris? That's a poison.
Ils sont en train de revenir en arrière.
Ils sont en train d'essayer de déterminer à chaque fois ce qu'ils ont eu.
So I have 2 items or 3.
Il dit qu'il a 2 objets ou 3. Alors
deux,
il a la
trois.
clé, alors je sais plus ce que ça fait. Alors il va échanger ses objets avec quelqu'un.
Yeah.
Donc en gros il va les filer à quelqu'un globalement.
Oh, you stole an item.
You stole an item from me and I don't have an item.
No, you can't choose people without items.
Oh yeah.
Then he got mine.
C'est en train d'essayer de se rappeler. Donc voilà, Daisy qui vient d'envoyer tous ses objets à Donkey Kong. Un play discutable, je dirais.
Mais c'est terrible parce que Donkey Kong ne sait même pas qu'il a des items du coup et ne va jamais les utiliser.
Il y a peu de chance effectivement.
And I used my 2 mushrooms and
Oh, ça va bien se passer aussi là avec ce jeu.
Je ne connais pas.
Chip chase. Oh bah tu vas voir.
Oh, il faut bourrer. Ah oui, d'accord, il faut bourrer, esquiver des trucs. Oh ouais, non, mais jamais de la vie.
Ça va être bien se passer.
We're all gonna die in the first bomb.
Voilà. Non, ouh. Oh, dis donc, Daisy et Luigi qui ont réussi à éviter. Alors ouais, bon évidemment maintenant non, mais Donkey Kong qui a réussi à en éviter une. Luigi et Donkey Kong encore en lice. Attention,
Donkey
le
Kong.
timing Donkey Kong trop fort. Donkey Kong 2 fois, 3 fois, Michael Phelps pour les championnats olympiques.
Aïe,
Non,
aïe, aïe,
malheureusement.
et non, c'est finito.
Dommage.
Mais ils ont
franchement.
bien survécu, hein.
Incroyable, hein, Donkey Kong qui a passé 5 bombes. Franchement pas mal.
Ah, waouh, bravo. Bravo.
Comme on a vu en plus les bombes elles sont pas au même endroit, hein. C'est complètement RNG donc gagner ce jeu ce sera de la pure chatte et pour le coup c'est pas passé.
Alors que j'ai mon pied qui me gratte, quel enfer.
Donc,
Ah,
gratte-toi le
si
pied.
Deka va utiliser un objet, il va appeler un shop. Ah, et il ne savait pas ce que c'était.
It's so funny to hear these sounds.
Et il a pu acheter la lampe magique. Par contre il va falloir qu'il ait de la thune. Encore une fois la lampe magique c'est
Voilà,
la lampe.
mais il le sait, il vient de le dire. Il a réussi à acheter la lampe magique, mais je n'ai plus d'argent.
Ouais il faut. Mais du coup quand est-ce qu'il aura de l'argent tu vois? Il va falloir qu'il sache combien. Ouais bah là du coup.
Ah bah là.
Tu veux dire aussi qu'on va sans doute avoir un jeu 1v3, statistiquement il y a de bonnes chances.
Voilà, alors que Mario double son dé sur un dé. Ah mais non, mais le mushroom du coup qui ne fait plus effet.
Ah oui du coup ça.
Ah, cancel le poison mushroom.
Ah bah, c'est pas mal, c'est une bonne strat. Hein.
You had an item last round, right?
No.
Ah, il va essayer de l'acheter. Non. Non c'est bon, non, ça y est. Ah, le question mark. Du coup, il va falloir essayer de récupérer le cadeau de l'arbre. Donc, le truc, c'est qu'il peut. Il va choper. Attends, je sais pas ce que c'est cet objet. J'ai pas reconnu.
Un forward fruit.
I'm reversing.
Alors il peut continuer à bouger. Comment c'est qu'il peut continuer à bouger? Ah, un dé.
Double dice, okay. 8.
Ah oui, c'est vrai, exactement. Parce que sinon, il aurait pu choper un objet juste et finir son tour sur cette case. Qui veut dire qu'il finit sur la case bleue. Donc si vous n'avez jamais remarqué en jouant à Mario Party, mais. Ah non, évidemment. Mantimol qui vient de changer tous les.
Alors que ça, je sais pas, ils ont déjà dû changer 10 fois le
Ouais, alors là, pour suivre. Ouais, alors.
Bah ouais, non, bah Daisy,
bah,
ouais,
non,
l'item mystère que t'as eu des os, hein.
So you could choose Fuzzy probably. And he didn't have an item.
On va voir combien de temps il va rester bloqué sur le fait qu'il a envoyé tous ses items, il le sait pas.
Ah, c'est bon.
Non, ouais, il a pas d'objet, c'est vrai, il s'est rendu compte. Ils vont revoir la VOD avec les yeux ouverts sans doute plus tard et ils vont dire ah c'est ça que c'est passé.
You landed on the bank.
Oh, la banque.
Ouais.
Ah ok, non, ça fera alors c'est un 2v2 au final.
Yeah. And since you landed there, you
Alors,
have...
Mais c'est un jeu à pièces.
Ah oui, c'est celui-là, d'accord. Ah oui, ça va être génial.
Il faut
je parie sur Mario Luigi, bien sûr. Alors que Daisy ont une pièce.
Who hit a red space?
You gotta press B and A to paddle this one if I remember correctly.
Oh là, ça y est, Mario Luigi qui se lance enfin.
Alors que ça va pas ça va dans tous les sens, mais ça rapporte des pièces, hein.
Il y a les gros sacs de pièces là. Ah, qui en donnent 5. Ah non, j'aurais pas dû parier sur ceux de gauche.
Alors que ça va dans le mur, hein. Ah, le truc, c'est qu'ils ne savent même pas qui sont avec qui pour se coordonner.
I like hearing coins.
C'est quoi, je vais faire une prédiction. On va pouvoir jouer un peu des points de chaîne, on va pouvoir parier sur qui va gagner. C'est une bonne idée.
Prédiction tu veux faire une prédiction à combien du coup?
À 4.
Ah, tu peux?
Ah oui, on peut. Ah oui, non, on peut en faire 10 dorénavant.
Waouh!
Or with me. I hit a green space too.
Ah, ok. Alright, chance time?
Tu veux faire une prédiction sur qui va gagner?
Ouais.
Ah! Il passe sur la case étoile B, il est broke.
Je vous laisse 2 minutes et je la lancerai plus tôt et je la lancerai après le. Je la lancerai au début de la prochaine carte. Donc voilà, vous avez 2 minutes pour jouer des points de chaîne.
Alors que DK a rechopé un item rare qui est la box qui permet de passer tous ces items alors que peut-être Daisy va avoir des items.
I need this, I get the star if I win.
0.
The star's in the loop at the beginning, by the way.
J'ai des offrandes de points là, j'en ai beaucoup.
That was 10 only. Yeah, it wasn't much.
The star's at the beginning of the map.
As long as
Oh, la
someone
musique.
doesn't win because he's right in front of the star, I think we might be good.
Alors le memory.
I don't even know.
Bah oui, good luck have fun pour les memories.
Just so you know what to do.
Yeah.
Is this the RNG one?
Yeah.
You gotta move up and choose a card, yeah.
En plus déjà, donc en plus le memory et en plus il va falloir réussir à être sur le truc.
Someone's gonna press A and Z. Or you lose. Oh.
Bim, allez. Ça a pris au pif du coup quand on.
It's not me.
Ah oui non c'est pas. Attends si c'est un memory, je ne sais plus, je connais plus.
Did I get it? I did. Let's go.
Oh.
I just want to hit any card.
but they only shuffled it.
Yeah, they shuffle it. I might be again.
Not me.
Donc voilà, on est en reste vivant. Donkey Kong.
That's me.
It's not me.
Ah,
la hitbox, allez,
il l'a
vite.
pas eu.
Un tout petit peu à droite.
Non. Tant pis.
Ça trop pif.
Do you automatically lose if you don't hit the card?
Oh, that's so lame.
Ah ok,
Si
non par
on
contre oui,
touche pas la carte, on
ça te fait
perd
dégager,
automatiquement.
My coins.
But is it me?
I think the cards are on the right. So Chris wins for free.
Allez hop, Mario qui gagne,
Didn't
bravo.
even play and they won.
Yeah. I think I got second place though.
Mario qui a pas du tout joué, qui a en fait gagné, tout simplement.
Absolutely skilled.
I don't know if I hit the card on the second attempt.
Oh, I'm rich. Nice.
Not 10
Ouh,
coins.
28 pièces, c'est quand même pas mal hein.
I'm pretty sure.
Ah merde, j'ai pas eu le temps de voter sur la prédit.
Ah, il y a quelqu'un qui a voté avec 7 points pour Mario uniquement et qui a du coup des odds de un taux de rendement de 1400. C'est-à-dire que si c'est Mario qui tombe, il aura mis 7 points, il va en gagner 10 000.
C'est beau. Oui, c'était trop court, mais c'est normal. On refera une prédiction plus longue sur la prochaine partie.
Oui, c'est ça, parce que je voulais pas non plus que ça traîne. Si je mettais 10 minutes, vous aurez pu voter jusqu'au dernier tour, je pense.
I hit chest.
La taille, ça compte.
Yes, chest.
Oh, en direct.
Swing, yeah, it's the hammer. Well, got
Alors que
fun.
c'est pas que la taille qui compte. Hein.
Non, je vais pas faire l'autre bout de la blague.
You need to walk up and just say one
Bim,
word.
alors,
Ah, il a eu un coffre.
You got out.
qui contient un coffre.
Let's go! I don't know what I got. The crowd's really quiet, so I'm assuming it's not very good.
Voilà, il a eu un coffre dans le coffre, bravo.
Toujours pas ce qu'il a. Ah, c'est un coffre, d'accord.
Ah, c'est vraiment un coffre.
Que fait
Non,
le
non,
coffre
c'était pas une blague. Non, non, on n'était pas en attente de l'animation.
Mais que fait le coffre du coup?
Je sais plus. J'ai regardé.
Alors que Daisy passe sur l'étoile mais n'a pas la thune.
How are we so broke?
The star's at the bottom right of the map, like by the start in the loop.
Si on se demandait comment est-ce qu'on est tous sans thune.
I can probably afford it.
All my money was taken, man. I gambled.
Attends, items.
The roulette.
Chest.
Yeah, I just gotta press A.
Ils savent que c'est la roulette.
Don't mash, you lose if you mash.
Le plunder chest, c'est le fait de voler un objet. C'est celui qui permet de voler un objet à quelqu'un.
Oh, waouh.
Si quelqu'un a plusieurs objets, ça vole au pif dedans. C'est une clé, ça, non? Bon, bah
Oui,
non,
mais il l'a pas eu.
ça ira sur le champi. Le champi retour.
Ah, yeah, that sparkled like a golden mushroom, I think.
Donc c'est le reverse mushroom.
I'm sure it's not the same sound.
I'm pretty sure it's the same sound.
Ah oui, d'accord, donc c'est l'objet de Donkey Kong. Et quand tu l'utilises sur quelqu'un, il va à l'envers sur le terrain.
Sympa.
C'est pas mal.
Il pensait que c'était un mushroom, enfin c'était un champignon doré à cause du bruit.
Le golden mushroom, ouais. Qui est le triple D, c'est le triple D aujourd'hui.
Whoever is last wins.
Voilà, comme c'est le jeu de rythme là, évidemment. Basse B. Et il va falloir. Voilà. Ça va juste être RNG. Voilà. C'est le dernier qui va jouer, qui va gagner hein, globalement. Il n'y a pas, il y a pas d'autre chose. Donc ça sent bon pour Daisy. Alors, est-ce que quelqu'un va réussir à en toucher une au moins? Non, Luigi n'a pas joué. Et c'est gratuit pour Daisy. Ça fait plaisir.
You know what we could do? We could do is input 4 A's on purpose to actually play it.
That means Samu started and set a rhythm, or does the computer start with one?
No, you start and you make one yourself.
Yeah, okay.
So someone could set 4 A's on purpose so we can actually play the minigame.
But don't you hit the note? Don't you need it?
Yeah, you get to choose what you want.
Yeah, you have to actually
Je sais plus combien de tours il reste, mais on avance quand même pas mal.
So left or right?
No coins.
Parce que tu me diras, en fait, je me suis peut-être chauffé en disant qu'il y en aurait plusieurs. Non, moi je pense juste qu'ils ont estimé très large parce qu'ils savent pas ce qui va se passer, parce qu'ils voient rien. C'est vrai qu'ils ont mis 20 tours aussi, donc...
Sorry. Then the donation went towards the escape game for Boyar Bid War, which is just shy of $500 now. And we also got
Alors qu'il manque un peu moins de $500 pour l'incentive Fort Boyard. Ouais, il faut que je regarde. Attends, il faut que je regarde mes mails là.
And all the volunteers and ESA doing an amazing job. Without them, it's not possible to make this happen. BSG next. Haha. Enjoy the rest of the event, everyone, and keep donating money for charity. I couldn't agree more.
Ce qu'il va acheter, alors attends, c'est qui joue là? C'est Luigi. Ouais, Luigi, il vaut mieux garder ses pièces, mais comment il peut le savoir? Parce que là, il sait normalement que c'est celui de Bowser, il peut pas acheter la langue du génie ici.
Is it? Oh, it is a shop.
Yeah, it's up.
It's about a shop.
Which one it was?
If you get 5 down, you might get a bluebell.
But it's expensive.
It is expensive, yeah.
Alors ils savent que c'est un shop de Bowser.
You can buy reverse.
I'm gonna actually not buy anything.
Voilà, il veut pas acheter.
Du coup, il veut rien acheter.
C'est le bon choix.
I think they hit the bank.
It's where Samu is.
With no money.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, because Samu just landed on it.
Voilà, Daisy, donc normalement, je pense qu'on aura un. Sauf si Daisy tombe sur une case rouge, on devrait avoir un jeu 1v1v1v1v1. Ou peut-être même un jeu de pièces.
You're on the same space as me?
Yeah, I went up.
Yeah, you're on the same space as me. You're at the bottom.
Voilà, ils savent qu'ils sont sur le même truc. Hein.
Well, bro, we're going in a circle for the start.
Just hoping to get it.
Je sais plus ce que c'est ce jeu, attends, faut que je le vois. C'est pas le jeu où il faut se lancer des boules de neige et pour se faire tomber?
Si, j'ai l'impression. Ouh, Donkey Kong qui a esquivé.
We practice this.
Ah alors que Luigi commit suicide.
Daisy qui l'a rejoint. Donkey Kong, je sens la catastrophe arriver.
Et voilà, il savait pas où il était et il était en bas à droite.
I must have moved. I think I moved too much there.
But who won? It didn't make sound.
You did.
Really?
Yeah, you're the only one that didn't move.
Et du coup, la seule personne qui n'a pas bougé est la personne qui survit.
Ouais, c'était Chris avec Mario qui a gagné. Bravo à lui. Ah non, attends, Dadelem. Non, c'est Babzia qui a gagné. M'excuse.
Okay, what could my second item be that could be useful? I don't think I have anything useful.
Ah, alors que Donkey Kong ne pense pas qu'il a quelconque objet utile.
Ouais, alors qu'il a le triple D et le tuyau magique. Enfin, l'équivalent actuel. Hein. Je vous parle en termes de Mario Party 10.
It's where the chance time is.
I'm again at the tree. What?
Là, le tri.
No.
I think he left.
Because I had reverse and now I go back. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got the extra dice roll? Making it down or up?
No, what?
Item.
Ah, il a cru que c'était le truc de l'étoile, mais non, c'est juste Todd qui vient lui donner.
No, the star is the
Il n'a rien eu.
Il a rien eu. Il fallait mieux répondre.
I do have an item from item minigame. I have no idea what it is though.
Go for it.
But I'm so close to the star. No, I'm just gonna.
Tu n'as pas les 20 pièces, mon cher Chris.
Nobody has money.
Et là maintenant il a les 20 pièces, mais c'est trop tard.
I thought I had money.
Dommage.
What's happening?
I got something from the item minigame.
Are you just gonna use it? Yeah. Oh my god, he's crazy.
Ouais, il utilise au pif. C'est utile sur Luigi. Luigi pour revenir en arrière et acheter l'étoile, mais non, ça ira sur Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong qui est à deux doigts d'acheter l'étoile qui va revenir en arrière. Quelle l'angoisse terrible.
Le plaisir de Mario, le plaisir de Mario Party. Hein.
Ouais, déjà de base, Mario Party à l'aveugle d'autant plus. Toadstool Titan.
I like this one.
Are you sure?
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Il faut juste taper tous les blocs.
Il faut taper les blocs. Oh ouais, ça va être bien ça.
Ground pound.
Ils peuvent ground pound. On attend que le premier tape un bloc. Voilà.
Ils ne savent pas.
It's the big mushroom. Oh!
Et vite, attention. Qui c'est qui l'aura? C'est Mario. Oh putain, c'est Mario qui a appuyé et qui va avoir le truc. Et non, maintenant, il faut dégager tout le monde. Bam, ça en fait un, ça fait deux.
I think I got it.
Attention. Non, ok.
Non, il a pas eu tout le monde.
Luigi qui va peut-être gagner en ne faisant rien.
Comme d'habitude. Il se lève.
Ils sont en train de faire un deal en disant on fait rien.
Il se bouscule, mais il ne se réveille pas.
Comme d'habitude.
Tout à fait. Évidemment sur ce stream très référencé en chanson française.
Bah ouais, je sais pas, écoute, ça me fait plaisir, moi je suis content.
Ah, alors que c'est bon, il a trouvé le champignon.
Vite, Mario, non, qui saute au-dessus, gauche. Oh, ah, c'est l'inverse. Quelques secondes, Mario, peut-être qu'il va le choper. Non, 3 secondes. Ah non.
Ah non, ils l'ont tous esquivé.
Est-ce que c'est un draw? Ah, c'est un draw complet ou un draw entre les deux seulement? Je sais pas s'ils vont gagner quelque chose.
Une très bonne question. Et non, il ne gagne R.
Mais que dalle.
Last, alors que c'est les derniers 5 tours.
Voilà, et si vous connaissez ma partie, à ce moment-là, on donne un petit coup de pouce au tout dernier, qui est donc Donkey Kong actuellement.
Alors que voilà.
Ah non, c'est l'inverse.
Le premier se fait ponctionner des pièces.
Ah, on n'est pas là pour aider les. On ne nivelle pas par le. On nivelle par le bas plutôt que de pousser le. Enfin bref, vous avez compris. Insérer Black
Non, on nivelle par le haut du coup.
Ouais, voilà. Non, on nivelle par le bas.
Bah non, par le haut.
Non, on n'aide pas le dernier, on a retiré les pièces au.
Ah oui, oui, pardon, oui.
Oui, tu vois ce que je veux dire.
Oui, ok, d'accord.
Alors Donkey Kong donc, qui n'a pas les. Non, non, tu n'as que 8 pièces. Non, ne fais pas ça, non. Oh god, il a les earpods dans ses oreilles.
Ah, mais par contre...
Et quand il rase. Oh, j'ai ressenti un vieux truc là. Non, non, c'est la vraie lampe du génie. Il croyait que la lampe était en premier, mais non. Ils vont voir la truc. Quand ils reverront la VOD, ils vont dire oh mon dieu, mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Parce qu'il y a eu un swap d'item aussi.
Ouais.
He's like, you're an idiot.
Et il n'avait pas les pièces.
Oh, I guess I'm going back in the circle.
Il a chopé un objet. Ah non, c'est l'item game, ok, vas-y. Hey, batteur. Jeu pour Ringo Starr, bien sûr.
Ça va être compliqué ça en blindfolded, hein.
Allez, chiche est réussi.
Arrow? Do something?
Dommage. Non.
C'est non.
J'y ai cru. J'ai sincèrement cru, hein. Je pensais vraiment qu'il pouvait le faire.
You guys are making me panic, I was just mashing.
C'est dommage, c'est dommage.
Alright, whatever. It's fine. Could've just waited.
You have time for a few quick donations?
Of course. Yeah.
Et comme on est dans le dernier tour, enfin les 5 derniers tours, toutes les cases sont doublées, c'est-à-dire que les cases bleues donnent 6 pièces le 3 et les cases rouges enlèvent 6 pièces le 3 également.
Oh, alors que Luigi
20. Alors que Luigi la deuxième étoile.
Et oui, Luigi gagne en ne faisant rien, bien évidemment.
Chris qui joue pas mal. Qui en plus d'avoir fait un underestimate de plus d'1 heure hier. Qui est en train d'écraser la concurrence.
Il y a un underestimate de plus d'1 heure.
Oui, sur le randomizer de Pokémon.
Ah oui, bah oui.
Ça fait 2 fois qu'il vient.
Oui, ça j'ai entendu. Il a dit qu'il faudrait qu'il commence à baisser ses estimates parce que à chaque fois il les défonce.
Ça fait 2 fois qu'il vient avec le ESA avec un randomizer Pokémon et qui fait des énormes underestimates et surtout des PB à chaque fois. C'est que là vraiment sur 2h30 d'estimate, il a fini en 1h22 hier. Il a fait tout Pokémon Emerald en 1h22.
Pour un randomizer, waouh, c'est peu.
Bah, en fait, le randomizer c'était aussi sur les Pokémon. C'était pas que le map randomizer parce que c'était le truc intéressant, c'est que normalement tu rentres dans un endroit, ça t'amène à un autre. Donc tu dois tout lier, tu dois essayer de te démerder pour trouver où t'en es dans le jeu. comment trouver toutes les arènes, etc., etc. Mais surtout, il est tombé sur Rayquaza qui pouvait du coup être n'importe quoi, donc le Pokémon niveau 70. Et Rayquaza était remplacé par Mewtwo.
D'accord.
Voilà, donc c'était pas trop mal. Il était quand même bien claqué son Mewtwo, je vais pas mentir, au niveau des stats, il était pourri. Mais bon, il avait quand même Myria Flèche, Danse de Feu, etc. Beaucoup de. Et même Draco Ascension, donc c'est-à-dire les moves de Rayquaza, les moves de.
Ça va.
Pyrax et de.
Les petits moves un peu pétés.
Et de Zygarde. Donc oui, des moves pétés, mais voilà, c'était pas non plus incroyablement.
Alors que
c'était pas
bien
complètement OP, mais
évidemment,
voilà.
une fois encore, Luigi wins by doing nothing. Alors que c'est compliqué du côté Daisy et de DK, alors que Luigi et Mario s'en sortent plutôt bien. Et Luigi vient de finir.
Incroyable.
I'm the best.
I wonder how close that was.
Yeah.
Alors ouais, on avait quand même 3 personnes sur le dernier tour, plus Daisy qui était en train d'essayer de speedrun un Mario Kart en faisant des glitches, mais ça passe pas dans ma partie.
That's what I was aiming for. I don't know if it's what I actually did though.
Donc je vous invite à voir d'ailleurs la VOD de Pokémon, c'était très sympa, on s'est beaucoup amusé à la commenter avec Madsen. Je me suis bien plus amusé qu'avec Sunshine.
Étonnant.
Bizarre.
Alors que ça va donner ses objets.
Choosing?
Who has items?
Non, celui-là c'est le planeur. Ah non, c'est pas le planeur, t'as raison, oui, c'est l'autre, c'est le même objet qu'avant. C'est pas le planeur chest, c'est le batterbox, donc il va donner le champignon à Luigi. Ah non, il inverse du coup.
Was it?
Il inverse avec Luigi, donc il obtient un coffre et Luigi obtient un champi.
Yeah.
Et comme il a le coffre, il peut le revoler après à Luigi.
I think I used it on Sammy.
Did I have any items?
You might have got my lamp if I had
Ouh, le petit duel.
Le duel.
Du duel.
Against whom is the question?
No, I'm choosing.
Oh, you're choosing. Oh my god.
Why does it let me go up so much? Isn't it right to go 10 by 10?
It might cycle?
I think it cycles, yeah.
Oh, I have no idea.
Are you mashing
Allez.
left and right?
Yeah, I'm gonna choose.
Because then.
You ready?
Oh my
Allez
god.
hop, gauche droite, celui qui
Ça
se
va
passe.
choisir. Ah, ça va choisir.
Super,
une
le duel pour une
pièce.
pièce.
I'm okay with this. I don't even know if I'm playing though.
Oh, the
Et
one
pour
guy.
eux, ils peuvent jouer pour 10, ils peuvent jouer pour 100.
I think this might be against.
Ils ne savent pas.
Ah mais ça va être infaisable ça.
Ah bah oui, ça c'est Dedge.
The tunnel, the racing.
Oh god, it's the
Ah,
racing one.
ils savent ce que c'est au moins.
This is my strategy. Good. I wish you luck.
Alors que la
La
stratégie
stratégie
de
de
Donkey Kong, c'est de faire des tours. Et je tourne en rond, je tourne en rond.
Désir en a raté un.
I believe.
I'm going clockwise. What are you doing?
I'm going anti-clockwise. It must be quite funny for the stream.
Ouh,
Ah non.
Donkey Kong qui a failli esquiver, mais non.
I wonder who's winning.
Oh, Donkey Kong qui l'esquive.
Someone actually dodged electric. I think we both did.
Donkey Kong qui est vachement plus rapide, puisqu'il a pris les boosts.
Et
Il a
qui
encore
esquive.
utilisé. Oh là 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 là, mais quelle dinguerie!
Bravo.
Yes! Oh, my coin!
J'attendais la réaction.
Ah,
Bon,
8
voilà,
pièces alors qu'il ne savent pas qu'il joue pour 10 pièces. Enfin, 2
Globalement,
pièces.
c'était le truc le plus impressionnant qu'on ait vu pour l'instant dans un mini-jeu, c'est tout ça, c'était pour une pièce.
Comme quoi il y a
Le
pas de
classique.
justice. Ah non.
Again, the tax.
Qu'il a payé pour tourner les panneaux.
But it just happened.
I just want to quickly point out again that you still can buy a exclusive T-shirt. You still have left until the marathon is.
Is this the last turn?
No.
No?
I'm so fun.
Ils savent pas à quel tour ils en sont.
Third last.
Who is this?
Okay, I believe.
It's Chris.
I believe. I'm going.
Parce qu'il va en haut, c'est rouge, non? Ok, bon, il va ici.
Ouais, mais du coup, il part loin de la pièce. Loin de l'étoile.
Non, l'étoile, elle a bougé.
Ah, elle a
à
bougé,
droite.
elle a bougé.
Elle est en haut à gauche.
Oh.
Tu sais, ils peuvent pas le sauver, ils peuvent pas exactement savoir où elle est, mais ils savent qu'elle est plus, tu vois, elle est plus ici.
Ah oui, d'accord. En effet. Ah. Daisy n'a pas d'item.
What's our time at right now for the run?
You're at 45 minutes in.
Oh. we did go a lot faster than we planned.
Ouais, donc effectivement, ils avaient prévu d'en faire qu'une seule. Là, ils sont en mode ah oui, tiens, on est qu'à la moitié de l'estimate. Ok.
Ils sont beaucoup plus rapides qu'en entraînement.
C'est vrai que tu peux avoir plus ou moins de jeux. On a vu le duel pour une pièce. Alors là, ça va bien se passer aussi.
Yeah. Yep.
Pour l'instant, on a Luigi qui gagne en ne faisant rien.
C'était un peu aléatoire, hein. Là pour le coup ils ne savent pas ce qu'ils font.
Oh, someone got a bag.
Ouh, Luigi vient de choper un petit sachet.
Le sac de pièces, mais
Daisy
en plein
aussi,
Daisy
le
qui en a
sac de
12 ans, ouais.
pièces. Donkey Kong un sac de
In
pièces.
Superstars, they make sounds, a happy sound every time they get a coin. Now you can actually tell.
Et 14 pour Donkey Kong finalement.
Ça gagne beaucoup de pièces, hein.
Sauf Mario, mais Mario il avait déjà énormément de pièces.
Okay, we all cheered, I think.
I didn't hit Daisy.
Imagine getting one.
I think DK was very excited though. I think DK did good. Let's find out if I had 2 lamps. From the truth.
Les 3 derniers tours. Et après ça, on aura Stardew Valley avec enfin les yeux ouverts. Par contre, ça va être en crowd control. Donc on vous expliquera ça. Cox là qui est habitué au crowd control, il le connaît bien, il va pouvoir vous expliquer, mais vous allez pouvoir influencer très directement la run, non pas juste en donnant pour avoir les incentives. Et si vous faites des dons, et on vous présentera, mais vous irez sur le chat directement le live de l'ESA. En faisant des dons, vous pourrez gagner des pièces, et avec les pièces, vous allez pouvoir directement influencer le jeu. On aime bien ça sur Link to the Past. Avec assez de pièces, tu sais que tu peux juste tuer la personne. Pas le personnage. Puisque le runner. Il y a pas le crowd control ne permet pas de désactiver un pacemaker à distance, mais voilà. Alors que l'arbre, directement ici, on va voir s'il arrive à gagner soit des pièces, soit le fruit pour continuer.
I'm every turn at the tree. How is this possible?
Là voilà, il a gagné les pièces du coup.
I can't believe this.
Okay, I think I still have a lamp.
I wish I chose the right person then.
Tu as grave la lampe.
That's not that.
Okay, that was not a lamp.
Triple dice.
Ouais, triple dice, c'est ça, le des triples.
Ah, no idea.
447, vol 447 pour
I chose
Sydney.
Bobsy again, no items.
Yeah.
Okay, I know where I am.
Je sais que c'est pas 447, hein, c'est 714. I know.
I believe in the bottom left.
It could be bottom left or it could be in the middle on the right.
Ils sont en train de
Ils
chercher
ne
où est
savent pas
l'étoile.
où est l'étoile, ouais. C'est parti du mauvais côté, je crois.
I think you passed the tree.
Yeah, I think I did pass the tree. Yeah.
Those are mind games.
La question c'est est-ce que ça se mind game ou pas? On part sur un jeu 1v3 donc.
Yeah.
Voilà, ça va être impossible à gagner ça.
Might be the rolling rock. One is shooting the rock down and the other needs to hold up.
Oh yeah. No, you jump.
No, what?
Il faut stomp.
Ouais, il faut.
What does that sound?
Il savait pas savoir ce que c'est.
Ah oui?
Mario!
Oh, dommage!
Oh, it's the... Yeah, it's the one with the guy in the barrel. Oh,
Alors qu'ils viennent de savoir, ils viennent de trouver c'était quoi le jeu.
I don't know, but we hit the perk.
EK1, I know that.
Ils ont entendu Donkey Kong, mais ils n'arrivent pas à comprendre quand les gens qui gagnent et il y a trop de bruit.
Did you roll something?
I guess so.
Yeah. Just too predictable, dude.
Et s'il y a trop de bruit, nous on peut la fermer, hein, mais.
Ça va pas aider. Bah putain, c'est pas le principe.
No items, okay.
Tant qu'on parle en français, tout va bien. Le 10.
Alors que c'est un 10.
So we only got like
Et il va prendre une Magic Lamp, non?
Il va essayer.
Oh oui!
Okay.
So I need to get 20 coins in 2 turns.
Easy.
Il peut pas deviner qu'il a déjà les pièces.
Secondes, 20 pièces.
Le Wiggler, vite! Non, oui, non, peut-être.
Comment ça le Wiggler?
L'espace vert. S'il va à droite, c'est le Wiggler. S'il va en bas à droite, c'est autre chose.
Right?
Allez, va à droite!
Am I the right side?
Crash ta
Demande où il est.
Do you want me to tell you?
If I press down, it doesn't work, so it has to be on the right side. Oh, it's either down or right. So I think I'm by the door.
C'est pas où il est, c'est pas où il est.
Il a essayé la clé, mais il ne l'a pas.
Il a pas la clé, donc forcément.
Yes.
In this game.
It's a battle.
I'm pretty sure.
Allez, le battle. Alors par contre, il va peut-être jouer pour toutes ses pièces.
This is exactly what I wanted. Give me those coins for
Ok.
the star, dude.
Ouh, waouh, celui qui gagne ça.
Là, ça va être stonks hein, pour quelqu'un, possiblement.
I'm not gonna be able to afford my lamp.
Ah, il sort. Alors, je ne sais plus ce que c'est celui-là.
Oh mon dieu, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?
C'est le gros œil de Mario 64. Je sais plus ce qu'il faut faire.
Ah, il faut tourner en rond pour le faire réduire.
Ah oui, c'est ça. Sauf qu'il y a des trucs. Alors ouais, donc Daisy, Daisy qui a pas compris grand chose. Et je crois que ça va aller pour Mario celui-là. Quoique non, Luigi est pas mal aussi.
Luigi est pas mal, ouais.
Non, mais il vient de prendre la flamèche. Le petit feu follet. Luigi qui en a pris un deuxième. La RNG qui est pas du côté de Luigi. Luigi, ça y est, perdu. Mario qui a l'air pas mal, ça y est. Il y a aussi des flamèches qui tombent. En vrai, on a égalité un peu entre les deux. Ça va être dur, hein. C'est It's anybody's game pour l'instant. Je crois que Mario est pas mal du tout.
Non,
La RNG de Mario,
quand même.
la RNG de Mario est très très bonne. Ah, oula, attention. Alors que Luigi peut faire peut-être une remontada ici. Pour
Oui,
Daisy.
il prend des trages plus courtes que Mario.
Ouais,
Ah,
Daisy qui a du glaucome, hein, clairement, on s'en sort pas du tout. Je peux en rire, j'en ai aussi, donc j'ai le droit. Ah non, personne ne va le gagner?
I think I was really close.
I also think I was close.
I'm okay with this tie.
Ah non, personne n'a gagné.
Je suis déçu.
Et du coup, tout le monde récupère ses pièces.
Jeu déception.
Yeah.
No, does it just the same as
Ouais,
the
tout le monde
coins
récupère ses
before?
pièces.
I think it gets back what we
Et alors du coup, ça veut dire que tout est faisable encore.
I don't know.
Un jeu déçu.
If I use a lamp now, then if I don't get the star, I'm gonna be upset.
Whose turn is it?
Wait, did they roll already?
Ah, alors ils ne savent pas qui vient de faire son coup.
Mario qui a fait du coup 1 et qui rejoue à l'arbre et qui en peut plus. Il y en a plein de fions.
Mais il va pouvoir
Attends
continuer.
Attends qu'il refasse 1.
Alors peut-être dans un monde.
You're getting a happening star.
Yeah.
You're getting a happening
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
Non, c'est bon, il va s'en sortir.
I think that's right.
Il faut aller en haut.
Default to down or up?
Just try. If you hold up, it should go up. Yeah.
Et il va en haut.
That's the bank.
That's the bank.
Et
Okay,
la
now it's
bank.
up.
La
Maybe
taxe.
they did circles.
And your tax.
I think it circles in other games.
I don't know.
Ah, c'est pour ça aussi, tu vois, en fait, l'estimate est pas si mal parce que il y a beaucoup de mini-jeux qui peuvent se rajouter, surtout à la fin. Des duels, des trucs pour les objets. Ah, le retour de Nessie.
Est-ce qu'il va réussir cette fois à avoir un objet?
Because didn't someone.
No, I bought an item.
You cannot
Oh,
buy
okay.
the minigames if you're final turn.
Oh.
Yeah, I bought an
Right.
item.
So it's the second to last.
Il faut
On est à
qu'il se
l'avant-dernier
trompe, je
tour.
crois.
Là. Ouais. Scrunch, il a eu la clé, mais ça va pas l'aider.
C'est quoi, c'est la skeleton key du coup?
Ouais, c'est ça. Ça permet d'accéder à la zone en bas à droite. Ils viennent de se rappeler aussi qu'on est à l'avant-dernier tour parce que, en fait, ce qui est important, on peut pas acheter d'objets au dernier tour. Le jeu ne vous laisse pas vous dépenser vos pièces parce que y a pas de tour après pour pouvoir l'utiliser. Luigi n'a pas d'objet.
Micro qui est dégueulasse.
So Bobsy, why did you go up if you think the star was bottom left?
C'est que ma bonnette fait. Je crois que ma bonnette, je vais aller l'envoyer au lavage après le ESA.
Ah bah.
Oh, you went down?
Ça me paraît pas être une mauvaise idée, effectivement. Je vois des pâtés postillons.
Man. I think you used it.
Ah ouais, c'est normal, on a beaucoup animé, on a beaucoup parlé. Alors la grotte, on continue ici, directement sur la terre. Alors c'est rigolo, les trois sont sur une case verte, hein. C'est plutôt rare. Alors swing and swipe peut-être justement, non il voulait pas le... Ah si, swing and the shark, ça y est, on est de retour avec le jeu qui croyait que c'était tout à l'heure. Voilà, il faut juste appuyer une seule fois.
That might be the baseball one.
Ah, là, il vient de dire c'est peut-être le baseball.
Ah bah super.
It was a swing one. I don't even know the timing, dude.
Already went off.
You played the game so
Wow.
much. You still don't know.
Bravo. Quelle démonstration de skill absolument exceptionnelle du runner.
It's not final turn. There's one more.
Il a fait une wee bowling en lançant la boule en arrière, bravo à lui.
Oh yeah. You want me to read a quick donation?
Yep.
Yatagami and now
Ah, je l'ai pas vu venir celui-là.
$25. And the comment reads, Cited Williams is based, but I'm all about that life since Samu plays Daisy.
Alors,
Oh, c'est un jeu à 4.
Okay, and I don't think I can
Alors
choose
que je fais un petit point pour savoir où est-ce qu'on en est de l'incentive Fort Boyard.
Ice Rink Risk?
Yeah. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Oui, et bon courage pour ce jeu du coup. Daisy qui a gagné en ne faisant rien, bien évidemment.
C'était rapide.
Wins by doing nothing, series.
Alors que pour le moment, l'incentive Fort Boyard est à peu près $600 sur 1000.
Ok, donc ça avance petit à petit.
Ça avance doucement, mais sûrement. Il reste encore à peu près 2 heures pour la run le temps de la run de Stardew Valley. Alors que Donkey Kong utilise sa Magic Lamp.
It's a lamp, yeah.
You stole mine.
No, I bought it.
Oh, you bought it, right? Do we have money though?
I don't know. I don't think I do.
Et la question c'est, est-ce qu'il a les pièces? Il ne le sait pas, mais oui, il les a.
Twice a lamp and don't have money. That's a
Je
bit
crois
of
qu'on va
a
demander de rendre l'argent parce que j'ai voté pour Donkey Kong. La prédiction.
Ah bah bravo.
Ouais.
Oh, no. Let's go! Is that your first?
Yeah.
Okay.
On va voir.
The first one was a mistake.
Il reste quand même pas mal de. Il reste toutes les étoiles bonus encore une fois. Les étoiles qui sont à droite, je pense qu'il n'y a personne qui est à côté. J'y crois peu.
Here, next to the.
Well, you moved.
Down or right? What's
Down
this?
or right?
Ils sont en train de ils cherchent où ils sont.
No, it's down or right.
S'il se demande où il peut. Dans quel. Pardon. À quelle intersection il peut aller en bas ou à droite?
Am I by the gate?
Non.
Il pense
Tu n'es
qu'il
pas
est
à
à
la
la
porte.
porte.
Ah si, il y a celle-là, mais oui, bah, je pense qu'il pensait à l'autre, mais ok.
Gamble?
Dance time.
Voilà, comme on est
I
sur.
think I landed on the gamble minigame or I had no coins. I mean,
Non,
I
c'était
might
pas
have
ça. Il n'y a pas
48
d'objet,
back
il n'y a plus le temps. Les derniers tours qui
I don't know.
approchent.
Or it's an item somewhere.
Okay, that's my secret power item.
Il vient de jeter sa clé.
What just happened?
Was the key? I think.
Oh yeah, I've been through it.
Voilà,
Ah,
c'est
voilà.
juste quand on utilise la clé quand on n'est pas à la porte, on peut c'est juste pour l'acheter.
You're a horrible person.
Et 2. Oh, un bloc caché.
Alors, peut-être l'étoile. Non, mais
une
la
clé.
Le retour de la clé. Il n'est pas parti très longtemps.
I really thought it was a star. as
Elle ne
well.
voulait pas le lâcher.
Ah, les mains reparties shenanigans. Bravo.
Just making sure.
Bravo.
I want to go up.
Il n'y a pas vraiment de haut. Il y a droite qui va vers haut, mais pas vraiment. Il est perdu.
Allez, vas-y, appuie.
You would have known
Appuie.
it was up and
On y
down.
croit.
On voit qu'un des runners est en chaussettes.
Ah oui, effectivement.
Ça se met yimbe. Case rouge, alors que Luigi et Daisy ont énormément de thunes, mais sont tellement loin de...
Yeah, that must have been
De l'étoile.
I think
De
it's a mushroom.
l'étoile.
That must have been the key door.
Yeah, it's a mushroom.
That's what I thought it
If you do 3 down, you can use it on yourself.
Alors qu'on jette sa clé aussi du
You've
côté
got
de
someone who
Daisy.
can't even play, probably.
Don't know what it was, but okay.
That was a lot of blue spaces apart from me.
Pour le 1v3 avec Donkey Kong tout seul, ça peut,
3v1.
ça peut bien se passer ou très mal se passer.
Alors qu'ils vont en avoir... Et c'est il faut bourrer, je crois.
Oh, okay. This might take a while. Who was blue? Who was red? Who was red?
Alors, il faut bourrer les boutons au pif.
Not me. Okay, we're on a team.
Alors que c'est compliqué du côté de la team de droite qui n'a pas bougé une seule fois. Si.
I'm on my own, I'm pretty sure.
Ça avance
I'll press Z,
petit,
guys.
petit à
I'll press
petit.
Z. I don't care.
No, do A, B, do all buttons, but press it like once every 2 seconds.
Alors, les instructions qui sont données, appuie sur tous les boutons A, B, Z, mais toutes les 2-3 secondes.
Samu, so
Et
press
Donkey Kong,
A,
incroyable, hein.
B, and Z every like 2 seconds. Just like cycle through them. Okay.
Donkey Kong qui prouve qu'il vaut mieux être seul que mal accompagné, clairement. Oh là là, il fait des doubles trucs, c'est magnifique.
I'm definitely moving.
Alors que ça a un petit peu bougé du côté droite, mais...
C'est un diesel, hein, l'équipe de droite. Attention, on n'est pas non plus à l'abri d'une RNG désastreuse du côté gauche. Non, Donkey Kong qui a encore, je crois qu'il y a un seul truc finish. Incroyable, bravo Donkey Kong.
Wow.
C'est plutôt rapide, hein.
Ça applaudit très justement, là. Très très
That
fort.
may have carried it. Okay, hold on, don't look yet.
Is it final?
We're waiting for the cannon.
Wait. Cannon.
GG?
Alright.
Ok, voilà, ils vont regarder du coup. Ça y est, c'était le dernier tour.
Ils enlèvent
We're gonna still look at the stats and all.
le bandeau pour regarder les stats.
Alors,
Alright.
les étoiles bonus.
Oh my god, how are you feeling?
I think I did pretty good overall. I don't think I got the bonus stars though, like any of them.
We know who got happening.
I have 0. I have at least 1
Mario
star.
qui a 0 étoile et Luigi qui en a 2. Alors Luigi qui est en bonne position, mais
Hey, I wonder if I got the coin stop from the gamble
78
minigame at the
pièces.
start. Everyone stole my coins.
Alors,
from
le qui a gagné le plus de mini-jeux? C'est Daisy.
C'est Daisy.
Daisy qui a égalité avec Luigi du coup avec 2 étoiles.
Oh
La coin star qui va aussi à Daisy. Ça sent bon, ça va se tomber.
Remontada.
Les points. Ouais, bah ouais, Mario qui était qui passait sa game contre l'arbre. Et Daisy qui devrait gagner du coup normalement. Si on a bien compté, on a fait 1 plus 1 plus 1, ça fait 3. Donc Donkey Kong qui est dernier, Mario 2 et Luigi. C'est bon, ce sera Daisy. Et finalement, ce sera la prédiction ira pour les gens. Pour les gens, c'était le plus on avait voté le plus pour Daisy.
Bravo. Bravo à ceux qui ont gagné.
Ah, quelqu'un qui a déjà validé la prédiction.
Oui, c'est moi qui viens de valider.
D'accord.
Oh, you had one star, an extra star.
C'est pas que tu pouvais.
How do I have
Ah si, les modos peuvent.
Parce que t'as pas joué.
Ah non, bah non, je n'ai pas eu le temps, malheureusement.
Okay, so.
Oui.
So close to coin star and I
3, 2, 1, 1. Les étoiles.
So I had 27 when I did the gamble.
Okay. It must have been the
Ils sont en train de faire la revue des stats là.
J'essaie de, voilà, de voir du coup quand est-ce qu'ils ont perdu beaucoup de pièces.
What about happening?
Oh, we know what happening.
Allez, Mario qui a fait 4
happenings, bien évidemment.
On a
Il
bien
a fait des câlins à l'arbre en permanence.
Mario qui est comme moi en soirée, hein, j'aime bien aller voir les arbres.
Tu lui as fait des câlins à des arbres en soirée?
Oui, j'aime bien. Surtout qu'on fait des soirées à l'extérieur, tu as barbecue, hop.
Petit câlin à un arbre.
Ouais.
La phytothérapie.
Exactement.
GG, should we do this?
Hop, et time.
Bravo. Et c'est time.
It works.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do we do for 30 minutes? Showcase some mini games?
It's up to the.
Ils vont voir, est-ce qu'ils sont...
Non.
Ils se posent la question, est-ce qu'ils vont montrer quelques mini-jeux?
Ah non, on a du retard, les gars.
Je sais pas si on a de l'avance. Bah, je sais pas trop, on a beaucoup de retard.
Bah 1 heure, je crois.
Oui, mais on a tâché. Ah oui, on a quand même
on a quand même 1 heure de retard avec en
On a tâché un jeu, mais on a quand même 1 heure de retard.
We didn't do it, did we?
Oui, enfin avance. Oui, non, mais voilà, on se comprend. Mais...
You might need that again.
Yeah, there's a couple of the funny ones we do.
Oh non, ils vont faire des mini-jeux. On n'a pas le temps, on veut rentrer chez nous.
Peut-être que la régie n'était pas prête pour le crowd control.
I really like the puzzle.
Mais justement, si ça se trouve, là, en plus, le setup va durer un petit moment, donc...
Eh bien, écoute, tu enverras un message à l'ESA.
Je fais part de ma frustration.
Chris qui a fait du coup, hier quand il a fait une heure de underestimate qui a showcase un petit truc après également pour éviter d'être trop en avance pour le coup.
Oui, mais pour le coup, le stream 2, oui.
Ça allait nous mettre vraiment en avance. Là,
il y avait trop d'avance sur le stream 2.
Bah, quand tu finis ta run à 1h20 avec une estimée de 2h30, forcément, ça change un petit peu. Donc c'est reparti là pour un petit showcase à l'aveugle. Ils vont faire du. Ah, comment ça s'appelle ce jeu? J'ai aucune mémoire. C'est pas le Tetris, mais tu sais, c'est le Puyo Puyo. C'est Puyo Puyo, voilà, c'est ça.
Ah.
Donc, tu vas voir, il faut coller les couleurs. Et normalement, le but en fait, il faut le perdre le plus rapidement. Il faut réussir à. Faut essayer vraiment d'être le plus rapide. Faut pas le gagner ce mini-jeu, faut être le. Voilà, magnifique. Pour speedrun, tu vas essayer de tout optimiser. Là, voilà, on voit le pompe qui nous permet de faire du combotage. À droite, on a fini avec 30 points, mais alors Mario qui est vraiment à 76.
Enfin, il ne sait pas ce qu'il fait, hein, Mario, mais
non,
ça fait des points.
Ça pose au pif. Hein.
Ça pose au pif, mais ça fait masse de points. Waouh, 110 points.
110... Ah ouais, incroyable, là Mario il a géré.
Je suis pas sûr de pouvoir faire plus de points que ça, même en ayant ma vue.
That's my real skill here.
We need a snowball rematch.
The snowball rematch.
Un rematch du jeu de la boule de neige là où c'est mal fini.
High planers are both pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's do those.
Let's do this one first.
I think it's just RNG fest to the end.
Okay.
I'll just do that.
There you go.
Good luck.
Ah, ils font pas le cleaner, ok, je ne regardais pas. Ouais, faut réussir à taper le plus de. le plus de petits. De coupe à kid, je vais retrouver le nom.
Up and down A, B.
Donc, il vient de faire du combotage.
Ça bourre dans tous les sens, comme des sacs.
Daisy qui ne fait rien, hein, je tiens à dire. Ah, si, c'est bon, elle se réveille. Bim bim bim. Je pense que Donkey Kong va le gagner. Hein. Oh,
Let's go.
le taille à 17. Putain, je crois que Daisy en avait que 4. Hein, ouais. Daisy en avait que 4.
Terrible, terrible.
Ça a fait une égalité à 17 de l'autre côté. Le skill est pas pareil partout.
Yeah, let's do it. So this one you just press A, B, A, B.
A, B it is?
Terrible minigame. Terrible.
I know if you don't spin out, you have the right
C'est salé
amount.
hein, du côté de certains joueurs.
Good luck.
I have no idea where I'm spawning.
I don't know how fast
Alors, le jeu de la course, 42-39 à battre.
start to drift if you go too fast, right?
Alors, je sais même plus comment on joue à ce jeu. Daisy, putain, mais Daisy va falloir apprendre à jouer un petit peu quand même. Ça a commencé à se voir.
Daisy il a appuyé sur les boutons.
Ça a commencé à se voir un petit peu.
Je sais même pas comment c'est censé se jouer ce truc. Hein.
Alors attends, ça s'appelait comment?
Oh, did we all hit it? Yeah, I think so.
Tu battle in game, duel in game, etc. Ah putain, attends. J'essaie de le trouver. Rockin' Raceway.
What?
No,
Il faut faire A et B. Faut alterner entre A et B en fait. Ou Z.
So far behind. Yeah.
On veut juste bourrer sa manette.
Oh, I think I got it.
44-82 et B.
Oh, that's so close.
Did you get the second one?
We didn't get the photo finish.
So close.
Did you get the second one?
I think
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
I can't believe we all got the first one apart from one person.
Actuellement, on est sur un let's play. Hein, c'est quand même assez particulier en marathon de faire ce genre de
So
truc.
this one we played.
Oh, that was the one. Okay.
Yeah, we played
the
the
card one. Let's do slapdown.
Storm one.
Ça va très bien se passer le slapdown s'ils le font.
We should
Non, il veut
definitely
pas.
do one RNG, one like this, one too later.
Yeah.
Which one?
Like the storm chasers is good, and slapdown is also very good.
Let's do this one first.
Just guessing who pressed it at the right time.
And react.
Look.
Ils font quoi du coup? J'ai pas regardé. Merde, j'ai pas fait attention.
Oh my god, this is so random.
Ah, ils font le jeu où il faut aller rester sous le petit nuage de pluie pour faire pousser sa plante.
Ah oui.
Just
Ah bah
don't
c'est
trip.
difficile ça.
And also,
Surtout à l'aveugle.
there's actually strat. There is a pattern where the cloud goes clockwise, so it's better to run clockwise than counterclockwise.
Ah, mais sûr, il y a un pattern où le petit nuage va en sens des aiguilles d'une montre, donc c'est plus optimisé d'aller dans le sens des aiguilles d'une montre.
Surely we're getting
T'as
some
plus de
points.
chances d'y aller. Alors attention, je crois que
Okay.
personne n'a fait pousser son truc.
Yeah. Oh, I got like 0.
Ouh. Ah bah Daisy pour une fois.
Alors que Mario n'a rien eu.
Je crois que Mario n'a pas une seule goutte de pluie.
I
Hein.
had the strats, man.
So you think he did?
Okay.
Oh goodness.
Ils vont faire le slapdown.
Alright.
Who's good at guessing?
Alors slapdown à l'aveugle, j'ai hâte.
There's also strats in this one.
Yeah, okay.
Je te spammer A globalement.
No, that's a loss. I lost all of my luck.
Voilà, tu vois, gameplay incroyable.
So it's not gonna do anything.
Ça demande juste de bourrer bon, d'avoir le bon timing et de la chance.
What are you gonna do now?
Elle est là, elle est là.
That's lame.
Personne ne l'a eu.
Boo.
Wait, did we take too long or what happened?
I think so.
It was the last one.
Aïe aïe aïe.
It was actually the last one. Wow.
Oh, oops.
Okay, let's do this one. Just for the fans.
No, we can do the other one.
We can do
the quicker
pauses.
one.
We can do big blast.
You can do the.
What?
You can do that one. It's just like free quick ABZ.
This one?
Yeah.
3 Monty. Alright.
Alright, good luck.
Well, you have to guess the right like.
C'est du pif. Hein. Là, c'est A, B ou Z. Il va falloir appuyer sur la bonne
Are you a kind of guy?
Appuie sur la
or E
bonne
kind of guy,
touche.
or Z kind of
Au
guy?
pif.
The kind of guy.
Was he kind-
Definitely.
I think I'm in the big B for the B emojis.
Mind games.
Alors ZBA, attention, il y a vraiment un gagnant.
Let's see. You ready?
Mario avec 11 centièmes de seconde.
That reaction time though, dude.
C'est beau, très rapide. Hein.
You can get that match over reaction.
Freedom Monty qui a été gagné.
Is there any good 1v3s we could do or 2v2s? Pizza's fun. This one's
Nah, this one's stupid.
Etch and catch.
Okay, let's do the pumping one, the fire one.
No, this is painful.
We had strats for this. Oh wait,
Ils avaient des stratégies, alors attends, c'est celui il faut bourrer je crois, hein, le hyper
we
hydrant.
close our eyes and do it random.
Okay, sure.
Évidemment du coup, on met des équipes
Okay,
au pif.
the strat is to both pump and aim because we don't know.
So you go A, B, A,
Yeah, we don't know where we are.
I think no.
Du coup, il y en a un qui, en fait, il y en a un qui doit spammer A et B, et l'autre il doit
So definitely pump and
viser
then
et appuyer sur A
move
pour
to the
tirer l'eau.
left to right.
Donc voilà.
As well.
Donc, sauf qu'ils savent
And
pas
the
qui
pump
c'est
is
qui
like a
pompe,
little
qui c'est qui
slow.
tire. Voilà, donc tu vois, alors Mario et Luigi donc, doivent spammer A et B alternativement, et ensuite Daisy et Donkey Kong doivent. Alors Donkey Kong qui a vraiment un énorme jet d'eau alors que.
I don't know.
que Mario pompe pas vraiment beaucoup manifestement. Ça se passe un peu mieux à droite qu'à gauche. Surtout que Daisy en fait n'appuie pas sur A et reste complètement à gauche. Ouais, donc évidemment ça va pas avancer. Please. Ah, l'équipe de droite là.
L'équipe de droite.
Ça fait le taf hein.
We haven't gotten one in ages. Oh, but if you press A, you do the spray thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you ruin the.
Oh, that's
the
probably why.
Alors que c'est un draw. Ah non.
Non, ouais, à droite ça.
Same last time.
Ça va quand même bien
Oh,
éteindre le feu.
Alright, yeah, I think we're gonna be.
Should we just a big blast and then call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the
Ah,
chat.
le dernier.
Where's Big Blast?
Alors Big Blast c'est le duel je crois.
It's a
Non.
regular
Battle is
4-player.
the battle?
Is it battle?
Battle, yeah.
It's a battle one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And
This
the
game.
blue ones then.
Isn't
Mais
it the
ça,
first
non, il est pas là.
one? Is it Big Blast in Mario Party 3?
It is 3 and 4 has big blast.
Oh,
right?
that's
No,
not
there's
cool.
one. What?
Wait,
Wait, what?
big blast is in 4
Ils n'arrivent pas à trouver le jeu, ils ont les yeux ouverts pourtant.
2 and in.
This one just has the roulette
It's in
wheel.
2 and
Bon
in
bah
4.
faites-les tous, ça ira plus vite.
Let's
I mean,
go.
might as well.
Try wear your blindfold, man. You never know what's good.
Last skill check and then.
Okay, this is
Yes,
gonna be
skill
our,
check.
this is gonna be our last mini game. Put your guesses in the chat.
Allez au pif.
I think I jumped.
Are we doing?
That's me, yeah, I'm
Is there strat on the color chosen?
I'm
Allez, allez.
pressing it at a specific time, man. I
Faut
swear.
spammer. Putain, mais Daisy qui ne. Oh putain, c'est bon.
This is stupid.
Donc voilà, le jeu de la foule est rangé. Hein.
You did win this last time, yeah.
Je pense que vous avez compris que. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de skill là-dedans. Ah bah justement, Daisy, mérité.
Skill check.
Deserved.
Ah, deserved, exactement, mérité hein, pour le coup.
One of you chose red, I swear.
Never choose your own color.
Red is dead. Green is mean.
Red is dead.
Blue is lean.
Et non.
No one.
Je pisse à l'arrêt. Non, Odile de Ré.
That the time was in the speedrun.
The final skill check.
Encore vert? Non, ok.
Non, en bleu. Allez, Donkey Kong.
Oh.
So long.
Dude,
So crits.
just twice in a row, undefeated.
Skill check here.
Okay, I got this. I got this.
Allez, allez.
100%.
Une chance sur deux globalement. Est-ce que ce sera Mario? Est-ce que ce sera Luigi?
Et c'est
Ça
Mario.
sent Mario.
Oh, skill issue. Hey Chris, guess what?
Chris qui a encore gagné.
Game's just too easy.
Trop de
Luigi
chance.
qui a encore gagné en ne faisant rien, bien évidemment. Parce que c'est complètement de l'aléatoire.
That was pretty fun.
Voilà pour la fin du let's play à l'aveugle.
Red as well, of course.
Thank you for having me, Popsy.
Yeah, thank you for joining this blindfold.
Ouais,
Mario
c'était bien
Party.
ça, à droite,
It was
Bobzia.
really fun. Definitely a different kind of showcase, but.
Donc de droite à gauche, Bobzia, Chris, Fuzzines et Samurai-Man.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what we've been doing.
So
Ne
yeah,
t'étouffe
that's
pas.
it from us. Thank
Pardon?
you very much.
Ne t'étouffe pas.
Non, ça va, je me raclais. Voilà. Tout va bien, tout va bien, tout va bien. C'est le matin.
Alors que
Les
on est
allergies.
parti pour que la run de FF9 qui va commencer d'ici une grosse demi-heure sur le stream 2.
Facilement, ouais.
Et la majorité des persos qui s'appellent... Ah non, ça a bougé. Ça a bougé, puisque jusqu'à maintenant, la majorité des persos allaient s'appeler Steiner. Mais maintenant, il y en aura plus que 1, 2, 3, 4 qui s'appelleront Steiner. Ça va être un beau bordel en tout cas.
Non, magnifique. Bon, on se remet sur un petit ambiançage rapidement avant Stardew Valley. Je pense qu'il va y avoir un temps de setup assez conséquent là.
Ah oui, ça c'est le Stardew Valley du coup, c'est ça?
Ouais.
Alors, je sais pas du tout à quoi m'attendre moi.
Tu connais pas le crowd control?
Non. J'ai déjà rarement vu du Stardew Valley.
Alors j'ai pas. Non, moi non plus, Stardew Valley, je connais très peu, je connais de noms, j'ai eu quelques trucs, mais rien de plus.
Bah, crowd control, je suppose que du coup c'est le chat qui influe des trucs.
Ouais, en fait c'est une sorte d'add-on que tu as sur le stream, donc il faudra aller sur le stream ESA directement, on l'aura pas, on peut pas faire ce genre de choses au niveau de la technique. Et en fait quand tu fais des dons, ça va te donner, je crois, 1$ te donne 100 pièces, et donc après tu as des options que tu peux activer avec tes pièces en fait. Et typiquement dans, alors je connais pas, je ne sais pas ce qu'il va y avoir pour Stardew Valley. Pour Zelda Link to the Past, tu as une option pour tuer le joueur, tu as une option pour activer la glace, pour inverser les contrôles, pour inverser le pad et les boutons. C'est-à-dire du coup, quand tu appuies sur O, ça appuie sur X, etc. Tu peux activer les cocottes, tu peux retirer des bombes, ajouter des rubis, retirer des flèches, donner une épée, retirer une épée, etc. etc. Donc voilà, c'est ce genre de choses. Donc c'est très vite le Delbord. L'option pour tuer le personnage, plus tu actives une option, plus elle coûte cher, forcément. Donc c'est devenu une bonne idée et un truc assez systématique dans les marathons de speedrun pour lever des fonds. Parce que ça marche bien en général, les gens aiment bien faire de la merde et emmerder les runners, forcément.
Étonnant.
Donc je sais pas trop comment ça va se faire sur... je sais pas trop comment ça va se jouer sur de Stardew Valley. Mais Coxla sera là pour le présenter. Alors qu'effectivement, le Twilight Princess qui est en train d'avancer tranquillement là. On est à 14h30 après le trick qui a duré 9h. La run de 14h45 qui va bientôt finir et FF9 qui va durer 9h. Ça va être sympathique. Ils sont en train de hurler Press the button. Je me souviens de cette run de Castlevania qui était infernalement longue.
Le bordel.
Ouais. C'était un peu le Delbord, c'était sympa. Donc voilà, écoutez, bienvenue si vous venez d'arriver. 11h40, bon appétit bientôt pour les gens qui déjeunent. Bienvenue sur ce restream de l'ESA Summer 2023, marathon caritatif. Il y a eu des fonds pour l'Alzheimer Fonden. Il y a pas mal de trucs qui arrivent, donc Stardew Valley tout de suite et juste après. Alors à 14h23, préparez vos dons, bourrez les choses parce qu'on va avoir l'escape game Fort Boyard avec Shigan Yajiji, Shfusivel contre les runners sur place, peut-être en version extrêmement hardcore si l'incentive est atteinte, donc ça c'est beau. Et pour pousser l'incentive, eh bien, vous pouvez faire des dons à la charité. Et quand vous faites un don, n'hésitez pas. Alors, je vous mets les commandes dans le chat, vous avez le lien. Il y a des giveaways organisés par le SA et il y a notre giveaway Nitro. Quand vous faites votre don, mettez FR entre crochets avant votre pseudo. Vous avez une vingtaine de jeux à gagner pour 5 ou 10$ de dons. Vous avez la liste qui est présente du coup sur le lien dans le chat bit.ly/LOESA23S. 23 pour 2023 et S pour Summer bien sûr. Et on en est bientôt à 1000$ de dons francophones. Je pense qu'on va dépasser les 1000 au moment de Fort Boyard. Ça va être un plaisir.
Une belle somme.
Ouais, ça va être c'est plutôt sympa. Puis on aura du coup dans les runs après Fort Boyard, on aura le jeu Citroën C4 Robot en course en BO3 contre 4 personnes, ça va être beau. Ensuite Kubi que je ne connais pas du tout, on aura Megamem 2 qui va être infamement mauvais mais évidemment c'est un plaisir.
C'est quoi, c'est un troll game Megaman
Ouais, exactement, c'est ça. Megamem 2 c'est très.
Oh waouh.
C'est pas très beau, je sais pas si tu as eu le temps de Google rapidement.
Si, ouais, c'est comment dire.
Voilà, c'est Riveting.
C'est Megaman 2 réalisé par un enfant de 2 ans quoi.
Globalement c'est ça. Ensuite on aura le jeu Flash de World Hardest Game qui est plutôt sympa, qui est évidemment très difficile lol. Et ensuite on aura The Out Foxes que je ne connais pas du tout et on aura enfin peut-être ce milestone qu'on attend impatiemment.
Et oui, est-ce que Polistar pourra continuer sa remontada après parce que tu n'étais pas là hier mais il a gagné.
Non. Ouais, on me l'a dit.
Cette magnifique épreuve de limbo.
J'étais J'étais assez certain que le limbo... On m'a dit que c'était le limbo, je dis... Au vu du gabarit de Odds, ça doit pas être trop son kiff. C'est pas... Évidemment, dans ce genre d'épreuve, ça va jouer forcément le physique. Le policier avait l'air un peu plus souple que Odds. Donc au moins on est à 3, hein. Déjà ça n'a pas été fini à l'avance, donc ça c'est top. Et touk, je regarde le reste. Donc je crois que la dernière run francophone, sur le stream 1 ce sera Céleste du coup après Fort Boyard. Et on aura du coup sur le stream 2 demain à midi Mark of the Ninja par Luster. Qu'on aura peut-être en interview, on va voir. On verra. Je sais pas si on a une interview prévue après Fort Boyard aussi.
Ah si. Oh là, aussi. Après Fort Boyard c'est prévu.
Ça va être le bordel du coup.
Et voilà, ça risque d'être un grand moment de l'IS. On m'a dit que le sérieux ne serait peut-être pas présent.
Ouais, ça m'étonnerait pas tant que ça. On va enfin avoir Civil en interview, on en entend parler, on sait qu'il bouffe des glaces. Mais on va enfin l'avoir au micro.
Et vu qu'on sera à la fin du marathon, on pourra peut-être lui demander son compteur de glace.
Oui, je pense qu'on va arriver dans les 3 chiffres bientôt, globalement.
Des bisous Civil, hein, bien évidemment. Si tu nous entends, pense à prendre une glace pour nous.
Ramène-la nous directement dans l'avion.
Oula. Ouais, moi je tente pas.
Alors moi par contre j'ai eu des insights sur hier soir. Il s'est passé un petit karaoké, une petite soirée derrière qui a eu lieu sur place.
Ah mais tu as des insights.
Polister a poussé la voix un petit peu. Donc je sais pas s'il lui en reste de la voix pour tout à l'heure pour le milestone.
Ah, mais on sait ce qui a été chanté ou pas?
Alors il a chanté Tequila, enfin.
Oulala.
Alors voilà, c'est les petites insights que j'ai eues. Tequila.
Oh waouh, c'est beau choix de chanson.
Voilà, c'est ça, j'ai été rechercher l'air.
Ah, putain, bah oui.
Exactement.
Ah ça va, enfin il a chanté. Je suppose qu'il l'a plus crié que chanté.
Ah, j'ai pas non plus tout, j'ai une vidéo mais c'est pas très...
Ah non mais vu la chanson en fait...
Attends, je vais réécouter la vidéo, je vais pas la partager, ça reste dans le cadre privé bien sûr. Mais oui, non, il y avait pas il s'est pas pété la voix quand même, mais on va voir.
Il ne sait pas casser la voix. En tout cas, on va enchaîner le coup avec une petite run de Stardew Valley commentée par Coxla. Et moi, je suis pressé d'en apprendre plus sur cette catégorie parce que ça risque d'être le gros bordel.
Ah oui, non, pardon, la vidéo qu'on m'a envoyée, c'était Polister qui chantait du Mika également, mais...
Ah, du Mika? Ah oui, là, la voix peut être cassée.
On va voir.
Est-ce que tu saurais dire c'est laquelle de Mika?
Attends, faut que j'arrive à retrouver Faut que je réécoute l'air. I could be what...
Oh là, waouh. C'est claqué aussi.
Non mais je sais plus comment ça s'appelle. I can be brown, I could be brown, I can be brown, I can be blue. Voilà, c'est ça, c'est bon.
Ah oui,
Grace Kelly.
Waouh, c'est Grace Kelly. Ah, elle est très très dure.
Voilà.
Oui, je vois, mais ça c'est très très dur à chanter comme chanson.
2006. Oui, effectivement. Bon, j'ai une vidéo de 10 secondes. Hein. J'ai pas non plus le reportage TF1 complet.
Mais apparemment c'était bonne ambiance hier. J'ai dit l'année prochaine il faut qu'on fasse ça, une petite caméra dans les backstage.
Mais je pense que ça peut être une bonne idée et puis peut-être organiser un jour un karaoké sur Nitro.
Oula, bah moi je suis complètement chaud hein.
Je suis très chaud.
Vous voulez.
Encore une fois, ça avait eu lieu sur après le Nitro Quiz numéro 2. Les gens, certaines personnes s'en souviendront. La VOD est passée, a disparu, mais elle est quand même sur un disque dur quelque part. Un karaoké qui a commencé vers 23h, qui a fini vers 6h du matin, dans un état déplorable.
Waouh!
Avec un micro qui était, Dieu merci, fermé au moment où j'ai commencé à lancer des trucs politiques, peut-être par fatigue.
Ah, bravo les glissades pendant le karaoké.
Ah oui, c'est parti très loin. Mais en même temps, c'était antisocial de Trust, alors forcément.
Ah oui, puis après, c'était quoi les corons?
Ah, on a eu beaucoup de trucs, oui. On a eu. Je sais pas si les corons sont passés, je ne sais plus. J'ai peut-être fait les corons en chimie. Selon mon niveau d'alcoolémie, ça ne m'aurait pas étonné. Évidemment, buvez avec modération. Et buvez avec la modération également.
Oui, invitez la modération à boire, effectivement.
C'est en train de
vous en serez gré.
Ça vibe, hein. Là, je sais pas si tu vois le.
Ah ouais, si, on voit sur la caméra que derrière, c'est en train de s'ambiancer sur cette magnifique musique. Et ils ont raison. Puisque ça drop fort.
Ah, c'est pas mal, il est pas mal ce son. On en a eu des pires, honnêtement, depuis le début.
Ah oui, non, ils ont des bons petits sons à l'ES, hein, clairement.
Alors que Twilight Princess vient de finir. 10 minutes sur Bestimate, bravo.
C'est beau.
Alors attends, je vais regarder les temps sur... Est-ce que c'est juste /TP pour sur spawn.com? Et oui. J'arrive à deviner les URL de spawn.com. Je suis très content de moi. Alors, il est où le %? Ah, c'est une catégorie extension, je crois, le %.
C'est possible, c'est possible.
Ouais, c'est en catégorie extension. René par Anorakis, qui du coup n'en a pas PB. Le record du monde est en 14h 7 minutes 42 secondes. Et lui est en 14h0807.
Il a fait 14h35.
Tu sais qu'il a 25 secondes du record du monde sur le monde de 14h.
Ça fout, ça fout la mort.
Ça fout le seum de fou. Et donc là, il a fait 14h35. Donc peut-être il est revenu peut-être un peu trop tard pour le truc. Parce qu'on vous rappelle, c'est un speedrun qui commence par un glitch qui dure 2 heures, puis un autre qui dure 9 heures. À base on lance un glitch et ça nous décale petit à petit dans le monde. Ça change nos coordonnées. Donc ils ont setup le truc et ils sont partis pioncer. Ils sont venus là tout à l'heure pour finir la run. Donc ouais, bravo à lui. Et donc l'avenir, je vois que Cox là est en train de setup. On a eu Laura qui est venue, qui va venir commenter FF9 avec quelqu'un d'autre que je ressortais du planning vite rapidement, bam bam boum, avec Machi ou Machi, je ne sais pas comment on prononce, qui va sans doute venir bientôt. Ah, alors qu'on a Nimelia qui viendra nous commenter du Kena ce soir. Juste après. Donc on aura le stream 2 qui va être non-stop là actuellement. Après avoir...
Oui, non-stop jusqu'à ce soir.
Ouais. On a eu les 14 heures de Twilight Princess qui n'ont pas été commentées, on vous avouerait.
Ah, alors que une petite cachotterie a été faite, puisqu'on voit sur l'overlay que ça
les
est
sacs,
passé à 2h10 d'estimate.
Les gigasacs. Les enfoirés. Nous change l'estimate directement. Ok, je vais l'update le planning, du coup on va voir comment ça se passait.
Merci pour notre planning.
Et bonjour dans le chat, bienvenue encore une fois. On arrive sur... Oh là, ouais, effectivement, la musique qui était sympa, puis qui commence à glisser au fur et à mesure là.
Évidemment, très bonne musique.
Ça me change de la Crab Rave.
Oh non, la Crab Rave, c'est bien. À petite dose.
Non, mais ça nous change en mal. Encore une fois, le changement n'est pas synonyme toujours de trucs positifs.
Oh là là, regardez-moi cette personne aigrie.
Un petit peu. Écoute, voilà.
Alors qu'on peut faire un petit point. Effectivement, il manque encore un peu plus de $400 sur l'incentive de Fort Boyard pour que le jeu soit fait en héroïque, la difficulté la plus haute du jeu. Du coup, si bien évidemment vous pouvez et que vous avez envie de faire un petit don, de 1, n'hésitez pas de mettre FR entre crochets au début de votre pseudo pour qu'on puisse vous faire entrer dans les petits tirages au sort de l'Intro Speedrun. Et de plus, n'hésitez pas à bien mettre vos dons en direction d'une incentive. C'est le petit panneau à droite là où il y a une liste déroulante. Il faut choisir Heroic Mode sur Escape Game Fort Boyard et le montant que vous voulez mettre vers cette incentive. Si jamais vous faites un petit don, ça ne rendra le speedrun de Fort Boyard que plus plaisant, bien évidemment, pour nos runners. Alors que mon téléphone est en train de crever puisque j'ai un écran noir actuellement.
Ah, mais j'ai eu ça aussi récemment là. En ce moment, mon téléphone ça ne va plus du tout.
Alors que manifestement, sur le stream 2, on nous montre des setups de glitch côté Twilight Princess.
Oui, bah prenons le temps, bien sûr. Hein. C'est pas comme si. Voilà.
Ils ont techniquement 10 minutes d'underestimate donc.
Ah, mais on n'avait pas dit qu'on voulait couper le stream à un autre moment, dis donc.
On coupe le stream 2 ce soir.
Non, mais sur le 1.
Ah,
pour les VOD. Parce qu'on le prépare maintenant.
Oui, mais du coup, après, est-ce que la VOD ne serait pas trop longue après? Non, on va couper, après.
Non, mais
Attends, non.
Non, il fait que 18h après le bloc suivant, le bloc 7 là.
Bah 18h c'est trop.
Ah non, mais pas pour... Ah non, pour VOD, pas pour le... Oui.
Oui.
Oh.
Oh.
Non, ça fait 6h.
Je ne sais pas comment étaient faits les blocs de VOD, j'avoue. Ah, c'est à peu près 6h. Ah, c'est à peu près 6h les blocs de VOD. Eh bah écoute, est-ce qu'on fait un petit reboot du stream maintenant?
Bah écoute, je pense que c'est pas une mauvaise idée, comme ça on est bien. On le fera pas avant Fort Boyard, ce qui serait dommage. Je pense qu'on peut le faire rapidement, le temps de setup va être long. Donc on va couper et relancer le stream, ne bougez pas. C'est votre histoire de, voilà, de VOD, de suite, de temps de stream, etc.
De Twitch qui nous limite le stream.
Voilà, on peut pas faire ça à l'infini. Donc je pense que c'est une bonne idée de le faire rapidement maintenant, tant qu'on a le temps.
Voilà, on revient tout de suite, ne bougez pas.